Welcome to another day of the EML Super Week. We are so glad to have you with us as we...
Yeah, Jonah, sorry, it's time. It's hydration break time. Cheers.
Cheers.
And don't forget to get your Rainbow Six Share skins now, available in the R6 store. Okay, back into the action again as we dive into what should be a fantastic day to wrap up things here on the...
No. It's time again. Hydration break, Jack.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Welcome back to Stage 1 of the EML. So glad to have you with us. We're back. I'm still filling in for Anne once again, but it's the end of the Super Week. It's an exciting time. It is hot here in Copenhagen, but good thing is you guys seem hydrated for the most part. I'm Jonas Willinger. We got Fresh. We got Alfama. You guys good?
Yeah.
Feeling not thirsty anymore?
No, we're not thirsty. It is sweltering outside. It's not just hot, and we were very well hydrated. You know, we actually consumed about 8 cups of water during filming that, so that was great.
It was a smart move to get us hydrated by production, honestly. Smart move from them.
Yeah, honestly, didn't even think about that component of it. But in all seriousness, we're excited to have you back here because it is all about the run-up to playoffs, including today. We've got 3 play days left. That's it before the playoff picture is locked in. So all of our teams, well, they're grappling for those top 6 spots in the standings. 10 teams, 6 spots. You have to be your absolute best in these final few days if you want to make it. Big movement yesterday was Geeky and Rebels further solidifying their position in the top 6. And the biggest surprise, Leo, I think it's Twisted Minds. Their performance they had at Salt Lake City, right now, they're not even in the top 6.
Yeah, we've been mentioning the challengers for playoffs being Geeky, Fnatic, and Rebels, and if realistically the 3 of them make it, then one of the teams from the Big 4 needs to fall. And right now it has to be Twisted Minds. So many loss streak in a row. You can see it, 3 losses in a row. Like, it's a tough one for these guys so far. Yeah,
it definitely is. 4th best team in the world, of course, at Salt Lake City. Top 4, they make it there. Not even top 6 inside of EML right now. You know, things can come crashing right down on you. That being said, they do have an opportunity to fix those mistakes, and I still expect them to, Jonah.
Yeah, honestly, me too, but we'll find out later on today. To recap the action yesterday, though, we'll talk a little bit about kind of the player who caught our eye in that victory that Rebels were end up getting. It was Asa with 12 kills, I think, who really dominated yesterday.
Yeah, I think the interesting fact, as you can see in most of these kills here, it's going to happen in the middle of the round, and it's the one kill that gets them the man advantage or brings back man advantage most of the time. He played a very important role. Most of these gunfights, they're not direct duels, direct 1v1, and that's because he's playing the cutoff role for Rebels. And then even the most dire situations here, he's the one that's planting, the one that's clutching. He was so instrumental in a way to keep the rounds going the way of Rebels when most of them were super close against Fnatic.
Normally, the monsters that we pick out have loads and loads of kills, and yes, Asa did very well in the kills department yesterday, but as you've mentioned, Leo, 2 plants, 2 clutches as well, and that contributed significantly to his EPS score. It didn't just contribute to that, it contributed to his team's wins. He got 2 rounds in straight 1v1s. He loses them, maybe a bit of a close game. So he was monumental for his team yesterday.
Well, the big moments that we saw yesterday, there were a couple. We couldn't quite pick between just one. Leo, what was your favorite moment of the day?
Let's just say I have a special relationship with Mira. So I had to go with Flexi because seeing him finally off the shields and going onto the defense role here, we could see like incredible shots here, by the way. In the 2v4, gets another pick, and at this point he's stuck in that 1v3, and really cool clutch that's gonna be able to pull off. You can see isolating the gunfight, baiting the Monty here, going lucky, he's gonna go away from the bomb site, then baiting, going back again as they're planting, and he's gonna aim for the cover. Really good stuff isolating that pick. Eventually the plant goes down, and so, or it didn't go down, sorry, and yeah, because he's baiting it, and he's gonna keep on baiting it again and again, and just wins that of time. Really beautiful play from him.
Well, I had some fun picking a moment that I liked, and it was the Joom ace on border yesterday for Team Falcons. Now, to me, obviously Falcons did not end up winning this game, but Joom on the top of East Stairs. He plays this position so well every time, and with the shots that he was laying down with that TCSG, racking up all 5 kills by the end of the round. I mean, Geeky could not stop him in this round, although they eventually stopped the team overall by the end of the matchup. But that's the kind of performance that Joom, we've seen from him. We know he can do that kind of thing day in and day out. I mean, Jack, it's kind of a wonder why Falcons couldn't end up winning that game, even with a performance like that.
You give him the ACOG, you give him that East Airs position, and you know he's so good in that position. We've seen him there time and time and time again. But both of your moments were from teams that lost, but they were quite good clips. I flipped it. I picked a team that won, but it's a pretty bad clip, and we've got the comms, so let's play it out.
I've seen episodes, yeah.
Robbie, if you get close, I can see for him and not blow it. Okay, he's gonna run. Okay, ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Oh god, that's fucking C4, Joe.
I can C4 him and not blow it. Throws the C4 to Snape and then says, "Oh, I've C4'd you."
Well, our must-see game of the day coming up at 9 p.m. CEST will be the game that, well, two teams hanging on for dear life here. Fnatic, a 2-game losing streak. Twisted Minds, a 3-game losing streak, and they will play each other in our 4th game of the night. Both teams need some more points. Fnatic, they're still holding on to that top 6, but Twisted Minds, right now, they do not have a playoff spot.
Yeah, you've set that context up perfectly well. It's two teams in a pretty bad run of form, as results would suggest, that have a big opportunity today to get themselves secured, get themselves not necessarily locked in, but in a good place for the playoffs. I think for Twisted Minds, you know, they've obviously had some issues with playing with subs. Looks like that's going to be the same again today. So it's a big moment in their stage.
Yeah, a lot of pressure added on both sides, right? On one side, obviously, when you're Twisted Minds and you were the best team performing at EML, from EML, sorry, at the major, you expect at least to reach EWC. For their region, also, it's very important. And I think overall, also for their organization, you know, Twisted Minds went really far in the EWC ranking last year. They want to at least be there. And on the side of Fnatic, it's a roster that has never gotten the chance to get there. They started off the stage so strong. It kind of felt like they had to be in playoff, and right now it's not that sure anymore.
Let's talk a little bit more about the meta that we're in right now. And I think for anybody watching at home, you know this. The meta is, right, shields and information.
Yeah.
On the shield front, so many people love to accuse, oh, this team is crushing a shield. Let's actually get some answers on that. Tell me, with the 10 teams we've got here, who's playing the shields and who is it working for?
Exactly, yeah. So the shields, we have 3 big shields inside of our respawn. We have Montaigne, we have Blitz, and we have the Blackbeard. Now, individual stats, shields are never good. You know, look at any shield player across pretty much any team. The individual stats are never good because what the shields do is they enable movement from the defenders and they enable attackers to be close and capitalize off that movement. Shields will then go for plants by crossing lines of sight. Who's the best shield player? Who's the best shield team? Well, the best shield player is Naqo. Look at the EPS and the KD that he has on every shield. It's more than double the KD for the average of the league. So the left-hand side is the average of our league, and on the right-hand side is Naqo specifically. So it's no surprise to see our best shield player be playing currently on the best team. But speaking of teams, actually, I wanted to rank them. So for all of the rounds played where they had a shield picked, this is how the win delta sits. So you can see that actually VP, Falcons, and Twisted Minds, whenever they bring a shield, they're winning rounds more often than not. And then it does taper down to some of the teams that, you know, currently sit outside of our playoffs picture.
And it goes to show that the teams that don't have like a specific shields player are struggling to bring it. Like, you look at GK, they keep on rotating their shield player. Rebels, it's the same story. Whereas for the teams that kind of reliably bring one, Smith on Fnatic, for example, and justifies the 83% pick rate. VP, they have Naqo. Falcons, they can have breathe a little bit on it. Twisted Minds, they have 2 shields player in Trix and Dove. So we have like some teams really abusing the shields meta as much as possible.
What surprised me actually was G2. Really low percentage pick rate on the shields. And actually think that you'd think maybe that's Alamau. It's not just Alamau. Stompin's been playing a little bit of Blackbeard and a little bit of shields here and there. They've not really subscribed too much to the shield meta, but I think that's because Solid Snake, Dokkaebi, Lion, all those usual characters are so strong for that team.
Well, we've got 2 teams in front of us for our very first game of the day who are also right on that playoff bubble. These 2 teams, Geeky and Rebels, are incidentally the teams that you two both picked to join Fnatic in the playoff spot. Only one of them can make it here, Leo. I mean, Geeky, that was your pick, but they have to go against Jack's pick in Rebels right now. I mean, with only 3 days left, this could really impact who we see in that top 6 at the end of the day.
I think we have to wait until the end of this play day, but there might be a player check that we're gonna do eventually at some point where we're gonna check if Twisted Minds even belongs in that top 4.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, or if they don't actually, then Fnatic, GK, and overall Rebels could all 3 be in playoffs at this point.
I think, I don't want to toot our horns, Leo. I think me and you are pretty okay at our jokes from time to time. I think, Fnatic and Twisted Minds really is the question mark one. GK and Rebels, we both put them on the precipice of getting inside the playoffs. We both believed in them for separate reasons. With yesterday's Playday, it looks like actually both of them could well do it, but it makes this game so much more important.
Well, GK are on a hot streak right now. They've won 3 games in a row. Leo, what's working well for them right now?
I think I saw the best example of their playstyle, their identity, really work against Falcons yesterday. And let's take a look at how they play on border and what's their playstyle. They love to lurk and spread around the map. So we're going to see here a Lion lurking into archives and sending a Lion scan. Now, this is because they want to create movement against the roamers. We see Solid Snake getting into his stairs, and his goal is to pressure the one roamer that's playing towards 90. So he's going to go there and pressure the 90 player. It's going to be Thorn, and Thorn is scared. She goes into break room, and look at that. Someone was waiting for her. That's the first trap on the side of GK, a cutoff player that's already there to punish any movement. Second step is they're going to get into office. They spot a second roamer here. And pay attention to the positioning once again. We have a Blackbird pushing him, and we have Solid Snake all the way from long. In fact, that's 2 2v1s that they gain, and 2 2v1s where they win the gunfight, and they're now 5v3. Now they're taking top floor control, and the only really player that can be a little bit of a nuisance is Joom, who can go up the metal stairs. And pay attention once again to the abuse of the utility. What do we see? Lion scan, and then straight after the Lion scan, Blackbird sends a nade, and then again it's another trap, because the nade pushes the guy bottom metal, and who's waiting? A player outside main, and getting another pick from that. He can just confirm the kill with double nades, and at this point it's a 5v2. Everyone on the side of GK can then crumble onto the bomb site. And this is just a beautiful showcase that GK, when they're spread around the map, when they use the Lion utility, when they use the Blackbird to create some movement, and you have the cutoff in every single good position, that team is just so good at doing that. And finally, it seems that it's paying off for these guys.
It really plays to their strengths. You think about Sarks, a player that we've seen in the league a lot. His best siege is played off the action of somebody else, off a shield, or off an entry, creating something somewhere else and giving him the space. But it's not just Sarks, it's the same with Yoga as well. And I think GK have finally found that when Grubby's on the shield, when you pause making things happen, those 2 players can be so effective as well. So it seems to be becoming really good. The first few playdays, they didn't quite have that sync there, but the last couple of playdays, we have seen it. And Sarks has also added 1 more shirt to the back of his webcam.
And removing some of those pillows as well. So I think the more we advance, more
he
shirts.
Had 1 shirt yesterday. Now he's
more
got 2
shirts and less pillows. That's the winning thing for Sarks.
Well, Jack, talk to me a little bit about Rebels here, because maybe it's not a 3-game winning streak, but they are hot off the heels of a very good win against a strong team in Fnatic, 7-2 yesterday.
I think so. They were very resilient, and I think the one thing I've come to associate with Rebels is a big, strong defense, particularly. They've been super strong, and here in the game yesterday, they used the Denari. It was Fenno on the Denari to create various layers. It's almost like an onion, the amount of layers of the Denari trap they had going on. This is something, of course, that you could replicate inside your ranked games. Top Floor Chalet is the most picked site on that map by far, and he puts 1, 2, 3, 4 different Denari setups to block the window entrances of bathroom and a Curious shield inside the bathroom to play around it. It makes a big power position, and I think for Rebels specifically, when they get aggressive, when they get creative, when they're creating these power positions, that's where they're super strong. You can see the Ying here has to go through 2 Denari traps, takes the damage and just gets taken out. That's basically the type of play that we've seen Rebels excel at for this stage.
It's the combination of innovation, maybe brought by the new coach on their side. It's also the combination of the aggression with players like Feno, for example, Linko, that we've seen get really aggressive and get successful as well, which was not always the case at kickoff. They're getting more and more in their head that, yeah, it's true. You're not tier 2 player anymore. You're professional players. You can win gunfights against the best in the league. They started by beating Falcons. At this point, they can beat everyone, and they just need to trust it.
Well, for our map, for our very first matchup of the night, we look to some territory that is familiar for both teams. We go to Chalet, a win where Geeke picked up recently, and Rebels just yesterday took a win on this very map.
Yeah, actually got 2 wins on Chalet in this stage, only with a victory against Secret, another one against Fnatic. So for Rebels, it's home ground, but it's also one where they've showed a lot of stuff, especially this Denari trap. If you've caught it, Jack, I think that Geeke probably have caught it as well, which will be interesting. I expect expect Rebels starting in defense to play a lot of trap operators, and that goes into the playstyle of Geeky. Geeky, we already know that Sark is going to be somewhere in the basement lurking up upstairs. We already know that Yoga is going to play by himself on some kind of window, and you're going to have a core of a group that's starting to create some movement. Realistically, it's about not overreacting on the side of Rebels.
There's two big questions in my mind as to who will win this game. And it's, can Rebels make their attacks work? Can they make those attacks sing? Because that's probably been their problem area this stage. And then the second thing is, can Geeky make their style work? I.e., will Rebels double up on Yoga? Will they double up on the positions that we see Sarks play in? If they do, that can be the undoing of that style that Geeky play. Those are the two big questions, and we'll find out inside this game who answers them. That will ultimately determine who comes out on top.
Well, we've got our casters ready to go and our players ready to rip. It is Fluke and Demo embracing the heat wave in the UK once again. Has it cooled off, Demo? I mean, at all? Is it getting any cooler over there?
It was all right, and then you kind of turn the lights on, you're sat at the PC, and all of a sudden the room just fills with a lot of heat. So yeah, it is what it is. What can you do? You just have to get on with it, I suppose. But hey, today, I think this match, honestly, I'm really looking forward to it because it's two teams now where they're on a bit of form. Scratch the 7-0. I think for Rebels, the fact that they've bounced back really, really well in their match against Fnatic. Yeah. GK taking down Falcons. Both teams are on Cloud9. This is going to be really, really good.
Well, last thing left to do is just give it to you both. Fluke, take it away because we are going to get into this one. Our teams are ready. So it is Chalet between Geeky and Rebels. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Jonah and Da Boys. I am so excited, as you are, to get in towards these games. Obviously, they didn't make any comments to the fact that we're wearing the same sort of top today. We really worked hard today.
Oh, Hawaii is calling. But we're not in Hawaii.
I know, but it feels like
feels like we're in Hawaii.
It feels like I really want to drink a little drink out of half a coconut.
I should be at a pool.
Now. Imagine casting in a pool. That's the dream. Anyway, enough about the dream. It's time to get into the reality. The reality is both these teams, as you pointed out, from yesterday on the up and up. Big wins that were well fought for and a big return after being sort of dispatched quite handily. Is Super Week going to be the super story for one of these two teams, or is somebody about to have their villain origins?
Obviously for GK, they've won 2 of their last games, haven't they? I mean, they've almost completed Super Week in fine fashion. If they can win against Rebels, that'll be a 3 out of 3, which, as we know, difficult to do in the Super Week. So for GK, it does feel as though they've turned a corner for the positive. And again, we always kind of look at, okay, what are the future fixtures still for GK? You've got Twisted Minds and you've got Team Secret. You know, matchups that certainly they can win. You're not going up against GT. You're not going up against VP. You've been there. You've done that. So for GK, things are really, really positive for them right now.
So it starts on a chalet that we've seen quite a lot, and maybe it's not just us that's feeling the heat and everybody else is just sort of yearning for the snow. So I kind of look across this map and just want to throw myself into most of it. At this point, we've seen this map between these two teams, I think, 3 times over the past 3 play days across. It's Rebels have played it twice over the past 3. Obviously, we had one from GK at the start of the Super Week. It's very familiar territory.
Yeah.
Both of them very comfortable.
I think it's the case where, obviously in the best of ones, you're going to play probably what you've already shown. Naturally, there's going to be an element where you're going to keep stuff for the best of 3s if that's what you want to hope. I mean, obviously G2 are a good team to kind of use an example of, where G2 only played 2 maps this entire stage because they know they'll get all their better maps in the best of 3s. So I think that's also what it comes down to. It's you're already showing what you've showed before. It's not as though it's going to be such a mystery what you're doing. And yeah, I think there's an element that plays into that. It's the kind of hiding different maps.
Aggressive on towards the double window. Alems has already pumped all of the utility through. Obviously, we've got a bit of an E1D. The Bees will start to scream their way across Solarium. Nobody has been caught from the exchanges, though. Single C4 was attempted to pull out the window, but it got sort of caught mid-air, and then you've still got this as the second follow through, but it won't quite get the end of Alems. It's 0-2, but it's also 0-4 on all the rest of the gadgets. At this point, though, for that first sort of dump and dive, nobody's been able to get into the building here from the side of Rebels. They're still sort of holding out, hoping they can catch a singular body and try and drive that in towards, well, something internal. But as Upor is the next to suffer, it's Alems that gets picked up, fights through the fire and the flames. They slink their way in towards Solarium on the swing round. A shotgun more than ready to pop and load, but it's Fenno that finds Sarks in the meantime. Groovy gets one back. They're in. They're just trying to make something happen here. The spray is scrappy, but it's Martos to commend. That leaves us a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, a lot of pressure from GK is being applied in towards Solar. You can see that that's what they're expecting from Rebels, because they did that a lot in their matchup against Fnatic. It is that Solar take. You can see that they had a lot of kind of pressure being played over towards the Lambs. They're throwing C4s at them. They understand the play that Rebels are going to go for, but Rebels have dealt with it really well. However, a missed smoke has just left enough of a gap here for Grubby just to thread that kill. And a second for Grubby on Solar, free in the round. And well, Asa, who was hoping to kind of take up that position where Lambs plays to try and break that cross, he has to now rotate away and have a 1v2 in his hands. I mean, he played exceptionally well yesterday. Can he do it again today?
Look at the positions they've taken there. They've got themselves on contact. As soon as he goes in for one fight, he'll meet the other one. And you can see he's aware of that fact, but how do you operate around it? Unfortunately, not that well. Yoga built on the back of Groovy. They're able to hold on towards the hold on the top. And as you said, it looked very responsive towards what they expected of the approach.
Yeah, I think it's very well from the kind of strat department there from GK. Good counter prep, knowing what your opponent's going to go for. I also like the addition of having that Warden playing kind of aggressive on the bedroom wall looking in towards Solar, because if he does get flashed out, maybe if there was a Ying, which again Rebels have shown that they will play a Ying in this map, it's a really good counter for it. And of course the smokes too. You can see this was the kind of pressure that they wanted to apply to Alams, knowing he's on that window. I think everyone's seen the clip that he did against Team Secret, so he's always going to be there. But no, that was the moment. It was Grubby. I mean, in the 2v3, obviously a missed smoke doesn't help, but then the fact that this kill goes Grubby's way, that really put the nail in the coffin for Rebels in that round. And you could see that just Asa just didn't know. He did not know that there's a player close in the wall. Nice job as well. Don't forget from that kind of 1v2 scenario there for GK. They've went close together. They've played off that contact. Yeah, really good start for GK.
And attack pause. Because we can't get too far. At this point, we'll take it one round at a time. You and I had quite a long game of Siege yesterday. It was, the core of it was long. It was a lot of 7-5s in the midst of it and at the top and the bottom. Outside of that, well, we'll see if there can be anything that matches that pace here. Fortunately, we don't get to immediately throw ourselves in. Maybe the heat is cooking more than just us at this point. And then after this, we sort of look towards the games that they have on hand, because now is that time when the calculators come out, the math books of just who is going to be able to get themselves qualified. Obviously, Virtus Pro and G2, they've guaranteed themselves top 6. They are sitting pretty towards the top, and I guess that's what happens when you don't lose at this point. And there's at least a total of 9 points left to play for on these final 3 playdays. Obviously, this game in hand. GK then have Twisted Minds and Secret, and Rebels have Heretics and Shifters.
Oh, hello. What was... Y'all go sideways. I also seen that Sarks, he must have just turned on his AC. What a lucky guy, eh? He's got that luxury. I also peeped as well, Sarks. Big respect. He's got the R9 Inter Milan jersey. Wow, what a jersey that is. Look at that. Some player.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
Probably goes over your head, that.
No, it doesn't. I know Ronaldo is. They've added a new jersey every day. He's doubling up. How many jerseys?
Yeah, he had the Bastoni jersey yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah. So how many jerseys do you think he's got? Maybe he's doing it as like a shout out to a fan. You know, it's like
he is
Ronaldo. No, he's not. Ronaldo is the fan.
Yeah, R9's the fan, apparently.
R9's the fan of Sarks. Somewhere, you know. Listen, small world.
Take us too long to get back. We look at yesterday for Rebels. Again, it's not even been 24 hours since we've seen them take on Fnatic, and they were able to go 4-2 on their attacking half, and then they cruised into their defensive side with 3 defenses in the row, and they didn't even have to play any more than that, so they were undefeated yesterday in the defense and a 4-2 split in the attack, so really good day for them. And if you look on the side of GK, didn't see them play it yesterday, as of course they took on Falcons on Border, but we did see them play Chalet against Shifters on Monday. And for them, it was also a 7-2, and guess what? It was a 4-2 split in the attack, and they swept 3 defenses. So both teams exactly the same. How much does that tell us? Tells us they're pretty good in this map.
I think it's always the conversations they talked about of the maps that you can sort of show. They play the best of 1 maps. You bring yourself in towards the best of 3s, and there's sort of conversations of growth. But there's also the wider statistics of it. I was looking. Obviously, it was a very different GK roster in the sort of kickoff period. But the game that these two played against each other, it was one of Rebels' only wins amongst the best of 1s. It was on Border, so another map that obviously we've sort of had a bit of a taste of them on, and a bit of a taste of success of them on quite like yesterday. But across, I think it was the 11 maps they played. Maps total, not games. Maps. Oh my god, Marto, it's bright. It was one of only 3 maps that they were able to sort of win out. And I guess there's always that element, right, of you can have it as a solid map for you, but best of 3s, which both of these teams are sort of angling for and aiming for, is where questions might get brought up. Sorry for the delay, everybody. We'll hopefully be back in but a moment. Time to think. Time to get ice cream. What's your favorite ice cream?
This may be controversial.
Sunday?
This may be controversial.
Go on.
Mint.
Okay. Is it controversial? No, because mint choc chip's quite a big one. Big
Yeah,
crowd.
obviously that, but I feel a lot of people like look at you with disgust if you say mint.
Yeah, I think if you're not a mint fan, I could see that sort of going away from you. Chat. Not reading, but feel free to type your favorite ice creams. Someone will read them. I like salted caramel.
I like that too. That would be my second go-to.
It's a classic. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of all the ways I've kept myself alive in this heat wave. Still sad they didn't comment on our matching outfits. You know how many times Tim and Des do it?
Yep. But no.
I think they both just... Go on.
Just double standards, isn't it?
I know. Where's their Hawaiian shirts? Not Tim and Des, the desk.
Don't try and challenge Tim and Des on the Hawaiian shirt game.
Tim's senses have just kicked in.
Oh dear.
I don't want to make a joke, but I'm going to make a joke now anyway. You and I were we were talking about, like, oh, we had these expectations of the games yesterday and they went much longer, generally. Or like, today won't be the same. And then we shouldn't have had that conversation because now we're in our round 1 tech force. Arguably, this is our fault.
I mean, I don't think the games on, well, again, I like to say on paper, and that sometimes isn't always the best way to approach things, but on paper, you do look at some of the matchups, you think, yeah, that should be pretty cut and dry. But we know that's not always the case. I mean, you're kind of looking at the Falcons and the G2 matchups. You would think that should be fairly straightforward. because we've got 2nd and 3rd against 9th and 10th. So I think that would kind of edge my way of saying, yeah, it should be a quick day. But then again, I mean, you look what GK did to Falcons. And really, I mean, I don't know what it is about Falcons. They have looked as though you can get a result. Like, anyone could go and get a result against Falcons. You know, I don't think they're the same powerhouse as maybe what they were before, where you just think, oh, well, that's Falcons, you know, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. It feels like you can get at that team, which is a weird one, considering how good that they are. But that's what it is.
Reloading. Go back in. Thank you for sticking with us now as we get in. GK obviously they're able to get themselves that first round. If you missed it, well, it was sort of a little bit of a stalemate for the opening minute and a half. Rebels desperately wanted to smash their way in, couldn't. Tried it anyway, almost pulled it off, if not for the heroics of Gruby. At this point, it was a very good sort of response for the statement put forward. It was a good lineup that they made of expecting an approach, expecting an attack, and building the wall in the right position for it. Now, as we cycle our way around on towards the second site, Bar and Gaming. Obviously, both these two teams throughout this week have played this map, and it was both 7-2 victories. So, neither of them has been pushed beyond 2 rounds away from them. I'm curious to see which is going to be the first one to start taking that momentum.
Reloading.
So, shifting into our second site, Bar Games, you will expect to see a pretty hefty hold in towards Fireplace and in towards Raiding, but with the bans on your screen being Mira and Azami, it does make that position a bit more difficult to hold. Don't really have the same safety features. So I think for GK, it will be more of a drop-off if you do start to get pressured. But certainly ways of denying some of the usual. You've got the Wamai, you've got the Yaruni as well. But I just don't think the GK is interested in it. And Marco, he's seen a gap. Oh, yes. should be a Devils.
Oh, well, in the meantime, Groovy gets 1 and 2, Groovy!
Impact out.
Oh, you can see the wings. The man is an angel. Drops off the top rope, and that's what? 5 kills over 2 rounds so far, but the first 3 and that second 2 seem to be the ones that decide the fate of a round. They obviously still have a chance to rebuild, but if Marto got that kill on towards the Pulse, retook that territory, not to count the person Groovy got on the second story. It wasn't even on the second story, it was the Lion. On the cutoff there, LM's caught out. He's definitely come fired up. Now, there is obviously the opening above. I'm wondering if that drone saw it. Did now, because it's been removed. They just haven't offered them a fight since.
Yep. Well, it is what happens if you are not successful with the lurks. You kind of lose the round for your team off the back of it. And that's what it looks like from this point. I think it's just the case of GK didn't have any traps. So there was nothing stopping somebody just walked short straight into the bomb site, but hopefully Grubson was there for the big long drop off and being able to cut down that solo player. Fano is struggling to breathe there. He doesn't really know where he wants to go, and he's trying to air jab his way to safety, but there he is again, Grubson for another one. Yoga able to find another, and it's a 1v4, and that's a no chance at all. That's the quad for him.
I mean, it's just everything you kind of want from him, right? This early, over the break of the sort of catch in the middle, but this much energy on Chalet. It runs Chalet. We talked about it yesterday. We talked about how aggression is a sort of perfect MO for a map like this. And if you're able to find it early on, boy, you can just drive the pace, the game, the sort of momentum of all of it. Either way, this, I mean, oh, just. There are days when he gets into his element. Feels like this is going to be one of those days.
Attackers have located the bomb.
I mean, this is the scary thing, isn't it, for Rebels? If one player is just on one, what are you going to do to stop him? He is 7-0. And for GK, everything's going to plan. I mean, for
10
Rebels,
seconds to go.
obviously the first attack was very, very direct, and it was down
5
to,
seconds to
let's
go.
be honest, a missed smoke, which kind of gave Grubby the opportunity to clutch
Attackers are
that
heading
round.
out to defuse a bomb.
But then the second round, it was, okay, we're going to go direct, we're going to do this. Obviously, somebody is spotted out thinking, oh, nothing's on short. I can just walk straight into bar from dining. You've went for that play. If you get that kill in the pulse, you win the round from your team because you have full site control. We've seen it happen dozens of times. However, that doesn't happen, then you've wasted a lot of time. Your team are then trying to support your take, which hasn't worked. And you're just kind of looking at a brick wall at that point. So, big risk in that second round, and it has backfired on Rebels. For GK, have an opportunity to go for the full site rotation as we head into kitchen now.
Wondering if they'll be able to get themselves that hold, that opening body twice in a row. It's gone, well, specifically against Alems. It sort of says a lot of when you're that IGL, when you're that voice, and when you're trying to drive a heavy utility operator, already gone for the dump. Everything has been removed from the gadgetry. Sophia has made at least a bit of a mark. Will it be something that can be capitalized upon? Last time caught out mid-swing. With one of the C4s already ripped and loosed. 2 more potential chances to pull this together, but the pressure is still on this. Maybe a west main drive seems to be the MO. There's nobody currently in sight, which means that, well, they're watching verticalities. They haven't just forgotten. They almost found a good bit of land to steal last time. Fortunately for them, Groovy dropped down and dropped a bit of a lesson on them in the opening 2 rounds. Here instead, Ask something out deep. They're sort of extended away from the site itself, and maybe they did just try and cut in once again. Feno's down, Asta's pretty hurt. And they haven't moved in from the windows here, Demo. They haven't been able to get anything else on the side of it.
I mean, they're all in, but you can't really do much unless you have solar control, and, well, GK are not going to give that up too easily in there. GK just slaughtering Rebels players as they come. Marto will get an engagement against Sarks downstairs. Sarks tries to C4, but Marto's quick enough on the pistol. But still for Rebels, without this solar take, they cannot safely walk in and try and go for a plant. This is the issue.
I think, yeah, I mean, they tried to sort of just drive in, right? But it's almost like it was an open door, and you have to kind of ask questions about it. Yoga takes the head off of Feno. At least 3 versus 2. Now with 1 flash and 2 explosive drones. We'll see if they can try and piece something together. Yukor just slips into the cupboard in the box. But with 15 seconds, and they're still trying to take the top to get the kit back. And where can they really go? They're hoping for an engagement. The engagement comes, they're not quite ready for it. There's the swing onto the window. There is 3 rounds in a row for GK.
Yeah, really easy for them. They know exactly what Rebels are going to do, and they have everything set up. I have to talk about the Monty ban. It's really starting to show how good of a ban that is for GK. Rebels yesterday against Fnatic were bringing the Monty consistently. They brought it 4 times out of the 6. And that Monty was just so easy, just walking up the solar stairs and taking control of that part of the map. Without that Monty, all of a sudden, the area that Rebels are struggling with is solar control. So the ban is perfect just to slow down Rebels and make that job of taking that part of the map so difficult. Timeout rightly being called here by Rebels. I mean, don't forget, you've still got other options of shields. I mean, if it is a problem where you need somebody to face check, you need somebody who'll make just walking up that stairs a little bit easier, Blitz can do that. Blackbeard can do that. Yes, you don't have the Monty, which is obviously the safer option out of the 3. But still, I think a shield, it's crying out for a shield here for me, for Rebels.
But it's always that, I know you said it there, that obviously the Monty's banned. It's something that they use a decent amount. They have that as their drive through. I'm curious about where you would want it deployed, because what we've seen over the past 2 rounds especially is they've tried to hit the site directly. Do you think they need to try and utilize that to make that stronger and sort of punish the hold that GK are doing? Or do you think they need to try and focus more on the hold around it, the loose players?
I think it's a case where GK have left gaps in their defense. You think about the second round, no traps on short. We've seen what that Twitch is able to do, walking the bar. Just gunfights didn't go your way. You see that round, they see an opportunity to jump in West main. They have trophy control. but they cannot get to the final step, which is take solar. Yeah, if you want to try and play plant-orientated Siege, which, I mean, they had 2 plants against Fnatic. They certainly can do that. You need to be able to check off the things that stop you from doing so. And of course, if you want to try and plant inside a kitchen, then you need to try and take solar control, which denies anyone playing on the verts inside a bedroom and stops them, more importantly, on that hatch.
5 seconds.
Well, we'll see what lessons are learnt. Deimos is gone alongside the Warden, so it does open up some of those sort of punchier plays, right? If you're looking obviously towards games is the go-to, getting in the window, having the blind, maybe a sense gadget, even on dining, getting that one cut across from the drone hole. There's a lot of plays that you could do to counter a sort of watch against smokes, against those drives. Got the Candelas, got themselves some Ying action potentially on the go. No shield. At least not yet. They are pulling away from their sort of previous tactics, right? You're looking at a lot of first potential picks here. I want to see if they want to try and punch aggressively a bit. Deep range. Get rid of the castles, get rid of the gadgetry. Don't need to be close enough with the pressure of the sledge, but instead, it seems like they want to try and get inside the building on the other side of the verticality, all the way here on Library, and clear the way across.
Outside of the shield, it's going to be the Ying to get them inside of solar. Obviously, with that Warden ban, these LMs don't really have much to worry about, and well, some of those Candelas is just going to be enough to scare away the player towards the top of the stairs, and finally see a little bit of something positive coming out of the Rebels camp as they have the opening pick. Sarks is off the board. He was the standout player for me yesterday in that game against Falcons, but he's having a rough time here today, but I suppose it's okay whenever this man's 10-0.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good day. His stats are so good, he's currently still in binary. Marto's able to find Yoga. The team itself, though, might be suffering a little bit. Let's see if they can try and just put the body on the back end. It's a very aggressive position Grubby's taken there, and especially Upor that's able to pull off LMs. We heard the Candela popping in the same time, so he might have just swung in a bit too early or caught him out mid-utility drive in the hope of the blind swing, but it leaves us, once again, 3 versus 3. For the first time, they seem to have eyes on the site. They seem to have some decent awareness. There's a steady back and forth. Grubby almost takes one, but it's Asta that gets asked. Rebels are doing a good job to make sure they stay above, and finally they've killed the man that's caused so much problems, leaves just Upor alone. It was a well-placed flash that sort of forced him into that position. He slipped his way on by a post-plant. But at this point, how do you get your way back in? No health. Not a lot of time. I mean, they could finish him with the spare Twitch drone if they really wanted to, but well, the F2 works just as well.
Well, Rebels have just pulled it back into the most traditional way of attacking that top floor. Just library across. Very simple. Open up the breach. Try and work a plant. I think whenever Ask peeked the breach and gave himself up, that was the kind of avenue then for Rebels to say, okay, now we can push. The player and piano's gone. So for Ask, I mean, the thing is with Ask, I wouldn't say he was under really any pressure, though, because you think about the 2 operators that were dead in that 3v3. The Grim was dead, and so was the Ying. So the kind of utility dump operators that make defenders a little bit nervous if you're sat in a corner, they're off the board. All there was 2 flashes from the Ace, and I think 2 smokes from the Twitch. That was all the utility that they had. So really, Ask was in, I think, a good, safe position. That means that Rebels probably would have to problem solve and think, okay, we need somebody maybe going piano window, trying to push this guy, trying to get the kill. But whenever you give yourself up, as soon as that piano's gone, whoever has the diffuser knows he can walk in and plant, and there's nothing that's going to stop him. So, yeah, Rebels just pulled it back, played it very safe, very default, and it's worked for them.
Something had to. I think that was the sort of swing of it right at that point. You know, it was a great change of pace. They were slow and steady. They were making sure that they were inside the building more than anything. And something I sort of commented on the first 3 rounds was, fine, they were punching through directly to the site, but they still had 2 people out watching windows. It can work if people follow through, and so can this. Remember when I said if you ban a Warden, This is that sort of short, snappy, blind play amongst the smokes. You look at all the smokes, you look at this lineup with the 2 shields, and you think you know exactly what's going to happen, but takes the risk, pulses through, Upor gets 1. There's still blinds, and Marto gets a lucky fadeaway on towards 1, and make that 2 either side. He's on 3 for the round. That could have been absolutely abysmal if they weren't able to get those bodies either side, and now they have something they could build behind. Still 1 Candela. Still a Thatcher, no C4s to contend with, just 2 players. Now Upor is above, Hyoga inside the site. Gonna try and force out this. The vertical player is gonna duck in, stay alive. You can hear the spray coming through, and he's just holding out and hoping. That was the last Candela. He's surrounded, he can't leave, and there is so much time. So he's got to try and find a fight and get out of there. That'll buy him some semblance of safety. With this grenade, probably won't make his chances too much better. He's alive. Oh, how's he done that, Demo?
Drones activated.
Sometimes I always worry that, you know, we've seen before the nade will actually just follow you down the hatch.
Yep.
Thankfully it hasn't, so Upor is still alive, but you look at the time now for Rebels. In the 3v2, half the round gone, you've got that top floor control. You know where both of them are. They're going to be inside the bomb site. You can just take your time, squeeze the life out of this round. Yes, maybe the rush wasn't entirely successful. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. That is now... Oh, that's made things interesting as GK have been gifted a freebie off the back of a Razor Bloom. Grubby sends his regards from the depths.
I was going to say, I mean, he needs to get a kill every round, right? Somehow it just had to work its way out. It's now the 2 versus 2. And again, they can drone, they can set up, but you sort of know that they're there, right? As you said, you've got a decent awareness. They're spraying against the soft and hoping they can get a catch. But with the kit where it is,
Enemy tech spotted.
how do they take this? Do they just try and fight their way flat across? There's see all of this being revealed, the rotation of position. They'll know no one's just going to sort of drop their way around, and the Fenrir is thinking about a fight here on towards the door. He just shoots a bit too high. They don't know. Marto's crept his way in, but do they know about the player lying down? Upor gets 1, but it's traded out elsewhere. He's taking the risk. The finger can't quite finish them off, but Upor sure can. GK, hold on.
Wow. Just about got that. Upor maybe should have been dead to rights. Based on his HP. I mean, it was that first engagement, just prone. Catching his opponent by surprise and then able to hold his ground, win that 1v1. Well, obviously after this, even more, it was able to find 3 kills that gets him back in it, and then it was that Razor one, wasn't it? That's the missed opportunity. For Rebels, it's a very frustrating game for them. Just a lot of things haven't went their way. That's right here, this was the moment, that first engagement. Probably should have been dead there, but just hangs on by a thread, and then... Oh, oh, Robson's liking that one.
I mean, at this point, you would, right? The fact that obviously over the past 2 rounds, we've had a timeout that's worked very well for Rebels. And you sort of look at it, the first 3, they were absent, but Groovy sure wasn't.
Yeah.
Since then, it's been super competitive, back and forth. Rebels have lost at points and then been able to rebuild, rather than when they've sort of got the opening foot in some engagements and then things have slipped away. Now, can they just try and get themselves a second attack on the swing through? Ask says no, gets himself the second opening in a run.
Yeah.
There goes the Ash. That castle's just got a little bit more sturdy.
Also, the kill department is now going to be suffering as Marto's dead, the top performer for Rebels. Somebody else has to try and step up, but nobody else is above 3 kills right now, so it's going to be difficult for them. However, the other 4 aren't having a great game. As for GK, of course I mentioned Grubby, but also Upor now. 7 kills to his name. See GK, happy enough to extend. Waste quite a lot of time, of course, with this extension on this hold. Means that Rebels will have to do a little bit of problem solving. Okay, how do we deal with a guy in towards Fireplace? Well,
Oops.
been able to deal with a Pulse just lurking on blue stairs, of course, with that cardiac scanner.
Flash out!
See, Ask just got tunnel visioned. He's not aware that somebody's going to be pushing below on that sledge, and Menno able to pick up the kill, and almost I thought was going to have Sark's dead to rights, but somehow Sark's just slips away, and he's still a bit of a menace here as he's walked up the blue stairs to actually get Blinky to run around there.
Well, Lems is able to find Yoga, keeps things flat. It's taken a lot of damage in the meantime, but you think about what's been removed from the approach, right? No hard breach. Still got the soft, but none of the range. Groovy's got himself 2 for the round as well. Ooh, and a shotgun just gets the main bite out of 1. The second is almost found 2. Linko. It's gonna slip away. The 3 versus 1. Has time. There's not much else. They know fully where he is. And Groovy wants another for his tally. That has been a massive, massive opening half here for the side of GK. 5-1. Step in advantage. Let's see what the Desk think about it.
5-1, very one-sided affair right now. Grubby and Geekgay are tearing Rebels apart. What's going on right now, Leo? What are you seeing in this matchup?
I think I see Rebels being way too slow and static in their attacks. When they try to give some pace, try to give a rush, that's when they actually made it a little bit closer. For the rest, when they try to full clear, despite using Solid Snake, despite using Lion, despite using crowd control barriers, it takes them ages to get initial control. And that's on the back of one man. Grubby like really stopping most of these attacks, you know, from the get-go, either by killing them when they're outside or scaring them, applying pressure to them, by fighting hard in the either surroundings of the bomb site, either quite early on when the roam camp happens. And honestly, it's a game masterfully played by GK, because either they decide to go and play aggressive towards the outside, preventing the entry point, either they just choose one area where they're going to keep the control. Look at this, by the way, like the bomb side is master. There's 1 minute left in the round, that guy is still in fireplace, a shotgun is still top red, like top blue, sorry. So they're really not giving anything to Rebels.
I had 3 things in terms of GK that I really, really liked about this whole half so far. First one is the map choice. Rebels won't have changed much, if anything, so they know that they've got Rebels. The second one is as soon as they get into the game, operator bans. They banned away the Monty, which is the only shield that Rebels will play. Then they banned away the Dokkaebi, and we've seen how good Fenno particularly is on the Dokkaebi on this map as well. And then the third one was actually Ask, playing on the pulse, providing information to his team. On top of that, Grubby having a great game. Like, it's all that whole plan, how they concepted that when they'd have come together last night to talk about this fixture, has just played out perfectly.
And now they're switching to attack. And that makes it very interesting, because the playstyle that we mentioned earlier on in the pregame, their ability to work with multiple pressure points, multiple players spread out around the map, that's something that comes in hand, especially on maps where you can achieve a lot from outside. And that was the case yesterday on Border against Falcons. That will be the case today on Chalet against a weaker opponent in Rebels.
At the start of today, I said, well, can Rebels sort out their attacks? I think the answer to that question is no. And then the second question is, will they double up on GK? You know, we know there's the solos, lurks that come in, those outside pressure points, as you said. And I think, you know, that's to be seen. But you've seen the ban, the Denari ban?
Yeah, exactly. I find it very interesting.
We saw just how good it was yesterday.
So remove Azami, so there is no strong positions.
Yeah.
Remove Denari, so there is no less
Such
traps.
a well-prepared game so far.
Yeah, less traps to prepare. As soon as they knew that Rebels were gonna be willing to take Chalet again, because they had 2 win streak on it, I think GK cooked a really nice counter strat to it.
Agreed.
All right, we'll see if they can keep that up. As you said, the real danger when you're playing Geekay is figuring out how to stop their very lurk-style attacks. We'll find out if Rebels can do that.
Let us find out indeed. It is a game of 2 halves. It's always worth saying. 5-1. As I said before, neither team, when they've played this recently, you know, over the past super week, has lost more than 2 rounds. Currently, obviously, Rebels, that fact has changed, but will that stay the same for GK Demo?
Well, GK is a case where you've obviously set yourselves up really nicely with a 5-1. You've got a lot of breathing room. I mean, it's not often you see too many teams come back from a 5-1 deficit. So right now for GK, so much time, so much breathing room now. But just I think, obviously, as much as what we can try and look into this game and say, oh, you know, the tactical side of things. Obviously, I'm hearing what the desk is. I just sit here and think, Robinson 14 kills in 1 half. You know, that for me, sometimes the strats don't matter if this guy's just killing everything that comes near him.
I think that's the sort of, he's all of his team put together. He's almost all of the opponent's team put together. It just sort of shows, as I said it after the second round when he was, 7-0. Sometimes he's just on his day. Oh. Us can't jump.
Oh, not this again. Didn't we see this yesterday?
Yeah, twice in a row. We've sort of had the same thing. Yeah.
And they don't understand. You can't jump in this game, guys.
You have to go play you have to go play Assassin's Creed. That game,
When will they learn?
Love jumping in that game. Trying to think of other Ubisoft games that involve jumping.
Rayman?
Yeah. Loves jumping.
A lot of jumping in that one. Anything else?
I don't think there's any jumping in Anno.
Am's got the big bad AC unit too. He's got the big pipe going out the window as well. That's a proper one.
To be fair, I think for how hot it is where we are, it's even hotter in France right now.
Yeah.
So, good luck to them. I think it's slightly cooler in Copenhagen. I have no sympathies towards our desk team and our production crew. I have a little bit of sympathies. I have less sympathies than I do towards the French.
Unlucky Leo.
I'm sorry. No, Leo's lucky because Leo could be at home in France right now. Brain melting.
Oh. Again, apologies for the delay, but shouldn't be too long. It's not as though it's like a hardware issue. It's just, it should be a quick rehost and we're straight back into it. Obviously, I think for GK, going onto the attacks, didn't really see much issues with them up against shifters. We're able to take that 4-2 split against them on Monday. And also, I think for GK, they're a team which I wouldn't say have the most amount of like shield play sometimes. Like I think they're a side which, yes, they can play shields. Usually it's a Blackbeard if we see one, but I think they're a team that can obviously cope pretty well without it. Mostly because I just kind of look at the team. I don't think they kind of have like a dedicated shield player. Like if someone is going to take the shields, it's Grubby, but again, I don't think Grubby's a shield player, so that's another thing just to keep in mind off for GK. I don't think shields will be that much of a prevalent thing. You never know.
Sort of having the glance back through, obviously not counting the sort of games that we have later on this evening, the way that these two teams have almost in a way changed their fate throughout the Super Week. Rebels, ups and downs, it's easy to put it, but they're probably going to walk away pretty bruised if they can't get anything more out of this, especially with the 0-7 they suffered against G2 not too long ago. Sort of just takes two of the maps, and it becomes that question that we talked about a little bit yesterday of how many maps do they have, where can their pool go, with how many other rosters that have changed. If they're not able to sort of, when rosters change quite a lot, one of the things that suffers pretty immediately more than anything else is the map pool. It's the understanding of the depth, because you almost have to rebuild strats across the board. A team that has stayed together longer should have a more dedicated map pool. And not having that as a sort of confidence is always a bit of a blow. On the other side of it, obviously, if GK is able to pull the 3 points from this, they'll temporarily jump their way up towards third. Maybe not if Falcons lose again. Sort of get themselves in a very solid position towards that final drive. And then when there's only, let's say 6 more points for Rebels to claim, if they don't get anything from this, well, then they're very, very at risk.
Who was it? I know obviously Leo and Jack, they done their little kind of prediction thing, didn't they, yesterday as well? I forget. Who was it had Rebels in? Who had it Fnatic, or was it GK? It was something like that, wasn't it? There was like an outlier. I forget what it was.
I don't remember. I don't remember that far back.
Nothing yet.
They can remind us if they want.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're back in. 5-1. Now, the first 3 rounds were very much the GK show, and well, the entire game has been the Groovy show.
10 seconds to insertion.
There's always this sort of, I guess, the question of how much further will he keep pushing. We've had one tech rehost, obviously, throughout this, and he came back just as strong either side of it. But for the context, he's currently 14-2.
Just got confirmation. Jack picked Fnatic and Rebels, and then Leo picked Fnatic and GK. So, at the moment, Leo's looking pretty good.
It's
Well done.
I mean, he didn't back the French team, though.
No, and
So
as
he'll
you can
always
see,
have a
he was
bit of-
correct not to.
He's still correct not to. I'm not saying it wasn't, but I assume he'll have a little bit of Frenchman shame.
I don't care.
No, okay.
Oh,
Now
did
you
say
can-
that. Yeah, shields, probably.
Yeah,
Let's mention this.
I was entirely about to prop you up to talk about it, so take it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's, again, GK, I don't think they're a team which massively plays into the shields, but again, Grubby will hop on it. I think Blackbeard, very, very strong on Chalet, mostly because he has the nades, and as we know for Chalet, a lot of youths will be dumped into certain positions. For this clear right now, obviously Piano is going to have plenty of stuff. He can just move in there, can remove the Razor Blooms off his doorways for himself, can also take down the Banshees. So I think having those extra set of nades just makes things a little bit easier, and he can also do this. Use the nades in an aggressive format, try and get some kills off the back of it. Speaking of kills, that Ask is going to open up with the first pick. Robbie is able to shepherd away Linku back in towards bathroom. And, oh, Sarks. I think might have just tagged him just ever so slightly, but that's all he was going to get from that angle. Feno's actually been able to retake the Piano position now.
I mean, it's a great move. It's now been revealed, but the work that they've done, they'll have to redo a bit. He's sort of preemptively thrown the C4 in the hope the shield just drives his way back in. He's taking attempt. Yoga gets caught from the run out of Marto. Wow. This is everything you kind of wanted from Rebels, right? Don't let them get comfortable. Find them taking some ground. Take it back. Make them have to rethink, reevaluate. Groovy's now moved off with the shield. They can't take it the same way they did. They can't use the same utility they did. So instead, they either have to try and commit towards this take and the plant, and you trust that Upor has to hold above, or... Oh, well, he doesn't. Feno bites back, and just perfect sort of retake of ground here by Rebels.
Yeah, that's exactly what you needed. Fight the player top flyer. Don't let him play that breach. Now it means that, well, GK have to go above, and they've tried to do so. They've lost Sarks in the meantime, but Ask able to get the trade, and there's a 2v3. All by himself, though. Linku upstairs, and Grubby's able to take him down. But look at the time. 15 seconds. Need to make a move.
Yeah, a great reposition here from Asa as well. They're just going to try and drop the hatch to the easy pickup from one. He can't just drop that because he can't take the fight, so he gets the down, and now he's just got to try and hold on towards the plant. Is Asa close enough? Oh, no. They should be able to get this cemented. He tucks around the corner, but can he get himself up and ready for the fight in time? He can't. Oh, that was very close. But that will be a second round to go into the favor of Rebels.
I mean, he is very far away from the bomb site, Asa. And thankfully for him, Ask, full sprinting, trying to get out of the site. Instead of playing gun up, and that actually cost them because of that, turned his back completely to the Cade. That's down to lack of information. They had no idea where Asa was coming from. Because of that, Ask turned his back. And for GK, almost kind of robbed that round, but overall for Rebels, I mean, that was that important kill, wasn't it? Onto Upor upstairs. That's what forced the time out of GK. So they had to go above. They had to waste playing that mini game of hunt the roamers who are still lurking upstairs in the verts. And you can see here, they're kind of starting to go above 30 seconds, and that just ate away their time.
Oh, he was just mad dashing, wasn't it? He wanted to get behind the bomb chassis and then sort of play on that structure, but what else can you do? 5-2. It was a really good rest of control, that round, right? They kept on giving a bit, taking a bit, giving a bit, taking a bit. There was never a point where either team sort of stopped reacting. But I think that's everything you kind of want, and you can punish that. You can almost punish that, as we just saw at the end.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Rebels, they're the ones that have to see if they can try and do that, keep themselves off of that death knell. It's attack on Chalet. They know that they've just suffered a plant and it's a 1 versus 1. How close would you like? Difference of 10 feet potentially.
It's an opportunity now for Rebels to make that comeback. That means that for GK, still need 2 rounds, 1 to get them on the match point. So for Rebels, it's still an opportunity of, hey, who knows? We could still take all 3 points if we play our cards right. See how GK want to go up against the next bomb site, going to be that top floor, and a really good early drone work here as well from Grubby, being able to spot out, saying, okay, we've got 1 guy on Fireplace, and that's really it. I mean, there's not much support, I fear, for Linku here. With a little bit of util comes his way. Could struggle with it. No Wamai though, so he can try and keep himself safe. So the util dump will have to be on point here for GK. And for Grubby on that recruit, he is 2 forms of throwables. He can actually burn it himself and maybe try and go for the nade. I mean, this window position is so important for the cutoff, but no! They've let it go begging. Dewpour should have had him dead the right spot. He gets out of there and the jump out, but it's a nomad. 2 of them jumped out!
Stand by to
Okay, you sort of get why, but he was so ready for it. You know, jumped out, hit the air jab, tried to bait on the swing. If they could get the kill on a second, they get the player, they remove the utility, but I mean, there, it's just flipped that balance background. Fine, you've taken the ace, it's a big blow, but he's lost that DMR of Tubarao. And obviously the Wamai, the ability for them to dedicate further in towards the round itself. Will they try and play that continued game, that step-up aggression? You can see the Deimos underneath. Sarks is forcing them further and further outside their own sight, but he's about to find some pressure. Flat, they look away at the worst possible time. Oh, there's the cross, but such delicate margins once again. Less than 40 seconds. Dewpour is still proposed aggressively on this window. Are they going to see if they can try and take this as the slip fight? He doesn't expect it. That's 3 for Dewpour this round. That leaves Alems alone. They've slipped on by. They'll get this plant secured. And at this point, they just hold back, hold off. There's no way they specifically need to be. He's found a rotate, but it's found by Dewpour for a 4K, and that is GK. 4 rounds. Not 4 rounds, 4 kills, 6 rounds.
1, 2, 3,
4, and then they
5,
get 2
6
more. They're on 6 rounds. He got 4 kills. Numbers hard.
Look, that round comes off the back of that jump out. You know,
Yep.
you've just gifted Dewpour 2 kills. Obviously, the intention was 1 player jump out, burn the air jab, and then the 2nd player jump out and hopefully get the kill. But it was very poorly timed. You know, it felt as though that, I think it was Fenna, wasn't it? Jumped out like a century later than when he needed to. And yeah, at that point, 5v3, you're always chasing the game, aren't you? And then we kind of seen those plays from Rebels. You've got Marto inside a piano. You know, he's trying to peek that window. He's trying to get a kill back. Whereas in kind of normal circumstances, that's like an even game. He would just sit there and wait. But he just gives himself up because he feels though he needs to go and get that kill.
deployed.
At this point, Rebels, they've won a 7-2 on this map. Might be about to start for the other side of it as GK double down that tally. Now, you sort of still miss out a bit on the grand scheme of things, but Dewpour with that 4K, he gets himself to 11-4 on this between him and Gruby across this game. There's 26-7 for the pair of them. Absolutely meteoric performance. On the other side, Marto's got himself to 12-7, but no other player is positive. Unfortunately, none more so than Linko and Alems, with 1 kill each, 7 and 8 deaths apiece.
One round for GK, that's all they need, and take their time, what they want to go for. Plenty of util, and Never mind. Util's gone. Alems. Just one tap U-port upside down Rebel. Oh dear. Capital bolts are not going to have the impact that I'm sure GK wanted them to have. So now that position, that corner inside a library, that's not very favorable for GK. We're going to need to try and get some nades in. As we can see, we've got an Renegade on the window. Inku, I'm sure, has the Wamai discs also to protect them. Ass is getting really good information here from the Pulse, similar to what Ask was doing on GK's defensive half. Even that little play here from Grubby trying to walk in through mud, it's going to be called out and spotted. Oh, one there. Yeah, there you go. Feno. Able to pick up one.
Loading new mag.
Will one sort of be the split through? Obviously, they've lost out a lot of their utility drive here. None of those were terror drones. None of the Capitao, and, well, none of anybody else. Most people are dead. You're going to suddenly get a bit of a surprise strike. So, I was about to say the 4 versus 1, not tenable. 2 versus 1. Hello. We might have something to be able to thread here. It's just down to if they give away the fight. We'll hear the barbed wire almost baiting the swing there. But step by step, steady by steady. The fact that it's the Solace and the Pulse means that they should have a decent read on the method of approach and anything that's offering them support. They're back behind the bar, but they just have to play this together. They cannot give an option. Asta, who was able to clutch out a big round before. Marto, who's been the top player for the team, and it keeps going. As does Rebels. One more under their belt.
Yeah, good job from Rebels. One tap from Alems started things off really well. You lose that Capital, it means that you have to kind of get desperate with clearing out that corner, which obviously GK did. They just had to jump in and try and kill him. They were successful in doing that, but they lost their players doing so. So yeah, good start, certainly from Rebels on that round. And for GK, just really couldn't get going once they lost all of that util. I think they realized that. Obviously, we've seen Ask try and make a play in towards Mud. The Pulse perfectly read through that. That was the pick right there from Alems. And look at this great double up. C4 to bait. An easy swing there from Feno. And yep, this was the jump in, but this wasn't going to work out well for them. And Yoga always a difficult 1v2, and behind that bar can just, you don't know where they're going to peek up. Million and one ways to do it. 3 rounds. Separate them. However,
You see me? Now you don't.
Rebels no longer get to go to that bar. Instead, they're going to go back upstairs. I mean, this bomb site wasn't successful for them. Remember, they tried to go for that jump out. They're going to run it back nonetheless.
10 seconds left.
I think that's the sort of,
5
you know,
seconds to go.
when you have the conversations of the sites, you know you've got to probably come back to this anyway, unless you're going to be that sort of charge of the basement site, the one that has very much fallen out of favor. I think the lack of control that you can sort of have, the possibilities that will give GK, it's just not a very popular site, especially in EML. So instead, play against this one. As you know, there were jump outs that were giving the game away. They sort of handed a portion of the round. If they can resettle here, bring it to the 6-4, probably force a timeout. And then they have the option of going back to just sites that they've won. Go back to Kitchen, then into Bar Gaming. Oh, Ruby's going to see if he can try and get in. Knocked out immediately. There's a swing round, and okay. Whatever the plan was here, I think it's safe to say plan failed.
Yep, that's a dud. That's what happened, and Rebels very easily cleaned up. Attempted rush, falling not flat on its face. So for GK, I suppose whenever you have that kind of free round buffer, you think, oh, what do we have to lose from a rush? Well, you did lose the round, but it does mean that you're now kind of giving Rebels a bit of momentum, which is probably the main worry. So right now, for Rebels, 2 away, all of a sudden your eyes start lighting up and think, hang on a minute, we could maybe do this. For GK, you're gifting rounds like this away. There's a worry. I mean, Fromaru just didn't really have to move his feet, just move from one position to another. Swung double window, swung back onto the single, and yeah, easy enough for Rebels to capitalize on that. They were prepared for the rush. GK failing on that top floor. They now go into our kitchen and dining. Now, interesting thing to note too is that Rebels had the opportunity to go here in the last round, but instead they went to the bomb site that they already lost previously.
5 seconds
Is that maybe a case where Rebels felt as though that this bomb site maybe didn't go to plan, even though they won it? Which I think to an extent, maybe you would argue the point that yes, that could be the case because it was very, very close. You know, and I wouldn't say Rebels played extremely well in that defense.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's the element of they have this as an option. They have a win on it. They can expect some changes for things. And there's almost the course correction you can make when a site is fresh in your mind, right? The course correction that they had to make for Master of Bedroom and Office to bring it back, they changed their aggression. They were hit with a very different approach, don't get me wrong. But I think there's an element of they won this. Yes, it was close as it could be, but they won it. Which means when they have that conversation, when they know they've got to come back here, maybe something they can piece apart. But either way, they've had a much better resurgence here. From the sort of 6-2 position to the 6-4. Two very, very different feels of a game. Alems and Yoga. Both taking a bit of a shake against each other. Asa has the crossfire here, waiting for somebody to just drift their way around. It's a Deimos, so his position will get called out. He's obviously concerned, but Fenno gets asked in the meantime, and Asa gets himself a bit close to the Deimos. He's still trying to hunt down, put the pressure on. The Pings are just buying himself a bit of safety. He's sort of running a little bit rampant. Screwbeat gets Fenno. The Deimos slips his way around. What is he expecting? Something. Is the feeling on the wins for Sark, so instead he peels himself round. He's not going to get the track onto Asta. Yoga in the meantime gets one more, so Asta needs to activate sooner rather than later for all the work that he spent holding out here. Now Yoga has the position to get the trade out. How aware are they? And if they encircle this man and get it clean, make it a 4 versus 2, that could really change the pace. The grenade comes through. A couple of shots over the bow. I mean, he's pulling time here, Demo, but can he pull to safety?
No, Sarks. I mean, Sarks just knew. He knew somebody was creeping around beside him inside a bar. And like you said, time. I mean, it was burned there for Asta at least a good 45 seconds as they just needed to wait to try and pick up the kills. But, oh no. Alams is gone, and now it's a 1v4. Linko has to deal with, and there's still 30 seconds remaining. GK initiating the plant, and this should be all she wrote. And Rebels versus GK, and it will be the case. GK successful to get that one over the line. Took them a while on their attacks, but all they needed was 2 attacks after that great opening half that they had.
Well, a rough week for Rebels. A sort of pain sandwich. A loss either side, but GK, what a swing round of 4. 3 clean wins, and us a clean break to the break.
Bro, this burger launch on the bro, it's terrible.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the code, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera, give me the action.
That's another 3 points for Geeky, further solidifying their playoff position. Nothing is locked in just yet, but that is certainly gonna help. We welcome in the man who said he'd see us tomorrow when we spoke to him yesterday. Grubby, congratulations. Welcome once again. Your performance today, I mean, truly astounding. It looked like you were floating out there. How did it feel to be in your shoes?
Yeah, first thing, hello, nice to see you guys again. And yeah, I mean, it was a good game from me, but I think overall we played really good as a team. So we worked as a team and I got the freebies, you know, like it's simple as that.
Yeah, honestly, I was wondering, you know, yesterday you were on Shield's duty and you were like, you know what, get me out the Shield, we'll see myself unleashed. I think we saw that today, looking at your statistics, looking at you into the game. It felt like today was you were basically at the heart of the strategy, at the heart of DK first and foremost, stopping all of the attacks on Rebel's side. Are you going to be in a floating role like this very often, or is it just map by map?
I mean, I think it depends on the map and on the opponent we play as well, you know, like we knew that the Shields is not the best pick against Rebels because of the operators that they play, and we have to punish them, you know, play aggressive siege kind of, and that's why we kind of went off the Shields and asked for sometimes on the Shield. But yeah, that was a kind of a game plan that we wanted to follow, you know, rather than me just getting off the Shields.
Grubby, talk to me about the game plan actually, because I thought it was perfect. Did you see something in their game yesterday that made you think actually we can take down these guys on Chalet? Because I'm seeing you go to Chalet against them, the Dokkaebi ban, the Montaigne ban in particular. Was that all part of a game plan? Maybe you watched their game last night?
Yeah, it was kind of the game plan, like same with the certain defense operator picks was completely against them because we knew how they play, how they force the plays and how they want to play, and we spotted a pattern that they never change. For every defense they never change, and for every attack, and we said, okay, it's time to do this, guys. We can, maybe we're gonna suffer against the Cappy, Grim Open, you know, like the Solid Snake demos, but we knew that like the operators that we're gonna ban will be more helpful for us than them, you know, because they will have to deal with more stuff that we bring, for example, Thorn, like the castle barricades, you know, like the Solids and everything. Like we just knew that it's gonna work against them, and yeah, that's all, you know. We just put time into it, and the effort paid off, you know.
Nice. I was just going to ask about the castle actually, because the castle forces them to bring some kind of soft reach. Was that the game plan of bringing that? Because you did bring it quite a lot.
Yeah, we knew that they don't bring anything to counter the castle, and we also knew that they won't ban it. So I said, okay, I'm just gonna run it every round. And then, you know, they played the Lion, for example, or Sense on the buffer window, but the window was castled off, so they were just losing their time to clear it, and we were just retaking space meanwhile, you know. So it was kind of like very based on the game plan we had.
Grubby, is this the kind of performance, 18 kills, that we can expect to see from you going forward? I mean, I have to ask.
I wanted to drop 20, but I died like a bot in one of the rounds, so I said, oh, it's fair enough, you know. But yeah, I wanted to drop 20, but I didn't even knew that. I'm like, I'll be honest with you guys, I was just floating like on every defense. I wasn't really thinking what I do. I was just like playing the game, like, you know, I spotted something, so I was instant doing it, you know, like same with the Solis, like flanking, jumping out, like it was, I think I was kind of like in the flow state, you know, that you just don't think you do your best and everything works, you know. And I think the game was like this for me, that like no matter what I would do, like spamping, no spamping, I would just get a freebie, you know, on the map. So yeah, that was a really good game from me, you know.
Incredible. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations on another win, and yeah, maybe we'll talk to you again next week.
Yeah, thank you. See you guys next week.
What a performance from him. 18 kills to his name. But as he said, right, team effort, comfortable moving around those roles. And Jack, you highlighted it. A really good game plan coming in.
Yeah, it really was so solid. I think it's the most well put together performance I've seen out of GK, and they've had some really good ones this week as well. Obviously, it's been a great super week for them to propel themselves up the standings.
4 wins in a row.
4 wins in a row. Grubby confirmed it as much as well. You know, the operator picks wanted to just be disruptive to Rebels, take away what makes their attacks good. And as soon as you've got a 5, honestly, it feels unheard of. As soon as you've got a 5-1 defense half on Chalet, it's so much scoreboard pressure, and then you get to go onto the side that you enjoy the most and that really suits your styles. It's no surprise, therefore, to see GK get it done over the line. They only had to be right a couple of times.
I think we started seeing that potential early on in the stage, but it just it didn't pay off for them. That one game against G2 where they made it really close all the way at the beginning of the stage, we were like, GK have actually reworked. They have changed their roster drastically, but we can already see much more potential than than in kickoff, and I think many people are surprised with the amount of changes that they made. I think overall, a few things that we noted here: the absolute dominance in entries, almost 2 times more than Rebels. The multi-kills on the side of GK, like he said, Grabby was floating, but Yupo was also floating. Everyone was delivering important moments where they would get 3 to 4 kills. And overall, demolishing Rebels here in what seemed like a very much TDM game, but that's what we expected from Rebels in the way that they like to play aggressive. So what do? You match that aggression on the side of GK, and if you're just more confident, it's gonna pay off.
Jack, I have to go back to the prediction you made yesterday. I'm sorry to do it to you, but you predicted that Rebels would be, alongside Fnatic, the 2 teams joining the SLC4. Revisiting that now.
Yeah.
Do you stand by it? Do you think that Rebels can still make it, over someone like Twisted Minds, or are you going to reverse course?
Well, life's not all sunshine and rainbows. You can't just predict things and it'll happen. Things change. I will say, I think for Rebels, I think they've still got a good fixture run in. Maybe it's out of their hands. The attacks just need so much work. And I think especially that template has now been set. Take the Monty away from them, take the Dokkaebi away from them, and they really struggle. So I think they've got to figure that out going into next week. It's still doable. It's still possible. They've got 2 favorable fixtures next week. That's what I'll keep hanging on to it.
And the Fnatic Twisted Minds games result will impact drastically what they can do, what their chances are for playoffs. So the next few games will be very important for them, and even though they just lost here, I can already tell you that they will be watching the rest of the matches.
Yeah, that Fnatic's Twisted Minds game, as we highlighted, our game to watch for today. That'll come up around 9 p.m. a little later on, so you're going to want to look forward to that. Right now, we move on to 2 teams looking to bounce back from some losses yesterday. We've got Falcons and Heretics, 2 teams kind of in a similar spot, but also not at all. Heretics did not look as good as Falcons did yesterday in that win. Let's talk about Falcons a little bit, though. This was a team that came up short on border. We saw good performances from Joom. We saw good performances from some individuals. But overall, is this team looking like the Falcons of old, or are they missing something?
They're clearly missing something, because we went from seeing that team being the most dominant team in the last few stages, always being the first or more consistent ones. If you look here right now at the teams that they faced recently, if you look at their defeat against Rebels, against Geeky, against G2, against the same teams, it was a clear victory for Falcons in previous stages or kickoff. So right now, we're looking at a team that used to be so dominant in the league, and that is getting challenged. And not only challenged, but actually that loses against what used to be not even contenders for Rebels and Geeky. It was not even close, 14-1 in previous records. And right now they're losing to both of these teams. Statistically, Jack, such a huge drop-off from Falcons.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the big one for me is that the entry has stayed the same. They're still doing what works well in the early round, but the mid to late rounds is kind of where they're struggling particularly. They've dropped off significantly in their attack and defense win rates, which, is a symptom of probably some, not bigger issues, but I would say teething issues. I think this is a new roster. This is a materially changed roster. Even though it is 1 man for 1 man in terms of their changes, and it has been a while now, it is still changing kind of the fiber of how they play. That's not to say Joom's a bad player, of course. He's probably one of the best players in the world. But they're still learning. And I think that's the big point, and that's why we're seeing this inconsistency.
Well, they are still learning, sure, but this does still feel like an opportunity for them to collect a couple of free points here, because Heretics, 5 losses in a row, other than the win over Team Secret on the first day, it's kind of been going the wrong direction. Yesterday's performance felt like the worst one yet.
Yeah, and it was hard not to be kind of comical yesterday with some of the errors that was going on. And realistically, the fundamental, just silly mistakes that Heretics are making, I think there would be so many teams that are currently playing inside of Combine, inside of Rainbow North Rumble, or any of the tier 2, tier 3 teams thinking, we wouldn't be making these kind of fundamental mistakes. This is just from their game against Shifters yesterday, a team that generally were in and around them in the table that were struggling, where they were just allowing flanks, they were allowing plays to get made. There was a Dokkaebi setting up a Fawn Trap and not shooting it. This is just 1 round, all of these errors that we're kind of seeing, but it continued and it kept rolling, and this is the problem, And when you're making these errors, when there's a plant going down and nobody's aware, and then the plant goes down and the smoke misses, and then after the plant goes down, the Tachanka fires off his own diffuser. Those are the kind of fundamental errors that really feel like Heretics are holding themselves back, because we've seen them give teams good games. We know that they've got people who can frag on this team, but when you're basically just scoring so many own goals, that's the big problem for this team.
Well, the challenge now is go to a map where you can get the edge over a team who is on paper much more experienced and much stronger than you. They haven't found Heretics a map that they're comfortable with yet. So maybe by going to a map that Falcons just lost yesterday, they can have a shot?
Yeah, maybe they have a game plan in their head that is similar to the one from GK. We've seen Heretics from time to time trying to spread out, trying to play a similar play style. However, with a much different success rate. I think where GK really thrives with that playstyle and it is ingrained in most of their players. For Heretics, it will if you're forced to try and play that way. It is a gamble to take Falcons on a map that, yes, they lost it yesterday, but won 2 times before for Falcons. Yeah. It is 1 super week with 3 play days, 3 borders. So like it's a map that they've played quite a lot, that they've actually gotten quite a big amount of victories on. Realistically, like losing yesterday for Falcons will give them an edge because they will know what to fix for today's game, and then they're facing a much weaker opponent.
Falcons lost yesterday because there was a plethora of utility hitting them on their defenses. You know, the Dokkaebi, the Snake, the Lion, the Grim, all those operators that we just reel off, right? But when that's being used in sync together, it's oppressive. Problem is, Heretics haven't shown that they can play those types of styles together. So I think, yes, I can see why they would want to go to that map, but also I would expect Falcons to come out on top of this.
Right, that's exactly it. How can Heretics work their way through a team that's proven they are they're better at just about every aspect of the game Heretics is struggling with right now? We go to Border to answer that very question.
Yes, we do. Off towards Border demo, and you and I are feeling the heat quite obviously, but we'll see if the heat can be matched. Obviously, the game before has gone one way, but there's a lot more to potentially play for here. Falcons sort of want to play for a little bit of reasserting their self-respect, I think.
That's a big risk, I think, for Heretics going here, as obviously the desk has said. I don't know if it's a wise one. I just think Heretics, considering that things haven't really been going their way as of late inside of the stage. I mean, don't forget Heretics, the only win that they had was against Team Secret all the way back in the first play day. And you're going up against Falcons and you're going to give them another go on Border where, look, I don't think Falcons were bad on Border per se. I just think GK played an absolute blinder.
Entirely that, right? It's the way they've sort of pulled back. We even had an ace Doom round. We had a classic sort of Doom moment, as we've come to deem them. But I think there's almost this re-establishing element because of the expected results that came yesterday. The fact that we had Virtus Pro and G2 both secure themselves up towards the top. And the fact that now GK have at least potentially temporarily leapfrogged Falcons. 3rd place they sit. Falcons sit 4th. There's this want, nay, this demand to be, oh, we are Falcons, right? Yeah. Apparently we're going to have a look at Falcons' 6th player has been whispered into my ear. Oh my God! Oh, I wish to know their name. I wish to kiss their little head. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for that, production. That's made my day.
Is the dog playing?
Yes.
I'm impressed.
Reloading!
You know what? It's a good boy. I didn't know what the dog's name is. I require that information yesterday. Please fax it to me. I think every team should have. We should do like the Puppy Bowl, but for Siege. Eh? Okay, you don't know what the Puppy Bowl is?
No.
Oh my word.
Changing max.
Stop the stream. Stop. It's Super Bowl, but it's all puppies. Anyway.
Snipe.
Yeah. Get rid of the cam. There's obviously double
Mirror
shield
window.
ban. Most in common. Get rid of the mirror window as well. Makes that position on 90 much trickier to hold on.
We've got a lineup.
It's got a lineup.
Yes.
Where does it land?
Wow. Right, let's get the nade. There we go. He was checking to make sure that was going to work. Ah! You failed. You ain't hungry, little bro. You ain't hungry.
Okay. I love that. I love a lineup. But the idea that his lineup, he threw the drone and then just blew up his drone. Quality.
Well. At least the util. You know, let's see if Falcons can move on. I mean, not a lot has happened. It's just been kind of Falcons trying to gear up in position, and I don't know, Heretics have bit back. Haven't allowed Falcons to gear up and ready for that execute, and now Falcons are sat at a 2-man deficit, and they've got nothing to show for it.
Gotta reload.
Well, now it's a 3-man deficit and even less to show for it. Trying to step in on the top of East and just being immediately rebuffed. False start here for Falcons. Instead, they'll, I guess, see if Doom and Brede can try and make something happen. The long laser grid across the front means that any sort of access is going to be, well, actually slipped on by. An easy take out and clear across, but where do they want to try and go from here? That's the big problem. Slowly sneaking his way up, and oh, gifted one. Riaz took a bit of a spray there and hoped to get something, a bit of an early gift. They've slipped themselves further and further, just missed the man on the rotate to the left. It's how he's gotten here is a little bit baffling, but he has. He's been able to get himself a second. 30 seconds, and somehow they now have office control. And he wants a little bit more. He's just crouch walking in everywhere right now, and he's able to find 3. Doom, don't do this. Brede holds the plant for a second. The C4 doesn't get a teammate. I was going to say gets nobody, but he gets the worst thing possible. Brede's going to hold the plant. Doom slipped away. Lolo. Oh, he puts the laser grid up for Doom. No, 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 no. Oh, my word. Can we cut to a camera inside the analyst studio? I want to see their reaction to that.
Oh,
unbelievable.
My. I mean, how did they do that?
They shouldn't have done it, but they did.
It was a 2v5. Falcons are nothing. Yeah, that is off the back of one guy just crouching his way through the map. But the thing is, as well, with Heretics, they've just sat back and let him do it. There was no intent of saying, okay, I'm going to trade you. I'm going to play with you. That was, that's the cherry on top.
Oh my.
You're that guy, but you're going.
He needs to add like the.
I just heard that you're that guy, but I think he's trying to pull him back down the earth.
They did C4 themselves.
You let me die.
You need to add like the Metal Gear like music of like.
Like I was so sure as well. Whenever the Mira died in Fountain, why is nobody rotating through metal back onto the Fountain rotate and trying to kill Jum and get the trade off? That's the bit that got me, because there was a guy blatantly on the door, but he just sat there and didn't want to move. They were terrified. That's the thing, Heretics. Playing scared in that 2v5. Rather than saying, we have the man advantage, let's sit in positions where we can get traded. That Mira was completely by herself inside of Archives.
Drone ready.
Well, they're not scared that time round. Usus is gone. He's gone. This is exactly how they opened it last time. They just have to make sure that they can remember to play like this in the dying throes of the round itself. Obviously have the blitz on the board at this time. Brede can try and approach one of the only shields left still standing. There's Zara is almost caught. Snake hunting underneath. They're well aware that they're being tracked, but that position is one that can keep them a bit safer. Instead, just force and shepherd them slowly away from that. The approach. Brede was able to make his way in above because no one was watching any verticalities playing those sort of trap positions. Instead, actually, get clear of that C4, gang. Don't do it again. Well, they have 4 opportunities, I suppose. 4 C4s. How much of this will get used?
Yeah, I like the heavy C4s in this site. Plenty of opportunities to use that, not just in side of bathroom and tellers, but of course that extension in towards vents and workshops. You can get good value. Come with that with Valkyrie, which has been left up, then yeah, very viable strategy. EFAC and Use is dead. Where have we seen this before? 3v5. Oh, we need a Soul to have to go down, and we have a round 2 in our hands.
Oh, imagine. Imagine if it happened again. Well, Jume's able to crouch. Well, not even crouch walk. Does get traded this time. Dora. They're on Jume alert. And they get one. So now it's the 4 versus 2. Ooh, but Freeday's trying to get one more on it. Caught out by his own C4 for a second. Lolo can't quite press go on it. It's 2 versus 2. Solotov drift rounds and pulls the player back, but the Tachanka can play this one at a bit of range. A lot of Shumikers to try and force the position. They do have the kit. It depends. Do they want to try and opt for the firefight, see if they can slip their way through? They're just buying time, 20 seconds. They've covered a bit of the divide. Solotov slips his way past just the Tachanka, and well, the blitz is closing down from one side, but it's traded out. Brede, bloody hell! A Falcon's gonna do this every round.
Another 2vx. Heretics. Composure in the final third. They're creating all the chances, but they can't put it in the back of the net. Oh. Don't believe it. How's it happened twice?
I don't know.
I mean, again, they start off really well. Like, good spawn peek, take down the Dokkaebi, great operator to find. Jum, sure he gets one, but the difference, got traded back immediately. That was better. But then again, Amira out just at sea, and nobody's there to rescue. No, Riaz, I think maybe Riaz was trying to help, but it's way too late. They're not helping each other with a trade game.
Let's go, Brady. Yes, we're so much better.
But they are so much better, that's true.
It's just 5 versus 2 gone. 4 versus 2 gone. Maybe a 3 versus 2.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, we're going down the
that.
list.
Yeah, Heretics just need the pressure of a 3 versus 2 to stay locked in. They relax too much. The start of the round needs to be a bit closer. I mean, 2 rounds Falcons should not have gotten, and they have. And not saying that in a sense of, obviously they don't deserve them. They played well, but really everybody should be playing well, and Heretics just switched off twice in a row. Clutches happen, not because one team just shows brilliance, but because another team takes a foot off the gas.
Always Brede as well, isn't it? He's always in the middle of it. Anytime there's a clutch, he's there.
It's got for the statistics, right?
Honestly.
It's the puppy buff.
Looks like they're coming out to play.
You're not pinning the dog on him playing well.
Yeah, the 6th man. He's the puppy, Brede's puppy. I've seen Brede's puppy on camera once. And if anything happens to them, I will kill everybody in this room. Or whatever.
Nice.
Brooklyn 99. Anyway. Enough about, I guess, fake sort of TV shows where things are scripted. Let's see if this one can stop being as scripted for big clutches for Falcons. 2 in a row that they really shouldn't have gotten. Will they make it 3? I mean, there's always that element of Heretics as well. The fact that they start the round so strong, but they start it with confidence. And confidence is needed on border, but nothing shakes confidence more than losing rounds as they've done twice in a row. So inevitably, that game is going to suffer from them a bit until they start to find that backline here.
Swapping mags.
The longest we've gone without anybody being taken out. It might be something that plays into Heretics' favor. They've peeled themselves back and not been caught as of yet, but are they buying enough time?
Oh, well, able to get the opening pick. Falcons are able to establish a little bit of pressure in towards East, and of course working the way in through Office and Fountain. Jum using his scans as well to scare off those defenders. And oh no! Solotov trying to jump down through metal, and Riaz just at the bottom of it and takes him down. Solotov don't know what he was thinking. Jum able to get the first kill for Falcons in the round, and now we're a 3v4. 40 seconds remaining. I mean, for Falcons, is a plant going to be on the cards here? And if it is, it's probably have to be like a hatch drop, because I don't see them kind of work in the traditional way of moving in through main door.
June gets 1, levels things back up. There's Riaz gone. The 3 versus 3, as you said, they could try and get themselves on, but they are still around the site. They are still putting some pressure on the watch. Slip their way in. Eyes on the rotate, but it's Akwi that gets 1 and 2. Brilliant play there from Akwi and Heretics. They learn out how to close a round. Better now than never. If it had been 3 in a row in a similar sort of fashion, who knows where we would have gone.
A little bit too slow there from Falcons. You can see the time is really getting at them. They realize, okay, we just have to try and walk into the bomb site. They really struggled for information. They just had no idea that Akwi was in the position that he was, able to kill the player dropping the hatch, also kill the player as he walks in through main door into the other bomb site. So, Falcons, I mean, I do think that the slow start is certainly punishing them. I know that they've been able to win 2 rounds, and that is off the back of, well, I hate to say it, Heretics being a little bit silly. But I wouldn't say that the overall kind of game plan here from Falcons has been great. I mean, they've really struggled on that kind of first minute and even towards the first 2 minutes at some points.
I think, well, that's entirely it, right, is if those first 2 rounds had gone the way that they had and Falcons had dropped the opening 2, I mean, let's say they get 1 kill on the way out and then they trade Doom, maybe 2, then it's still 3 of them still standing. Let's say in the second one it's another kill, it's still 3 of them standing. It's still Heretics with solid holds. As you said, the approach hasn't been brilliant from the side of Falcons. They're lucky that they're a team of world-class players in that weird regard, in that they can find opportunities, they can make opportunities that other players just can't, even when the wind is sort of blowing against them. Somehow they can put the sails up and go the right direction. It's not a skill that you can often sort of bank on, but it is one that you will always have in your wallet. And there's got to be something here where they need to try and refine some of that ground. Zara's gone. Remember the first time round, how many Zara was able to take from that sort of position of swinging out aggressively. So this time, none of that luck.
No, just a pretty simple drone was able to spot him out, and yeah, they picked them apart because of that. It was actually almost a race to see who was going to kill him. Was it going to be Solotov, or was it going to be Users on the other side? And well, Solotov, who he is very long-standing teammate. I think also people forget how long that Solotov and Users have been together. All the way back on the M&M days, of course. I don't know if they're the longest-standing duo. I think maybe Alama and Doki might still have that regard. There's Solotov. Another one. And 2 minutes remaining. Without now Solotov on that Grim, you don't have that util dump that you would like to have, but I guess he still was able to pick off the Goyo, so at least Solotov does walk away with this round with something. Still, right now for Heretics, a lot has really happened to make them feel any kind of pressure, but that can of course change the map like Border, where it is very, very small of a map, and you can get in and start actually looking for a bit of a vertical take here from below. See Jum trying to hunt the player being tracked by the Deimos, and Akwi's just trying to run and run and run, but Jum keeps following him.
Get out of there, Akwi!
My word.
Frag grenade out.
Jesus gets Akwi, finally.
He's inside.
Oh yeah, he's slipped his way in. He's holding this position. He was an early drop a couple of times, and now he's finally been able to find somebody and activate onto it. They're watching the swing round from the opposite end. The Bucks just trying to keep safe. EFAC, they're going to try and go for the plant as well. June gets caught out on the main stairs. Oh, and there's the swing and the trade back in, though, and it just leaves Riaz. As I said, the Buck was watching for the pressure from servers, and now a 1 versus 3 with a plant possibility, but none of it to be seen. An attack round from Falcons that felt like they were in the driving seat for a decent amount of it, including the opening body, something they'd not been able to get before that round.
Yeah, great point. Opening kill, obviously something that Falcons need to look at and try and improve on. And then just Users found an opportunity. I think using that Deimos to clear Akwi out of Armory, it just opened the door then for Users to walk in. You know, it's a really good use of teamwork, tracking the player who is maybe going to give Users a little bit of bother. And then once he's out of the picture, bang, you've got site control. So yeah, overall, it's a really good round there from Falcons, and probably the first round where I dare say they've been on top, because the other three, I would argue that they probably haven't been.
Yeah. Oh, no, I fully agree that. I think the sort of third round was a back and forth. They were in a 3 versus 3, but they weren't really sort of holding a direct line on towards the site. It became a bit of confusion towards the end. I think that's always the tell. If a player can get from the sort of rested position, one kill up towards the hatch and then swing onto another player and get both in pretty different directions, I think it shows that the attack isn't quite sort of as locked in towards the approach as the defenders were. But that, in towards the site, we don't see a user Scott there, but as I said, they're a team that can spot opportunities and more than happy to take them. And he turns that into 3 kills and he turns that inwards around. Now, on towards the stretch of this, Bride. With the Blitz unbanned, instead they've got rid of the Snake that's been, I'm not going to say the biggest consistent problem. Doom obviously did play it, but EFAC played it without, I think, really getting a kill in the opening 2 rounds.
I think it's not the case of, oh, you know, he's killing us with a solid Snake. It's the fact that he's gaining that information. And Border being a very small map, you're going to get a lot of value. You know, you can sit on East, and then you can see anyone who's inside of Fountain, inside of Office. And I think that was probably more of an issue for their Bathroom's Teller's hold more than anything. So, yeah, I think going for that ban, it's a smart one. But for Falcons, this feels a little bit more of a kind of traditional direct take, where you want to try and enter in towards East. You're going to try and eye up getting the single wall open, but Doom isn't going to get any more walls opened up as he has just been swung by Lolo, who takes the initiative. Solotov, though, is good to get at least a kill back for his side and keep that man count level. Uses again. He's in the bomb site.
How does he keep doing this? Where does he keep seeing these opportunities? Akwi gets 1, so when does he activate? Does he trust his teammates here to level things up? He's drawing attention. He's just going to move around the back, gets the pickup. But now there's the worry that if they swing on towards him, they lose this pressure. But that wall reinforced there.
Wall's reinforced, yeah.
Took the window. Very strange reinforcement to sort of have. He can hold this now from a really nice position. He's just going to sort of let the call go out as they've got the 3 versus 3. Probably a post plant. That's still being soft as well. Means they get safe-ish passage to do that. Oh no, here Solotov, he can sort of play this, Jesus gets 1 more, and just, I would love to see the zoom out of that hold and why that position was sort of propped up as it was. Akwi gets 1. 25 seconds, 2 more to find, and at least another call potentially. Gonna slip their way around, there's still the cams, there's still the read on the players, but Solotov has it locked down. And that is 4 to 1.
I would kill for a VAR system. I really would. I can only assume he's obviously jumped in through the site window, right? That's a nailed on fact. He's obviously seen that single wall reinforced, which has typically got head holes in it to stop people jumping in. And he must have roamed out bathroom and said, hang on a minute, nobody's in bathroom. Nobody's in there. Which is so strange.
I do like how there was the mystery of like, how's he got in there? And as soon as he turned and saw that wall was reinforced with
oh, there we go. But yeah, obviously he jumped in the window because that wall's been reinforced. Nobody's in bathroom. That's the main issue. Nobody's in bathroom.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm also guessing there would have been traps in that window because they had a Thorn, they had a Fenrir. What operator is he again? Oh yeah, the Thatcher. Disable him, jump in. So it is a case of a false sense of security for Heretics there.
Will they get themselves the 5-1 half here, or can Heretics? Well, I think things connect on the only site that they've really been able to do it so far. Obviously, they wanted to sort of keep the sites rotating, but this was where things came together. However, since that point, this is the sort of double-edged sword of this. It has felt more in control from Falcons. 2 rounds in a row, we have just suddenly been on users inside the site. Like, both times here's users. Oh, he's inside the site again. And I would say that this one is less likely to, based on, you know, you can get the sort of walk in, but you still got to get the utility on the door from the double door. You can try and get the hop in on the single window. You could, if you got lucky, get the crouch in from the back of the bathroom side, but this door almost suffers everything. They picked up. Where will they try and approach here, Falcons?
Falcons. That opening pick, and also Dora on very low HP. They can just take their sweet time with this round. Don't have to rush, don't have to be fast. As long as they can do their drone work well, combo that with the Dokkaebi that they have to try and help with those roamers. Don't have too many issues. You can see that Ella is being called out. I wonder if Riaz is going to let that blow up. No, he actually answers that. Solotov having a good game today. 7 kills for himself. Takes down another, and yeah, Falcons just cleaning house. 2 players remaining for Heretics. They're going to have to get some pretty good kills to get them out of this, but just don't see them doing it. Just too many Falcons players still up.
At this, obviously, we've seen 5 versus 2 clutches before.
That's a good kill.
Yeah, well,
Or good
down
down
for now.
Good down.
He's dropped down, he's being picked up. Solotov does find the last, and that leaves just Dora alone. The calls come out.
That's the pickup.
Yeah, that is a 5-1.5 for the side of Falcons. Should have probably been a 3-3, but that's the power of Falcons. And unfortunately, Heretics are suffering the wrong side. But let's go see if our desk are head in hands.
Yeah, that's kind of the reaction over here. We could be. We were back in the green room. I mean, 5-1 at the moment. Falcons are in complete control.
Yeah.
But it's really the story of Falcons capitalizing on Heretics' mistakes rather than anything else.
I don't think Falcons are 5-1 up because Falcons have controlled this game. There's at least 2, maybe 3 rounds, realistically, that another team would have punished Falcons and beaten them on it. If we roll the clips, it starts with the very, very first round. This is a 5 versus 2. And 1, nobody's shooting back at Doom, and 2, nobody is playing crossfires with each other. Not just that, by the way. Not just that, but they're C4 in each other. I mean, come on, guys. Like, you know,
not the best.
I started this game off by saying, Heretics, please do not score an own goal. And what do they do in the first round? They throw a 5 versus 2. It gets better in terms of round 2. They actually start off pretty well from the side of Heretics once again. They get the lead, and then what happens in the 2 versus 4? They're going to let it go again, Leah.
It's the same story. Players that remain completely isolated, as soon as they have the man advantage, instead of calling freeze and getting close to each other and setting up a basic crossfire, which is something that we do in ranked, starting Platinum, they don't do.
He went to play barbed wire here, by the way, through a phone trap.
It's just, you know, it's like, is it nerves? Is it panic? Is it lack of understanding? It's weird from a team that is speaking in their native language to have such a lack of basic cohesion. Also because, like, Jesus, how does he get into the site, by the way? Like
the window.
Like, it's through the window, right? Must have been. In front of him, there should be a line of sight to workshop. But no, in this strategy, first team that I see do that, they reinforce the wall to workshop.
Yeah.
So obviously you can just jump in tellers. So like there are layers to the.
Guess what?
You know, there are layers to
I'm
this.
replaying that round in my head. My mind is melting at this.
It's like there are layers to the mistakes. It's like there are layers. Initially, they play well. Then there are layers in the of mistakes in the strategy, in the team play, and in the ability individually to just, you know, recognize the win condition at some point. And it's annoying because I can see that early on in the first round there is something in there. There is talent. You can see when Aku is shooting that he's got great aim. You can see these guys, they have it all.
And in the early round, every time it feels like they're doing something right.
Yeah.
They're just not capitalizing on it, and like it's like I don't know if it's a thing of depth or really I think maybe at some point there's just an utter lack of confidence that they can even get a win.
It's tough. 4 rounds down.
Yeah.
What do you do?
It really is. I don't know. I actually don't know what you do. I think
You do what you love doing.
What you love doing in sports.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, I think you've just got to rein it back in. You've got to just go back simplistic. I said this throughout last night. I'd rather see these guys lose because they're doing the right thing but taking an age to do it than, you know, just try and do something crazy and it not work out. I think that's probably the best way. I think this game, if I'm honest, is gone from the side of Heretics, and they just need to cut some of these mistakes out because they are basic, fundamental mistakes that you don't see from tier 2, tier 3 teams.
All right, backs against the wall. Can they make it happen here on the attacking side? Let's see.
Oh, thank you very much. And yeah, I'm glad to see that round stumped them and that wall stumped them just as much as it did us. 5-1. And here we have Heretics with a tough job. They are on the attack on border. But how many 5-1 halves have you and I had over the past 2 days?
A lot. And how many have actually turned out to be a comeback?
None of them, but some were close.
Look, I think the mistakes are obvious for Heretics. I mean, I think for Heretics as well, don't forget this is the same core that also got relegated last year. They're at now... They're very dangerously close to now being considered a yo-yo team, where they'll come up and they'll go back down again. Then they'll probably come back up again at tier 2. Because that might be where they're more comfortable if against, you know, the weaker sides, and you put them in tier 1 and they just can't get a grasp of what they need to do. Like, that may be what they're at risk of becoming. So for Heretics, you have to learn that this is EML. These are the big teams. If you want to be the best, you have to try and take down Falcons. So, Heretics, what do you do? What are you going to go for? I mean, rushes, plenty of opportunities for that in a map like Border, as we know. I think if you're up against Falcons in this map, that East Stairs player, Doom, this is his position. This is the player that you need to be careful of. Everyone in the league knows he plays here. GK struggled against him, we know that. I wonder if Heretics are also going to fall victim to him.
Well, he's rooked the C4 once already, and he's sort of ready for the approach. Riaz is in the meantime going to try and dig up from underneath, but he knows how much pressure is circling. The grenade will force him down, and he's going to opt to try and take the firefight out the other side of it, but Sledge backs away. Smoke canister and another drone. More utility just sort of been thrown back at the position. It's like I've got deja vu on that exact clip as Riaz now tries to flip his way back in. There's a shield that's making friends, and he can get out of there. Is it bad that he's been able to rotate with the cost? I guess time will tell. They've used a lot of utility to force him further and further back. That one, not being able to get the catch there, is probably the one that should have been a bit cemented. But at the same time, they've taken out all of the smoke canisters. There's the fight over the top. There's 2 bodies for it, and Heretics done well here. But Solotov does his best to try and bite back against them. Gets one. Usus almost gets entirely removed. It's actually Solotov that finds one before there's the trade back in. They're just making sure that they can sort of keep the fight everywhere here. The shield of Akwi is causing a couple of problems. Relay back on towards the triple wall. Doesn't get the connection with the shotgun. Now he's all that's left. And Heretics win the round.
Yeah, Heretics, who've talked about that you're not doing the basic stuff right. I must say, that is a very good East Stairs take. Yeah, using the shield, using the utility, forcing Jim out of that position. They're ready for them as they, go aggressive. They're pushing up together at the same time. They have that shield working really well for them. That's a lot better from Heretics. They need to keep up that pace if they want to have an opportunity at getting themselves back in this game. I think for Falcons, it's the same kind of problems that they had against GK. It's that util dump, isn't it? Over towards East. I don't know if it's a case where maybe Falcons, maybe they try too hard to hold it sometimes. Like, there was a moment where June was able to, he crossed the divide. He could have easily just walked into office and went back to site. But he stayed. He went back. He wanted more of the action, and he got punished because of that. Is there an element of that for Falcons?
It's hard to sort of gauge, right? It becomes this thing of when is too much. And it's a confidence thing.
10 seconds to go.
But if they adapt their play style away, if they don't try and double dip back in, if they don't try and get rewards, well then, are they going to suffer the same fate but 30 seconds later, right? It's a confidence map, and for the full cost of it, I think obviously having Akwi go on the sort of push on the drive for everything that sort of was a bit disconnected, that final bit, that final section seemed to perfectly align for them for the first time today. Either way, Doom is not a million miles away from the same position he was in before. He might want to try and find somebody outside the passport door, but it's well being watched. And he knows that pressure will start to mount above him anyway.
Now Falcons want to go about their bomb site choice in towards vents. Again, Jim in the exact same position as we always see him on towards that east, and like I said, they dealt with him really well the last time. See if they can do it once more. Still got that Blackbeard, still got that shield, which is just gonna make that entry a bit easier, of course, with that shield being able to face check and spot out some good positions. Easily seen that, yeah, got a Solus inside of office. East Stairs to be in control now. of Heretics as Doom is now retreated in towards bathroom to try and provide a little bit of support of EFAC. I like this double up, protecting that window for him, and EFAC can just focus the one way. Oh, look at that! EFAC swings, Doom with a C4 onto the window. Perfectly played by that duo.
And Dora can only sort of watch the post-mortem. Oh,
Go users.
Clean got to use us. He'll be fuming about that, but EFAC at least gets some revenge, and now it's just a fight back in. You can see Jube's about to make a motion behind, but in the meantime, EFAC's gotten one, and Riaz has gotten inside the site, but no kit. The kit is a million miles away. They'll see if they can try and just get some awareness of what could be watching them. They're all opening up at an opportune moment. Does let him slip through, but they can just sort of build up around Office. Look at the position, and look at that kit right in the middle of it. He has to try and find the first thread to pull out of this, but where is it? Where can you go? As soon as you cross the divide here from Fountain, they'll swing you either side, so you could try and take long corridor, but they could swing you from the double door and the end of it as well. There's just not really a clean entrance. There's not a clean route through. And the fact that he's still discovering gadgetry with his face means we find ourselves now 6-2.
That is an EFAC round if I've ever seen one. Just untouchable in that sandwich position inside of Office. And like I mentioned, I love that double up with you and protecting that window. So if you're EFAC, obviously in that position, if everyone knows, yes, you've got the double door that leads into the corridor. Well, no one's going to push down that in the right space of mind because you can get swung from break, swung from 90. That's not going to be an issue. Obviously, then, most of that pressure is going to be coming in through that triple wall. Yeah, you have the shield to go against. If you're EFAC, you're worried about that, and you're also worried about somebody jumping in behind you. Yeah, so you're going to be caught, as the kind of position is called, in a sandwich. So if he knows that Jim is just constantly holding on that window, EFAC knows he just has to look the one direction. He can mostly focus on that triple wall, and there's nothing else to worry about. And even if, look, maybe he thinks, okay, I can't win that engagement against the Blackbird, he has the hatch to drop down to, and Jim is there to also double up with him. So just that little reposition for Jim coming from East to support an EFAC. Great play. And for Heretics, just left wondering what happened.
Well, the timeout, because they might not be able to take it in 3 minutes, so may as well get it done here. We currently look like we're eyeing up 3 points side of Falcons, and another drift further and further away for Heretics. It has been a longer and longer and longer time since they were able to get that win against Secret in the opening play day, a win that gave a bit of hope.
Let's fucking go, guys.
Let's fucking go, guys. Good.
Since then, and with shifters and twisted minds on the horizon, this feels like that famed final nail. Obviously, Secret still have a chance to pull some points later on today. It's only very recently that they're able to get some of their own. They might be able to jump Heretics, depending on how the day continues. Just a bit more safety on towards it, but still. Falcons, 1 round to shut this out, 1 round to get themselves back in towards 3rd place and re-jump GK. And I'm not sure on the math if it's 1 round to secure them top 6 or not, or if that's dependent on results today.
Oh no.
Well, that's a way to start. Now, and who they've lost.
Yep. Not only is it your best player for Heretics, it's also the shield. Not ideal here for Heretics, and for Doom, I mean, that's just what he's like. He hits you whenever you least expect it. Now for Heretics, who do you turn to? What do you look for? What is going to be the ideology now? Looks to be in towards that East position once more, but Doom is firmly in position, and yep, there we go.
No.
It's another one of these rounds.
Oh no.
On an ace yesterday from the same position. Can he do it again?
The pipe doesn't count. Oh, that confused me. Doom, he's looking for his 3rd, he finds it, he's looking for his 4th, he almost finds it! The second to reload. You can see one's coming in on Passport. Dora's on Passport. No, let Doom have it. Well, he's not going to get an ace. It's a gun ace.
That's not a thing.
It's a new thing. It's a new thing we're trialing out. Well, the minute 10. I don't think we'll see a lot of it. Dora's gonna put the fire onto Refac, but it's not even enough to force him out of the corner. It's Juve to get 4K. And I mean, it's Falcons showing up to the standard we expect. Unfortunately, Heretics unable to match it, Demo.
Yeah, Jum got the shades on. They're upside down, mate, just in case you're not aware. But he doesn't care. He's just walked away over 4-piece. And yeah, Falcons, fantastic job from them. They get themselves back on track.
And we are right on track, chugging along to a break.
Well, Falcons, they don't waste any time cleaning up Heretics to start off their Playday number 7. We look towards now with EFAC. We've got him standing by. EFAC, the last time we spoke was in Salt Lake City. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Since then, it's been a little up and down, right? At least from where we're sitting, it seems like you've had some good stuff over there, some trouble. Can you tell me how it feels like this team is progressing over the last few weeks?
I think, like you said, we have some up and down. I think we work hard in Scream. The only problem we have right now is finding the right balance, like against the opponents, how we should play it, like in our heads. Sometimes, like if I'm giving the example of yesterday against GK, we just give too much space. We just didn't play with enough confidence when we knew we were better than them individually, and it's border. So at the end, this map is a lot of individual skills. So yeah, like just finding ourselves, having a good com every time, every game, and things should be better.
Do you think it's just important to get through the best of one group stage then, EFAC? Because, you know, we'll all sit here. We know the Falcons probably, almost definitely, will be in the playoffs. So for you, in terms of fixing those inconsistencies, because they have been clear to say, is it just important just to get the reps in? Is that what it is?
Yeah, also, like, you talk about best of one. I think that's a huge factor, because imagine yesterday, the first map is border. We play like we did, like troll some attack. Then after, play good the first half of defense, then play scared. Then we go next map and we just know what to do, you know?
Yeah.
Best of one, like, you do this small mistake, then you just pay instantly. So yeah, I think we just continue working, and the playoff will be better for us, I think.
Just had a quick question as well about Solotov as well, because I think he had a really, really big game today. How important is it that he's going to be, for your team, that he's firing? Obviously, replacing out Shaiko, changing the system a little bit. How important will he be in the system going forward?
Farty Solotov is a player like really aggressive, and when he's getting every time the early pick, the game is easy. The hardest part is when he's not getting every time the early pick, like you said. Yep. He's also playing like a lot of time on dev pose. That's why his role is also really hard. I see like some people don't understand sometimes. Oh, he's always dying. Oh, he's so good. You know, like it's just how he played and the role he played. So yeah, he's really important. But the main factor for Farty is not even his entry kill or entry def or whatever. It's just the energy he puts in the game and in the com. And I think if he put the same energy as today, we are not losing a single match.
Liquefac, just focusing on the back on the match again. You guys played with 6 players today. Can you introduce to us your new member?
He's so cute.
Do you know his name?
It's Buddha.
Well,
he's so cute. Like Bride just got it. Yeah, Bride got him like I think last week. He couldn't sleep that much because obviously like he's really young. But yeah, he sent me picture every day, and every day I'm like, oh, I want him. Like just send him to me.
At least today he can feed him some Italians to eat. So that's good.
Incredible, Liquefac. Thank you so much for your time as always. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right, well, a big win for Falcons there as they get redemption on the map that gave them a little trouble yesterday. They have no problem on border, and we saw that same scary Falcons that we saw in moments yesterday, Jack, we saw in full today.
Yeah, I think so. I think there was as I said, there was a few rounds maybe they got away with, but they did get away with them, is the top and bottom. And you have to praise Falcons for working their way through. The first round where Joom gets that 4K, that is an individualistic bit of skill, but that's why they've got those types of players on the team, is for when it isn't quite going right. And then when it did quite go right, they looked unstoppable. Liquefac, you know, put a message out there, said when Solotov's on it like he is today, we won't lose a game. And I think that's true. Like, Falcons haven't changed from that team that everyone was calling the top 1, top 2 in the world, the favourites to win all of these events. They haven't materially changed that much other than, you know, replacing Shaiko for Joom. When they're on it, they are formidable.
And you just look at Joom again with the TCSG, again in the stairs, again getting a multi-kill. He was 1 kill away from an ace there, by the way. Yep. Still playing the same position. Yeah, absolutely. And I think I just want to go back to what Liquefac has just said. Like, we know of the potential of this team. I think we're raising the right questions. Yeah. They used to be more consistent and they used to be more dominant in a BO1 setting previously. However, if it is the setback that they need to pay, if it is the sacrifice that their stage overall will be a little bit more lackluster and they they will drop a little bit more points in these BO1s. So that in the end, their skill ceiling is higher when it comes to the big, most important BO3s, not only in playoffs, but really in major events, then I will take that sacrifice. You know, if you look at Team Liquid, the current one, and who they used to be with Furia, they made a huge shake-up not only by removing Herds and getting Maya, they rework entirely their roles. And right now, in the short term, it seems that it's struggling for them. But I think that in the long run, it's going to work. And I think the Falcons, they had the similar process, removing Shaiko and getting Joom. I think it's a very comparable transfer from the two of them.
Yeah. Well, 6 months ago, I think our third game of the day would have been billed as maybe the game of the day, right? It would have been of the stage, right? Secret and G2, you're looking at two teams, heavy hitters, at least formerly. This stage, things are looking a lot different. You've got a team on the top of the standings, or just about top, and a team all the way on the bottom. This is the story of a Secret team that is still clearly rebuilding and looking to find that identity again. And I think the good thing is that we saw glimpses of that yesterday in the game against VP. It looked like they were going to take a point. It even looked like they were going to win that game for a moment.
Yeah, and even going back further, you know, I'm looking at Play Day 5. To me, that was the turning point. That was the game against Twisted Minds. This is a beautiful rush with Flexi playing on the shield, and that's the moment where I started to realize, very first round from Team Secret on attack with Flexi on the shield, that it's going to work. Finally, they have an IGL that is on the forefront of their attack, that's willing to play shield. Everyone else playing around it. That was a clean, well-executed rush where everyone plays together. And what we got from yesterday in that game against VP was that team, they can play just as well together at other stages of the round. Not only for rushes, but actually with more default roam clears, with step-by-step plays, and that's the beauty of a Team Secret. It is a little bit rejuvenated. Is it enough for G2? I don't know, but at least it's not going to be a stomp as we expected it's going to be when we looked at the results at the beginning of the stage.
Well, an interesting pattern has emerged here with G2 in terms of the maps they've been playing. It's rare that you get 6 play days in and only play 2 maps. It was Fortress and Consulate. That's all we've seen from G2.
I mean, go back to G2 from 2018, 2019, and we're saying, oh, saving strats, saving maps. Realistically, they've played 2 maps across the whole best of 1 period. They've played Consulate and they've played Fortress. They've won every single one of them. A couple have been close. You know, the games against GK, the games against Shifters, arguably could have, maybe should have lost. But the fact of the matter is, G2 are playing a long game with this map veto. They're probably taking maps, particularly Consulate, that lower down their preference order. So these numbers right in the middle is their preference for that map over a long period of time. And realistically, Fortress, middle of the road, you'd maybe see it in best of 1s from them. Consulate isn't a map they'd really even want to play against anyone. They're only playing 2 to save everything else for playoffs and potentially EWC.
And just a point on these 2 maps, one thing that G2 is exceptionally good at is the attack side. And so in many cases, teams won't go to Consulate, they won't go to Fortress if they are not sure they can get the defense side. For G2, it's the truth that they don't care because they're just as good in attack. And that's why you see them very often land on that map. It's because contrary to many teams that will only go there if they choose the side, they don't care, and so that's why they end up there very often.
Well, the good news is today we will see a new map come out for G2. It will not be Fortress or Consulate. They are going to do us a good kindness here against Secret, and they are going to take us to Chalet. The choice between Clubhouse and Chalet was theirs, so we will get to see something a little different.
Well, yeah, I suppose the big thing for Secret is they can ban away both of those 2 maps, and we will have to see a third. Big thing to note for me on G2, this is very low down the preference order for G2. This is their 8th preference map. Now, normally when you've got a big favorite going up against heavy underdog, it makes sense to go on a map that you're really not that good at because you know that you can put on a dominant performance and try and scare people off in future map vetoes. I think that might have been part of it, but for Secret Leo, it is a map that they've played a couple of times this stage.
Yeah, already. They've played it twice. They've won it and lost it once. Lost it to Rebels, beat Fnatic on it. It's a map where they've shown quite a lot of rounds on, and I think we all know G2, we like to joke about the fact that they're all for fun and they don't care and they're all streaming and nothing is serious with G2. For as much as we joke about it, we know they're hard workers. And so if there is a team that shows the same map twice in a short amount of time and they land on it, you can already tell Ramalho, Alemao, they've put in the work. They're going to have counter preps.
Yeah, a map that is potentially set up for success for G2, but maybe Team Secret can build off of some of the success we saw from them yesterday. Let's find out.
The story of success, how it can be built and where it can go, and where we will go here. G2, well, I think all of you lot have a firm idea on how you think this is going to go. Demo, are you the same?
No, I think that's what probably gonna be on everyone's kind of tip their tongue, isn't it? Should be a G2 win. In all honesty, as much as look, I think Secret this week have looked in better form. It's just G2's G2, you know, and I think that's always going to be an issue. And you know, G2 yesterday, a little bit of a, I would say, an annoying matchup for them in the form of Twisted Minds, but that's Twisted Minds for you. We know what kind of side that is. I mean, Doki talked about it in the interview. Whenever Matt killed him in meeting, he had done a good little recreation of that. But no, I think in this match, I think G2, they'll just want to come in here, get the job done, move on into the next play day. And of course, I think for G2, you know, they're hunting down VP as much as they can, even though VP are currently ahead of them by 2 points. At least it's saying, look, VP, you need to keep winning because we keep winning.
Well, that's, you know, there's almost the element of big brother, little brother, right? Especially between the relationships of some of these players. And Doki in particular is seeing how far VP go and seeing how well they're getting there. The fact that G2 have been able to pull the same points, but not really, right? It's 2 overtime wins. It's 2 that have fallen short. It's going to frustrate them more than anything. They have 3 chances to try and keep that trend going, and for this opportunity, they get to, in effect, be the ones to swing first. As I have a very quick scan. This is only the second time G2 are playing their game before versus pro on a play day across all the play days. There's only the second time that they can be like, okay, see what we did, match that.
5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate
Team
a bomb and
Secret
defuse it.
will be going on the defense. Now, obviously, as the desk have mentioned, we have seen Secret play it twice, have not been successful on it. So I think it is a map that has had a few, I think, learning curves for Team Secret. Overall, I think they're a bit even in terms of what side this preference. I think they're both sat around about the 50% mark on both sides. So I suppose then by that logic, free frees are pretty applicable here by Team Secret. Whereas if you look at G2 and what we've seen from them over the past times they've played Chalet, they've got a very high win percentage in both sides of the camp. 60% on attack and then around 70% in the defense. So I think the stats are looking a little bit more favorable for G2. Secret, though, they have opened up very fast. They found 2 kills in return for 1. Mowgli's down, but look at what they've been able to pick off. Stomping on that shield isn't going to have any impact.
Yeah, there goes that sort of sturdy metal approach. There goes, obviously, the cover of Benger as well. And now they use the 4 versus 3. Shaiko didn't have the biggest, boldest day yesterday. He's going to see if he can try and help mop up. Doki's waiting anticipation, but nothing can be met because, well, what's really forcing these players out, other than a want to fight here? Oscar's worried someone might try and swing up below him, and while they're droning it out, they're probably going to enter on towards trophy window. Fine, but at this point, they're still just being forced into an engagement you can expect, right? It's still, in some regards, a 1 versus 1. He has a decent gun for it. Flash is going over the top. Shaiko goes down on the top elsewhere, and Doki at least wins on towards 1. Now they can try and pinch on towards Oscar, but he can't. Swings out at the perfect time. And that leaves Doki stuck on the windows. Not for long. They open their first defense.
Yeah, really good start there for Team Secret. For Oscar, obviously in a very dangerous position. As we know, Solar Stairs always, I would say, you don't really gain much favor from playing there, I think, as a defender. You're mostly there just to kind of be a sacrificial lamb in many instances, as long as you can burn up a bit of utility. So it is a thankless position. But I think for Oscar, the fact that he has been able to win that engagement against Alamau, very, very important. A 2v2 at that point for G2 could have been doable for them, but in the 1v3, Doki just had no chance. So, yeah, Secret off to a very good start. As for G2, those early losses, of course, to the shield didn't help them in their efforts to take that solar control. I mean, again, for Secret, I know as much as what we've kind of talked about those first 2 opening weeks, but I honestly think with the role changes that they've had, where Oscar is on the shield, he's on more of the kind of hard support-esque role where you just kind of can sit, open up walls, do the drone work, All the crossfires, for example. You've then got Flexi as the kind of main shield approach now. Which I also think for Flexi, whenever he's the main IGL for the side, it's going to be a lot easier for him, I feel, to call based off the shields. I mean, it's the way that, obviously, Team Secret before, you had Savage on the shields was calling from that IGL perspective. And then you've got Drills now off of the support, and then he's going on to a bit more of a lurk role.
This is one of the things where, obviously, the change in Secret over the past 6 months, it's an entirely different recipe, an entirely different beast, pretty much an entirely different set of players, an entirely different ethos. So the way that they used to try and call behind the movement of the shields, the way they used to try and compare themselves to their gameplay versus anybody else's, to be honest, is almost impossible to get. Just going to go deeper on that, but instead it seems like we're going to get a punch up pretty early here as well. Flexi's drifting away. Mowgli's almost caught out instead as Alamau does that face-checking job you're talking about. Just making their way over the top. He's fulfilling that role of trying to get the comms all coordinated, but otherwise it's not really anything being offered towards him. He can trust the guns of G2 on the back end in a slightly different way than I guess maybe Secret couldn't do in the similar sort of setup. But here,
Clear of the blast!
we'll wait and see if there's that sort of pressure on towards the mirror window. The damage is done. They're holding firm with the multi-shield. Nobody's caught yet, and yeah. Razor Bloom catches, the C4 appears, but doesn't get anybody. A lot of utility, and the first body, Stumpin gets one.
Very scary there for Alamau and the Monty, and a nice little sword and shield maneuver from Alamau and Stumpin and Secret. Just getting put to the sword right now. Flexi, I think they know. You can see that you've got the players inside of Piano and Blue. Even look at Alamau. He's there's 3 guns at him. Who's going to get the kill? Surely it should be Doki. Yeah, it will be. Yeah, I think it was Doki. Or was it Shaco? I don't know. But yeah, Flexi was never getting out of that one. Wow, I mean, that is dominant from G2. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Force that shield. Clear away all of that utility. I mean, the information that Alamau was able to gain from that shield. Just called out all the positions. We've seen Stumpin coming behind him. They're good at Siege, Emmy. Sometimes you forget that.
Yeah, me specifically. Oh! No, it's a filthy first take. I think it's the element of it where it's sort of like, although as a sort of main comment to, in response to you, Alamau can drive forward with the shield.
Yeah.
But when you have the skill of G2 and their players, you don't always need that as the check, because often it'll just be the sort of coordination. I'm not saying that Secret didn't have that. They obviously had it, but who has raw gun skill like this G2 roster?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think you almost have to start looking at other regions then, don't you?
Yeah.
I think in terms of Europe, I think with the players that you have, I mean, obviously VP, you know, you still have to talk about them, what they've been able to do this year, but I think maybe if you go for the more historical answer, because especially, you know, G2, the changes that they made after Invite with the 2 players that they picked up, I mean, Benji and Shaiko speak for themselves. You know, staple names, not just in Europe. Obviously, Benji had a stint inside of America. But obviously 2 players that we've seen in EU, and they've been mega top performers. You know, this is... That was always the worry that you think, okay, G2, how does this team get better at Invite? And then somehow they found a way, and, you know, picked up Shaiko and Benji. You think that's not fair?
It's just, you know, who do we tell about this?
Nah, looks like they're coming out to play.
Looks like they're coming out to play. Has a decent awareness. Luckily, he's in the games room. It's the perfect place to play. Maybe Snake should think about that next time. Putting pressure on. I wish I could see your face when I say this kind of silly stuff.
I'm just shaking.
Doesn't hit.
You can
doesn't hit the same as when we're at LAN. I can see and feel it.
Yeah.
They're planting. Go to Doki. Go to Doki camp. They're planting.
Oh my.
Oh, he just pulls away in the last second, but they do get a kill from it. And they also get it down as well. There goes one of the verticality players. A team kill. Noah killed Flexi. They're coming out to play. Demo. Noah does get one. Almost gets a second, does. Technically, it's still a 3 versus 1. Noah, he's on a sliver of health. Not for very long. G2 win it out. I agree. What happened?
I feel as if we've missed all that. I mean, just got the Doki was planting in the 5v5 in Kitchen. Obviously, the question is always, how did he get there, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like the show, how's it made? You know, we've went into the inner workings of that. We need to see how he got in. I mean, obviously, I think you're looking at probably West Main or Trophy Window. But I don't know. I cannot answer at this moment in time. This is where the VAR would be incredible to have.
Well, the timeout. It's also pretty good to have. Slow things down, stop things at the pass before they pass you by, and you find yourself on the wrong side of a round difference you'd probably not rather be suffering. It's a fair point to sort of make the conversation, because nothing screams alarm bells more than somebody attempting a plant and almost succeeding in the 5 versus 5. The fact that they had to react so aggressively and violently meant that, well, it could be punished, because it wasn't just an aspect of the sneaky plant. No. That's not where the brilliance of what G2 ends. It's the fact that they were in the position to punish the retake, right? We see sneaky plants. We see opportunists take opportunities. But the fact that they were watching on Trophy Stairs, they had presence on West Main, they put pressure on the player above who swung onto Doki. G2's plan wasn't just direct, but it was direct and well thought out, and seemingly unseen and unpunished. Well, timeout has happened, the conversation has. Are we going to have learnt lessons from it?
Secret need to try and get themselves back into the game. We know that G2, whenever they have a bit of momentum, can really start racking up the rounds. But overall, I think for G2, things are going pretty well for them. I would say it was probably off the back of a good opportunity spot from Alamau. We know that's one thing that he's always had in abundance, is the way that he's been able to call. You know, certainly for G2, I think it is the case where he's got players where, you know, if he spots something, they'll do it like straight away as quick as they can. You know, I think it's that trust that's been built over a number of years. You know, with G2, and I think that's always then the advantage that you have of having a long-standing IGL on the side, and you can just really build off that. And same could be said for Team Secret. Whenever, you know, Savage was IGL for that side for what, 4 years, give or take, maybe a little bit less than that. And we kind of seen, you know, what Savage was able to build, and the same here with Alamau. You know, whenever he came onto G2, you know, G2 was a bit of a meme. You know, were these former giants, I guess. And then, you know, we seen what they did at SI23, and even though they haven't lifted a trophy since that, they're always a team that you look at and think they're in for a good shot of winning it, but they just haven't got there.
Enemies inbound. Second time he's been the opening death. And that was the previous round that was won by Secret. Maybe it heralds a story of success. Stomped, slapped down as well. Mowgli's looking for a third. Trying to build up for the fact he was the opening body last time round. This time the flash around the corner. He's not quite able to get the scratchiest engagement I've ever seen. But look at that in the top right. G2 took the script, didn't like it, crossed out some lines and wrote big G2 win instead. Mowgli and V-Drill is now all that is left. Peppering their way off towards fleeing players, and Shaco does take a chunk of damage. Are they going to try and close down? They can't! Oh no, oh no.
Ah, that is a slow burn for Team Secret. You think, okay, 3v5, really good position. And then G2 just won individual engagements all at the same time. And I think for Mowgli and Drills, they blinked, and all of a sudden it's just them left up against 3 G2 players. A really good start as well. I mean, you look at the operator, they're able to kill, stomp him with all that util. That was wasted from G2.
What if it just happened, brother?
What happened? We're all thinking the same.
It's the sort of problem that we almost talked about in the previous map, right? That sometimes world-class teams will just turn on world-class performances. We talk about how often this team has improved and where they can put the pressure on. And you talk about all those names, and we were just having the conversation about the names that they added and how they've gotten better and better. And there, they lose the opening 2 bodies to Mowgli, and suddenly, I mean, the fight we saw was scrappy, but it went in their favor. But they got 2 others at the same time. So there'll probably be a bit of frustration from Mowgli. The fact that he's got 2, but it just hasn't had the same impact that older Secret would have.
Yeah, really important engagement. Alamau was able to win, and again, I mean, Carl, this stage is never seen anything like it. You'd have to go back to the T1 days to see him have these kind of performances. And to be fair, secretly, I bet Alamau's thinking, "Oh, I'm playing really well, and Benj is actually playing quite bad. I could take him here. I could take #1 spot." That is, of course, up for grabs for every player. We know the #1 spot is a very coveted thing. It's usually been shared amongst Shaiko and Shaiko only for the past while. And then obviously Juma's been another contender too. But currently the top 5 players is 2 of them contain G2. It's Benja, Rorik is 2nd, Alamau 3rd, Robbie 4th, and Yuza sits in 5th.
Mowgli's gone. Unfortunately, the entry kill he got last time is put either side by entry death too. Lexi does get Turkey. Drives in against one of the shields, but the other is right there. Already enabled. Now, do they try and take this confrontation? Shaiko has the cross onto Oscar. There is at least one back. Oh, Noah just misses the rotator. The man underneath has the ping and is chasing ghosts that have otherwise slipped away. And, Alamau still has the kit. Problem is they don't have the verticality, so what do they do here, G2? Do they try and just sneak their way past, Turtle with the shield on the back, hope that they can get it landed, or... Well, it seems to be the MO right now. They have the pings. They don't have the rotate down the solarium stairs, a post plant. Good take. On towards Stompin, but has to find Shaiko and Alamau to lock it in. One of them's a Monty. They've otherwise peeled their way back in. I mean, it's just a very, very sticky one either way, but well, a trade out isn't going to net you much.
Yeah, G2 forcing the shields. You look at the bans. Secret, not going for any shield bans. And you look at what G2 have banned. Ela and Form, the 2 main ways of dealing with the shields in the current meta, are not available to be used. And because of that, G2 are just piling on the pressure. They're bringing double shields now because they know there's nothing stopping them. I mean, Alamau's untouchable on that Monty. You cannot do anything against them unless you want to bring the Oryx. I don't know, is that maybe an option? I doubt it. But Alamau on the Monty on that shield is having so much impact. The way he's been able to take ground, I think it's the information more than anything. Whenever you've got clear comms being fed through to players like Doki, Shaiko, Benja, and Stompin, they're going to get kills. They're always going to have that advantage based on the information that he's feeding them. Honestly, Alamau's just calling this thing beautifully. Telling me exactly where to go, exactly what to push. Taking that ground, taking that space. It's an Alamau masterclass.
And defuse a bomb. The attacker's bomb diffuser
An Alamau masterclass? One could say.
Don't annoy me.
6-1. At this point, doesn't need the superstar pickup, but it was something we actually talked about yesterday, and you defended the poor boy that, well, usually he gets a bit of a rotten time. Everyone memes about Alamau, but he's been sensational this season, this split. And, well, as Benja just drives in to get this first kill. Doesn't last very long, but the flash just means there's going to be pressure all around. Doki goes down, as does Alamau. And that is suddenly 4 versus 3 versus 2. Almost made the connection with the next thing. Want to try and get a bit of a surprise swing on this, the final attack round. Why not? Oh, just misses the tail end. Is being pressured from all around. Trades it out. That leaves Superstar stomping against Oscar and Flexi.
It's the HP, isn't it? I think that's the issue for Stompin. One bullet. He dead. And Oscar's still on full HP. Obviously, Flexy's in the same boat, but if Flexy could just play bait here for Oscar. They've got that crossfire established. So if he does jump in piano and cross that divide, very difficult for him to try and find two, and he has just used his last flashbang as well. 2 nades though, and jumps in, and Oscar's waiting for him on the bathroom window. So Secret have been able to stave that up. G2 tried to go very, very quick off a Benja opening pick. Team Secret lock in.
And we
been able to stave the bleeding.
Lock our way to our desk.
Thanks, Emmy. Secret, they do get that second round, keeping themselves at least alive right now. But this G2 team, it's no surprise, they're looking really good.
Yeah, so far I think some of the attacks have been really well planned and well executed. We look at this round where they're trying to take the top floor of Library. Pay attention, no one is on green stairs right now, so they can just freely take on the guys on Library side and Fireplace. And then look at this beautiful entry onto Library. Boom, a quick one trap from Stompin. And then Shaiko on Snow Balcony, Alemao pressuring Fireplace guys with a shield, Stompin behind them. Those 3 of them get a double kill on the Fireplace people because no one is green stairs. They don't need to be careful about the right side here. No one is helping them. And so eventually when Flexy comes in, it's way too late. Shaiko jumps in by the window, gets the kill. Look at the right side of the screen here. Who's coming to flank? Way too late. And even then, Doki's ready for a flank and he gets the kill. Everything was perfect here. As soon as they spotted, there is no one on top green stairs. So at this point, they can just isolate all of the gunfights onto Library and onto Fireplace. It's first a huge mistake on the side of Secret, but then it's the opportunity seeking and the right play around that. G2, if you leave them just one big gap, they'll focus on it and they'll take it down.
I really like you, Leo. Do you know why? Because that clip perfectly sets up my point. I didn't know which clip you was going to focus on, but I'm glad you did. Who was Alemao playing in that clip?
Monty.
Well, G2, we showed in the start of the pre-show today, actually are not really a big shield team. I'm bringing this back up because G2 only had a 39% pick rate. Note the pick rate is pretty much the lowest other than GK. So they don't play that many shields. So what did they do today? Well, Alemao played on the Monty, they banned away Fawn, and they banned away Ella. It was all very specific for Secret. Just because G2 haven't played shields doesn't mean that they can't play shields. And I think that was all part of the game plan today as well.
And on the contrary, we're going to switch for Secret onto attacks. And one thing that's been clear since we've seen that game on Cafe against Twisted Minds, there was one key pivotal moment. It's the moment where Flexy was put on the shield and everyone was playing around him. So if I'm G2 right now, I'm targeting that. On a game, on a map like Chalet, for example, I remove the Blackbird, I remove the Monty, and I make sure that Flexy is on his toes trying to play Blitz, and eventually I even remove that. That way I'm removing the main layer of attack. And as we can see, first ban is Mountain. We're gonna see if they stuck through it, if they actually ban a second shield, because I do think it's worth it with the way that they've been playing so far.
As Secret, as you pointed out, they have that individual power. They have Flexy. You highlighted him at the start of the day. Seems like that is that very thing they're gonna have to harness as they get into the second half. We'll see. G2 still have the control, the lead by 2.
Thank you very much. Do you want to finish your point? I so rudely interrupted.
No.
Okay. Look, they need their screen time.
Attackers.
Yeah, you know. It's the same thing. Same thing you say about like teenagers. It's like they need their screen time. Otherwise they get cranky. Words to describe. I don't think I could describe Jonah as that. Jonah's too chill. The other two, yeah. Immediately.
Very nonchalant, isn't he, Jonah? Just, you know.
He's so cool.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Also, why does Leo call blue stairs green stairs? Did you notice that? It's the only person I've ever called that.
Did
green.
he?
Yeah. I don't know if that's what the French call it.
Maybe we just learned that Leo's colorblind.
Yeah.
Oh no, Leo. What a way to find out. It's the translation, you know. Blue is green in France.
Doesn't like the word for green in France? Isn't there also like, oh, yeah, and then there's like a whole bunch of other words called that now?
I mean, there's similar words.
No, but I'm pretty sure like it's like a running thing where somebody says if you say this sentence, it's just vert, 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 vert.
Oh yeah, probably actually, yeah. French people. What a fun language. Anyway, we have now Secret with a decent amount of work to do. Alemao's toying with the idea of a C4 out towards the Ego balcony, but nobody's currently trying to fulfill its obligation. Instead, they've build their way back. There might be a bit of crouch walking going on underneath, and that is what we've just seen. Noah gets one, almost gets the second. Massive kill there for Stompin. Otherwise, that's suddenly somebody crouch walking into the site. How many times will we see that today? Seemingly an unending amount. At this, they've at least got rid of Venger, but his claws are well positioned regardless. The grenade will bounce its way around, just running utility off the other side of the hop-in and then back towards it. Now, Alamau wants to contend against these Maverick holes. He's done some decent damage before, but wonder what they're trying to get before they feel confident enough to stack up a bit on this verticality, because they still obviously have to get the pressure on towards the site after as well.
Oh, Stompin. Big old double to kick things off. Nade goes in and here comes flexing that shield, but nobody's home on Piano. They've left that position to try and focus on the players who don't have the shield in front of them, and really, really well played by Shaiko, getting out of dodge there from the blitz, but Mowgli will at least clean him up, and Flexi, though, needs to be careful he doesn't get separated, though, from Mowgli. Oh, goes for the ADS and gets punished because of that Mowgli. Oh, Alamau with a turn and burn. This guy this stage can do no wrong.
No, he's really found an element, right? He is absolutely cooking in it. G2 get themselves that first defense, get themselves locked in. I mean, it was a bit of a risk that came at them from Noah, but sometimes you have to have those gambles, right? Sometimes you have to see what you can try and net on the result of it. But at this, sort of talked about it before, there was always the chance that Secret could have climbed themselves out of that 10th spot. Well, a chance at 6 more points from the end of today. But, sort of a sad description of an org and a team that you want a bit more on, because, well, say they get nothing from today, Team Secret. Rebels currently sitting on what is 8 points in 6th spot. They are almost out of reach of a chance at the top 6 finish, Secret.
Oh, Secret. Where do you go? Who do you turn to? I mean, Drills is on 6 kills. That's the most. Everyone else a pretty limp game so far. I mean, is it a case where, you know, my position? I don't know. I think going with the kind of always cop out of, you know, oh, Secret, you know, they're really bad this stage. I'm more leaning towards the G2 just really, really good this stage. You know, I think Secret, you know, we've seen what they were capable of against Twisted Minds. You know, and I think they're coming here today against a very strong G2 side on a map, which, even though it is really low preference for G2, still really good on it. You know, in the past recent matches that they've had, the past 90 days or so, I think they're sitting like 2-0. So it's, again, it's solid from G2. Drills, opening pick, takes down Shaiko. And also that doesn't help whenever Shaiko's on one. That also doesn't help.
I think that's, I mean, we were missing Shaiko yesterday, right?
Yeah.
There was
Shaiko
that
a few games this stage. You know, he hasn't been really top performer. He's in around like maybe 15, 16 in the leaderboard, so.
Well, the pressure's coming pretty heavy here over the top. We saw a steadier shield take. He slipped his way through. He's cut off the rotate. That's an important part. Alamau does get one. He's behind you. Flexi gets the man. And the 4 versus 2.
This location is free of hostiles.
Clear. G2. Stomped by that shield. I mean, Flexi played it really, really well, using the cover of the smoke, tossing the nades, making the defenders move. Secret all came together to assist that shield. All I have to do is just lock it out. 2v4. From the site, they can see it's clear. Both players are off the bomb site. Benji going for the flank. Noah shuts that down, and Doki has a 1v4 to deal with. This is going to be almost impossible for him. He's able to pick off the plant there, but that's all he's going to get is Drills in the hatch. As the cover, Secret. At least they have one attack to their name.
Well, they've staved off sort of map point as well, right? They're sort of keeping themselves within touching distance. At 5-3, it's solid as. It's not another 5-1 half that we had, obviously. They can boon a little bit more from it. As long as they can sort of keep that mentality. It was nice that motion, I'm not going to say confused G2 a bit. There's that C4 getting the down. Alamau had to pick back up, and Alamau missing the rotate of the shield. It was a chaos that worked into their favor there. Catch the end of the player, but they already had the vertical hold propped up. They were already more than ready.
Positioned. Place device.
5-3. 5-3, and I wouldn't say that this game has sort of, in some ways, matched the same intensity that we had just before. On our previous Chalet, there was a lot of sort of hitting heads on that one. There was a lot of quite quick motions outside of the tech pauses. I think we both commented how quick that game felt for how far it went.
Yeah.
This one seems to have a little bit more brewing.
Yeah. Attackers have been a lot cleaner, I think, compared to our last game. I don't think the attackers were overly great in our GK matchup, so that also plays a part to it. But certainly for G2 and Secret, the attacks are pretty stable. Secret, once more, onto that shield. Flexi goes on the Blitz instead of the Blackbeard that he had success with last time. Going to be used, appears to be as a bit of a roam clear, but there is a surprise operator that I don't really think Secret in a position to be ready for, and that's going to be the Clash. Okay, on that operator Clash, as we know, great operator in the current meta, unless you have a specific counter, that being either a Kali, which probably isn't going to happen, or you're going to have the Nomad. You start to struggle, and there you go. The Blitz tries to go fast, gets shield bashed by the taser on the Clash, exposes the head, easy headshot from Stompin, 5-3, Team Secret in the mud.
I like how you ended that with a little bit of a almost weather report-esque tale. 3-4. They're able to at least find Benja on the split back, but what can they try and cook with? They do not have that ram. They do not have that blitz. And they've got to try and play on a vertical site instead. See if they can slip down, get a bit lucky. Oscar might take a bit of a gambit. They've got the angles on right now. You can hear the reveal, and the goo mine will give them some awareness. Somebody's at the bottom of the stairs, tucked on towards this position. How long will he last? And how confident is Stompin is always that sort of asked question. But that hatch still soft. He could play that a bit more aggressively than he otherwise wanted to. There's the play of smoke canisters over the shoulder. It's just going to buy them some safety. Noah does go down. Oscar's able to net one. Will he get a second? Yes. He might try and eye up a third, but instead he's caught fleeing in the smoke. And once again, Alamau, ever reliable, ever reliant, leaves them in the 2 versus 1. But Doki on the Clash means that Mowgli's approach is going to be awkward. Almost got a gift of Alamau, but instead rotates around to another soft hatch.
Can't get through it though. I mean, at this point for G2, as long as Alamau stays alive, Doki should be fine to taser him off. And Mowgli can spot Alamau and is maybe thinking, okay, let's isolate the 1v1. It's going to get smoked out, going to take a lot of damage. Shotgun is going to be close. Not favorable for him. And Alamau again, there he is. Cleans it up. G2, I almost felt as though they've read into that perfectly. Secret attempting that full clear, using the Blitz. And as soon as Flexi comes around the corner, the start is clear. There's a Clash waiting for him.
Well, now that's 6-3. That position. I said it's a site that we don't really see a lot of, and I think the fact that they lost the ram on the approach, you saw the sort of bleed through on the fact that both hatches were still soft by the time that they were trying to put pressure down. It sort of says a lot about the hopes of that take without your soft destruction. No Snake, no Kaid. Makes sense in terms of the scope of the bans, but now can Secret get 3 attacks in a row? Something I would have to check if they've got any of that throughout this entire split so far.
G2, a really good buffer zone. 3 perfect rounds is what Team Secret need. Oh, that Clash. Obviously that operator, if you're not ready for it, will catch you out. And that certainly was the case for Team Secret. What are we gonna do now on our top floor defense? This is the first time that we've seen G2 come here, so it'll be a new experience for all of us.
10 seconds to
And
insertion.
looking at the lineup from Secret, I mean, we're gonna be having something pretty fun. We've got a Ying
5 seconds
and
to go.
also a Aurora for this site.
Attackers are moving out to locate
What have
a
we
bomb
got in
and
store?
defuse it.
I mean, if it's a solar take, Aurora can simply block off the kind of connector door in towards closet, and can also be used to block off bathroom door and different positions such as that to allow free entrances into the bomb site. Again, it could be a direct take. I think it all depends on where the Blackbeard wants to come in from, and based on where Flexi is, it seems that it's going to be a solar-sided take.
Swapping!
Curious how they're going to try and operate, as you said, with the Raura and get those doors up and sort of get yourself propped up. You'll often see castle plays and extensions on towards the site from the side of the defenders to make sure that they can have that wiggle room. And when you have this setup of operators, rolling yourself in with the flashes, moving on the back of a couple of locked doors, and the limitation of impact to be able to get them removed as quickly as possible, means that they can be a lot more effective than otherwise might usually be, but you still have to be set up for it on the right timing. You have to play against these laser gates. Drone rolls in, ready to catch somebody who might go for the hop. It's a nasty little angle. It's a hard one to fight against, so instead the coverage of the smoke, but a man can look right through it.
Throwing smoke grenade.
And here, the roll, the coverage, will this be their final approach? Yes, it says Doki. He's able to get the first, and it's the Blackbeard that falls. Notices Oscar as he bounces back and get the man who can see through it, but it's still up in the air as it doubles down in towards G2's favor. There's 3 for your trouble. Oscar, I was gonna say last one left, but he isn't. The only one left is really the games that they have ahead of them. G2, they get themselves a clean 3 points, sturdy as ever. That win streak continues to develop. We will head over to a break.
Pick up the pace. Ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the code. Breaking it right to the door. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action.
Well, G2 take the win over Secret in what maybe used to be a heavy-hitting battle, but not so much anymore. They made it look easy. And we've got the captain, Alamau, standing by after the victory. Alamau, good to see you again, my friend. A big win for you guys, not necessarily one that was unexpected on paper. What is the approach that you guys take at this point in the stage? It's best of ones. You've got 2 games left now against this team who's definitely on the weaker side. Does it change how you go into these games? Do you not want to show too much?
I mean, we still gotta respect them because we know they have like a lot of knowledge about Siege, because like previous players from the roster are still there, like Noah, Mowgli, and like Marlon. So like they surely know like a lot about Siege. So at this level, I think even though they're not playing like individually good, I think we cannot like just hide threats, because we probably, I don't know, would struggle way more. But yeah, we have to take it serious every game, and we take them serious. Happily we play Chalet, because we were excited to play this map in a long time. Pretty sure Rebels ban, even though it's one of their best maps, they banned to play Fortress against us, and they end up getting 7-0'd. So yeah, I mean, we could play Chalet today, so I guess we are happy for that.
We're also happy to see you guys play on more than 2 maps, because we were waiting for it. Just looking at the map itself, by the way, quite an uncommon ban or old-fashioned ban, Thatcher ban. I saw you playing Kaid, playing Bandit. I assume this was a counter to Secret's playstyle?
Yeah, we know they could use the Kite Clash. I think they didn't end up using the Clash too much for like their kitchen defense, but like we knew that they could do that because they used to do in the past with Joom. So Thatcher's a good ban, and also like he stops all the fast plays, the fast plants with the Thatcher. That is very like there. Yeah, like that style of gameplay, so it's a good ban for Chalet.
And we saw you yourself abuse the wall denial first to kind of stop the rushes, but also using the Clash, like within that one round where Doki gets aggressive super early upstairs to try and like basically be a surprise. Like he just popped his head out of the staircase and just had to shield.
Yeah,
like
I think that was a good mini play by us, because I think it was Zach called Doki to like hide behind him. So as soon as the shield pushed the highway, like Doki would stand up. I'm pretty sure like Zach called that. So props to Zach with the good comms.
Carl, that win today pretty much, well, it secures you top 4. And what that does is put you 1 game away or 1 win away initially in the playoffs from EWC. How important is that to you as a team in terms of the focus and the goals for the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important we focus these final weeks to prepare for the playoffs, because it's going to be a hard game either way. The first game is going to be a hard game, we know that. I don't think we play VP, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be like us and VP first and second. So we're going to end up playing like Twisted Minds, Fnatic, maybe even GK, like they're playing good. Maybe Falcons won't even make the first game on the winner bracket, so maybe we won't even face Falcons. But like no matter the team we play, it's gonna be a hard game. Like these teams are showing good siege, and we're gonna have to lock in and prepare good for that game.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. As always, Alamau, congratulations on the win. We'll see you next week.
See you guys. Enjoy the next games.
All right, we will. G2 take the win over Secret. Again, we got to see Chalet. Oh, man. For the first time here from them, so good to see them branch out from a map that wasn't Fortress or Consulate, but good to see them get yet another win.
Yeah, I guess it was not a huge surprise to see that G2 had a map pool deeper than 2 maps. I think we saw that today. Great for them to kind of showcase that just before the last play days as well. I think the most important thing to take away from this game, as much as Secret have improved and have looked better and better, it's still a huge gap between a team that is relentless, that has not made a huge shakeup as they did, and is still, you know, a top team. And obviously, like the gap between that and the top team was very clear today. And the good news is for G2, like you said, only now one win away in the BO3.
Yeah.
All the way to playoff in the upper bracket from making EWC. So huge news for them.
Great to see old Shaco back at the top of the scoreboard. Felt himself back on Chalet today.
Alamo is still performing. Double digits.
Still performing again. Yeah, it was a complete performance from G2. It was a ruthless performance from G2. Really liked the fact they went to that map as well. They didn't get a lot of choice, like Carl said. Fortress got banned away. But I think, you know, the fact that they went out, flexed their muscles a little bit on Chalet, will help them come the best of 3 times, because it will put a thought in the mind of whoever goes up against them. Even though it's a low preference, do we really want to play G2 on Chalet? Maybe, maybe not. But I think that was a strong map for G2 to go on today.
Well, G2 closing it out quickly means that we are pretty much right on time for our must-see matchup of the day. We have Twisted Minds and Fnatic. Almost all of a sudden I just started to blank on it. Twisted Minds and Fnatic, our must-see game of the day. Why? Because these are two teams right on the bubble. Teams that cannot afford to slip up. Fnatic currently in the top 6. They're maintaining that playoff position for the moment. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, just outside the top 6, and that has to be the conversation now as we take a look at our standings here, because in their current position, they need points. It's not just they need to hang on, they need to replicate some of that success they had in Salt Lake City. This was a top 4 team in the world, Jack, and right now, they're 8th place in EML.
Yeah, and I think that's the context of why this is the must-see. You've got Fnatic in there that have lost 2 games, sitting 9 points, looking precariously beneath them. You've got Twisted Minds, even though they are beneath them, having lost 3 games, but with the context of the fact that they should be a guaranteed top 4 team in this league. Both of these teams desperately need a victory today.
The main thing, if you look at the standings here, is paying attention to the 4th, 5th, and 6th team, is the fact that it's the worst possible scenario for Twisted Minds, because GK won 3 points, Rebels won 3 points, and so Fnatic, even though they didn't lose anything, win anything, they had won 9 points before. So realistically, everyone has had spread out 3 points at some point in that Super Week. And so no one has been shooting bullets at each other. There is no moment where one team got 1 and the other got 2, which could have slowed down and give them chance. And so this is why, like, 3 play days left. That's it. Like, it's the moment. It's a must win, because you take away 3 points from Fnatic, and that's it. You can maybe climb it back. But like, right now is do or die for them.
And it would be a shock to see this team. I mean, we even assumed when you guys made your predictions, that the 4 teams that made SLC would absolutely make it here. But right now, we are seeing a very different Twisted Minds, not only in terms of their performances, but actually in terms of the people on the team right now. They have had a new sub every day for the last 3 games, and it has been impacting their recent results.
They haven't played with a 5-man roster in the last 3 games, like with the same 5-man roster. That's the problem. They've changed players every single time, either due to Dove not being able to play. They start with that sub that comes in against G2. It does not work. That was with XK. They played again with Dove against Team Secret. That did not work out. They lost the game. Then yesterday they played with Mad Skills against VP. They lost the game. Realistically, there's a little bit of they played G2 and VP, that's for sure. But still, it's a tough one for them to have to consistently rotate players here.
So I've got some good news for you, which is that they're playing with the same roster for 2 days in a row. Mad Skills will be playing. But the bad news is that it's not their main 5.
I would say that the second good news in the sense is that I think Mad Skills was doing pretty well, and that yesterday they were kind of competitive against Virtus Pro.
At home,
Yeah, and they were playing against Virtus Pro. So if they were able to be competitive against Virtus Pro with that lineup, with Mad Skills playing, then against Fnatic, it should still be a go. However, on the side of Fnatic, this is a prime opportunity to kick off the engine again. They had 3 wins in a row, and they were like, we've broke a record. That's it, we can stop. And that's the problem. No, start the engine again. You're not qualified yet.
Right, they kind of find themselves at a crossroads here, because they could easily come in, get some more points on the board, and find themselves in the playoff position just like that. But if they're not careful here, Jack, this could slip away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's judgment time for Fnatic. It's decision time. Which Fnatic are we going to see? We've been so impressed. They got 3 wins in a row. They got themselves to 9 points. It looked like they were going to surge on, march on to the playoffs. Did they take the left path? Did they take the right path? The left is the hopes, the dreams, the prosperity of playoffs, of potentially EWC, of the Fnatic that we've seen glimpses of. We've seen 3 wins from them. The right-hand side potentially for them, should they lose this game, should they falter away at the back end of this stage, would ultimately be the same old Fnatic. This is why it feels like a massive game for them. They're going up against a team, yes, it's a superior team on paper based off recent history, but it is also a team with a substitute and a team that they should be able to attack and try and win this game.
We all know how much the Twisted Minds play style really has defined, I suppose, their identity as a team, how teams have to approach them. It's swing heavy, frag heavy. They're going to surprise you. They're going to be in rat positions. Maybe they try to pick into a map that allows them to enable that kind of play style. We go to Border. That's the ultimate decision that Fnatic made between Labs and Border at the very end. How do you guys feel about this? Does this favor one team or the other?
I think realistically, just on paper, looking at Border and Twisted Minds, I think in general it's like a home ground for them. It's a map that they like a lot. It's a map where they can thrive, where a playstyle that is chaotic will thrive, where having a sub won't matter too much. It's such a simple one. So for many reasons, I would have said yes. However, I remember Fnatic playing it, if I'm not mistaken, earlier in the Super Week against Falcons and making it close.
Yes.
Against Falcons, yeah. And I thought that they played it really well. I thought that they, made it quite kind of close against them. At least had the right ideas. And a loss is just enough to learn about how to play this map the right way. They had 1-2 days to kind of figure out how to play it in a better way. So I do think it's well balanced. I think the fact that still Twisted Minds will play with a different player than they used to with Dove, who was such a staple shield player on a map that requires one, is a big miss.
That's the big thing for Twisted Minds is, they had Dove in key positions on border specifically.
That Nomad.
Yeah, the Nomad outside break room. Will Mad Skills take over that. Hasham, going in below. It's quite well documented because Twisted Minds have played this map a lot. So I'd expect Fnatic to have changed two things. One, their late round, which is where they struggled against Falcons. They were allowing so many late rounds to go. And then two, they would have changed ultimately how they approach this map because of how Twisted Minds play it.
And just like we said, we know the position from Twisted Minds from having seen them. We know someone is going to be outside break. We know someone is going to be lurking outside archives or around main door. And we need 3 players will go east or somewhere. You can isolate those players that are cutoffs here.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. A lot of playoff implications here on the line between Twisted Minds and Fnatic. Big points for both teams up for grabs. Fluke?
They are up for grabs, and
I'm
me?
making.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
Just you, not me. Just you. You're solo casting.
No, it's actually a 2-step introduction. Wait, you be quiet for a second. Thank you, Jonah, and you know why I'm here, right? And the people go, yeah. And I go, you know why I'm here, right? Oh yeah. To welcome in Demo. And then your theme music hits, and then you walk down the ramp. And you hit a Stone Cold Stunner on somebody. Is that better? Listen, buddy, I'm just trying to reach out to you via wrestling, your favorite thing in the world. I'm just trying to connect with you. Trying to make you feel involved. Oh. Yeah. Sorry, was it the wrong finishing move? I'm so sorry. Ian would have popped off. Ian would have popped. Why does that glass skin of cat ears? Anyway, Fnatic versus Twisted Minds. I'm here with Demo, both of us, ready to get into our second border of the day. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I think it's a matchup that obviously the desk has put a lot of preference onto, where this is, again, it's all about the playoff, isn't it? That's where we are with both of these sides. Both of these sides have had a bit of a rough Super Week, in all honesty, as well. Don't forget that. Neither of them have been able to gather up any points. Fnatic losing the Falcons on Monday, Twisted Minds losing the Secret on Monday, and then yesterday, Fnatic losing to Rebels, and Twisted Minds losing to G2. So both of them are not in a good vein of form. But somebody will end up winning this matchup, so at least one of them will be.
It's the way it's got to go. Thanks to the rule change about 5 years ago.
I think for both of these teams, it's a case of get even or get even worse.
Ooh. Well, let's see if the Fnatic dream can turn into a bit of a nightmare after all they've kind of wished for. And then otherwise, Twisted Minds, who've the chance of the up and up.
Changing.
Pressure on towards it. And, we weren't that far removed from a border, not a million miles away. And Blackbeard was often a first sort of point and port of call, driving their way. And the limitation of the Keybers and no smoke mean that his army isn't going to be able to extend their sights as they otherwise would. And
B9. I mean, going for that is very risky. Flashbang. C4. Oh, bit of damage from the Tachanka being able to use the Molotovs over towards east to try and stop this Tachanka from making an entrance way in. Smith has to be careful, looking for his feet. Deepak is going to be the first man to go down. Even got air jabbed as well. What on earth is going on?
Yeah. Hold on. Wait a second.
Right.
Wizard at least gets one. The 4 versus 3. They took a second, and now they're right back into it as P9 takes care of Citizen outside break door, and there goes dead shot to Shalad, and there is only Wizard left. Now at this point, 3 versus nobody.
False start. He's pulled the clutch up too quickly there, Fnatic. Yeah, just didn't really get anything going. Bit of a weird one. Obviously we've seen heavy investment in towards East. Tachanka, that's, you know, that's not an uncommon thing. You're seeing the Tachanka fire the Molotovs, targeting that shield who always wants to try and get in towards East. It was the air jab was a little bit surprising. I could only assume he's placed the air jab on the window as somebody has walked past the catwalk window. They've been pushed back, but then the radius has also hit his own teammate.
It's a false start, you know? Fnatic, they tried to enter the building. Twisted Mind didn't like that idea. It's not the beginning that they would have liked, but we keep our passion strong, we keep our games fiery. We kept our opening rounds just as spicy. A team ace as well. Every single member of Twisted Ace. Twisted Ace? Twisted Minds was able to pull off part of the ace. They made sure that they all stepped in to put the pressure on. I'm not going to say it's something that we sort of have had ups and downs with, but with the roster that has changed as much as they have, as they sort of alluded to on the desk itself, having them activate as a unit, especially with mad skills sort of coming in, is going to be something that lends positivity to the team.
Yeah. Again, I don't think that mad skills was poor against G2. I think Twisted Minds put up a pretty good showing against a very solid, you know, second in the table for a reason in the form of G2. And oh, look at this. Fnatic have tried to go quick with their Aurora. Jalad has been able to pick up both of them. Oh, impacts away the barrier. Able to take down that shield. Oh, Jalad, another one with a pistol. Gonna keep going. They've got information on where the diffuser's going down, and dead shots out of there. Deepek, we've seen this before in a 1v5. Can he find a miracle? Don't know if he can. Well, they're feeding him a few kills, but Jalad's there. That's a 4-piece 4. My goodness.
So 2 interestingly paced rounds, I think it's fair to say. Fast in their own way. But that one, it's almost like a training exercise for Twisted Minds. Is they're going to expect a rush. This is how we respond to it. They're expecting heavy east. This is how we respond to it. So far, so good. Fnatic, they tried a pocket play. I mean, it was the perfect sort of stop to it. Jalad just being able to swing onto that, getting 3 for it. And then the 4th. It's easy enough, I think is the fairest way of putting it. We have had 2 rounds in the space of 1. Both of them are Twisted Minds.
Fnatic, the ideal position you want to be in. When you lose the first round where you kind of play it off as, okay, it happens. Couldn't really get anything going. Is what it is. Then going for the rush and it just falls flat in its face. Now you start to worry here for Fnatic. As Bathroom and Tellers is the next site in the rotation. Giving Jalad a really good opportunity of having a pretty high kill game is not ideal either for Fnatic. He's 5 to his name right now. See where Fnatic want to try and stem the attack from. I can only assume it's going to be East based on bringing on that Blackbeard again. But I don't think Twisted Minds are going to give up East all too easily. Will be holding it in the shield coming in from the Denari. So in goes the nade to try and clear away a bit of that util. We've also got this office wall fully opened up. Little rotate 2 to support anyone who wants to try and play in towards East. There you go. See the aggressive play from said rotate.
Yeah, haven't been able to get their way truly in, and they're still just kind of pucking utility and hoping they can get themselves a bit of breathing room, right? A bit of land to hold on to, but Jalad still happy to play down in the seating area. They have to reconvene, re-rotate. a minute gone. Every player still standing is the best that either team has done so far. But at this point, the utility that has otherwise been sort of dedicated, you think about, okay, well, it's just going to have to be malleable. No, says Mad Skills, gets rid of Citizen. He's out of there, unpunished.
Wizard looking for a backstab in through main door. Not moving just yet. He might need to, as there's a player right beside him. Full charge coming in from top floor. Wizard was able to find one. This Mad Skills, seeing if he can maybe try and find that trade back, but everyone from Fnatic is kind of frozen right now as they've just about made their way in towards Fountain now.
There's
Mad
Wizard.
Skills, as expected, is there to get the trade on the Wizard. And do they know about Jalad? No, they do not. That's one. Maybe even could have held that for a second. So Deadshot will be able to get that trade. He spots the other player and he stares, but P9 rips him limb from limb. And oh, look at this. Deepak once again left with it all to do.
Well, Fnatic was on both of our two analysts' expectations of making top 6. If you watched the first 3 rounds of this game, you probably wouldn't believe that. Oh, we're going to get a timeout. With how this has gone, no entry kills. No more than 2 kills across the rounds, I think. Time to have a ban. Fnatic on their attack, on border, on the ropes.
Fnatic, quite rightly, gonna go for the timeout. See how this plays out for them. I think obviously for Fnatic, if you don't try and get the rounds now on this attacking half, and you're sat there with, who knows, maybe a 5-1, and we've seen a lot of them, and we know that teams have not been doing great at coming back from large round deficits, then that's a worry. So they need to try and get some rounds on the board now to at least give them a chance whenever that side switch hits.
Let's see if the conversation nets anything. Anything better than otherwise what has been Twisted Mind's drive. Obviously, one of these two teams had a very bitter missed moment yesterday. Twisted Minds almost pushed G2 towards the brink, 5-7.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Outside of that, neither of them started the week off, but Fnatic, the fact that they could have taken, what, 3 wins coming in towards Super Week and leave without a single point, absolutely devastating.
10 seconds remaining.
Though it is still early to talk
5
about
seconds
such
remaining.
things.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I gave you an easy out. All you needed to do was stay asleep. Initiate.
Stay asleep. We'll try. Right. Fnatic. What are we gonna do? Got the shield again. Blackbeard has been ran pretty consistently alongside that blitz. I think in the second round they played it, but haven't really seen much impact right now from Smiths. Having a poor time 0-3. And oh, look at that. I mean, that is the Twisted Minds playstyle. That is what they will do. They'll swing anything.
I mean, that's it, right? Go outside. Deepak's able to get one. They force the movement with a grenade, but they lose Deepak in the split. They do get Citizen back up, but in the meantime, they almost lose Deadshot and P9. He's trying to find his way outside the window. He's able to slip his way on past. Obviously, the Blackbeard will call all of that motion, but Hasham gets Wizard.
Grenade goes in.
Oh,
no.
Yeah.
Well, at least there's 1 kill for Smiths. That's only him and Citizen. Citizen's not the healthiest of teammates to have right now, as he's on 20 HP after being down previously. And very similar to that first round, it's just failure to launch. Back to the drawing board, it feels like, for Fnatic.
Citizen, unable to have an impact in this game so far. Obviously, we know what his potential is, but finding a roster to unlock it in the time that's gone on is always proved a bit trickier in the meantime. You look at Mad Skills and Jalad. Huge game between the pair of them, and Jalad's going to keep on racking up those bodies. Smith practically turned into Smith's cheese with the 3 bodies that have otherwise came and surrounded him. He has a minute and he might be able to slip his way out, but, well, he's going to get the down on towards 1. There's support that's coming. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Wow. I mean, what can you say? It's that playstyle that you just have to be careful of. You know, where Twisted Minds can just turn it on at any instant, where they're going for swings that they have no right going for. And for Fnatic, especially after the timeout, for them to get obliterated in the exact same fashion. I mean, just could not get anything going. Exact same take as what they did the first round, trying to flood their way in for East. And once again, Twisted just putting everything that they have into that area of the map and denying them into the building.
Attackers discovered the location of a bomb.
4 in a row. 4 in a row. And that is after the timeout as well. You do wonder. You do worry how far the unraveling can go.
Five seconds remaining.
Can Fnatic just get something? It's not even the aspect of how often they've been shut out of these rounds, right? It's the fact that every single round they've only been able to manage 2 kills. They've got the entry kill once, but outside of that, nothing more. None of them are positive. And fine. Jalad and Mad Skills are absolutely popping off, but there's not a lot of sort of countenance to them. First bit of damage done is a gentle bit of team damage. As they slowly part and slip their way through. It's otherwise no fight given from Twisted Minds yet.
No. No, happy enough to give East. So thankfully for Fnatic, they are in the building for a change. We'll see if they can do anything with that. This is where I think also that the Solid Snake ban's very good from Twisted Minds. It stops that. I don't want to say lazy way of information, but it is, you know, you press a button and bang, you can see where people are. So I suppose it is a little bit lazy. So obviously the Solid Snake gone. And you do have to get your hands a little bit dirty. Headshot. Opening pick. Mad Skills down. That's a good bit of information as well from the Shield, being able to spot that somebody has crossed from Archives into Fountain. And now on a bit of a hunt, it's Hasham, and we know how difficult of a player he is to get a grasp off, and able to find Wiz as he jumped in, and a quick jump out. I mean, come on, Fnatic, you have to be ready for this type of plays. I mean, Twisted Minds have been doing it against you all day long. Twisted Minds said the man advantage. Deadshot and Smith have to do something.
What happened? The verticality got the Blackbeard. Yeah. I don't know what to say.
It's a sad watch.
It is a sad watch. It's another round where they've only been able to get 2 bodies as well.
Mm-hmm. It's the little things. It's the, you know, I think we've talked about it enough. You know, Twisted Minds are a side which will do plays like this. Fnatic have already seen that they're doing plays like this against them, and they're still getting caught out by it now. I just think it's so stagnant from Fnatic. They're not bringing the fight to Twisted Minds. Just not a lot of confidence on the side.
Swapping mags! Activate jammer.
Can they get one? I mean, we've had 1-7-0 this split from a team so far. I'm gonna say we're hurtling towards second, but I say it doesn't feel likely at this point, and that's kind of the big problem, right? What can Fnatic change? What can they adapt? What can they bring?
Loading new mag!
Bloody hell are our analysts going to talk about? At this point, being so shut out, Jalad 10-1, and he was almost the opening body. They give him only a 2.0 KD.
Device ready.
Sorry, 5.0. I can't do maths. It's so warm. What numbers?
You've not been great at the old number game this week.
Listen, if it's the first part of my brain that shuts down on a heat wave, fine. As long as
Get yourself back to school. Get yourself into the GCSEs.
No!
Back you go.
I don't even remember what I think I got a C. I got enough that I never had to do it again. Anyway, they're going to see if they can try and smash their way in. Quick plant attempt here. They've got the shield on the back itself. There's not going to be an immediate cover. The C4 goes out the top. Does it get it? The Thatcher plays it perfectly. A post plant. Smith does go down, but he has done his job. And this is a very tricky retake. Now, we know they often like to play outside the building. They're going to have to do this. But they're not going to be given the chance. There's one towards Passport. He's about to find a fight on his close left and actually hops to the safety behind the barricade. He knows he's got time in his favor. The longer he can make this fight, you can sort of stand there in this precipice. Well, he didn't make it that much longer, but look at the time here, Demo. 15 seconds. They find one above, but they've still got to try and get towards that kit. They have two players watching it, one on the rappel, one outside. At this point, they have lost. And there is one round that goes against them. But a 5-1 half. The single pop, the single play, the single round, and the single bit of safety that they can operate with. And you can see Wizard gesturing there. One, will it be enough? Well, let's ask our desk.
It's a good question. 5-1, Twisted Minds, a massive lead, and a, I would say, much-needed hydration break here for Fnatic, if they can use this to recover. But let's talk about this, because it looks like Fnatic can't even get into the building.
Yeah, a very simple challenge stated by Twisted Minds called the building is lava. You cannot start the building. It's impossible. You have to remain detected outside as long as possible. You know what? Winning a tier 1 game, why not? But doing it with style. Now that's what I call a challenge. So let's take a look at how they're doing it. Let's take a look at how many players on their side are actually trying to go outside that building and just going crazy, okay? It starts with round 1. We have 2 guys dying outside the building. Cool. 3rd guy dying outside the building. Cool. They're trying to rush. Good for them. They will be inside the building. They will still die, though. 1 impact. And that is insane. A double kill here. And let's take a look at that one. Oh, yes. That one was outside the building as well. Who is outside the building? Yang here. And he's gonna die as well. It's not finished. Look at this guy who died outside the building. Oh, you're on my window? You're also dying in spawn. And that's not finished. Oh, you got the kill? No problem. I'm also gonna jump out. And boom, you're also dying outside the building. You think it's finished? No, no, no. No, I'm also jumping outside the building. Welcome to Twisted Minds and their new challenge.
And I think actually Doki referenced it in the interview yesterday when G2 played up against them, said even with mad skills, it gets even worse because that guy is even worse, forces them to be more aggressive, more unpredictable. You know it's coming. Fnatic will have known it's coming, but they still didn't have an answer to deal with it. And I was actually
called mad skills for a reason.
True, true. I was so disappointed with Fnatic. Every single one of those clips, where could they have walked? Sight. What did they do? There's a guy top east, there's a guy catwalk, there's a guy break room, there's a guy CCTV. What are we gonna do? Let's all congregate in their top east and let them all run out on us. Really disappointing from Fnatic in their approach. No lurks up the main stairs, no repels in, walk into Archive Star. None of that from them. And I think they'll be really upset they didn't do that because they just kept walking into areas that Twisted Minds wanted to jump out and run out and, you know, fight outside with them.
Because it's not like we've never seen this before. This is the most expected Twisted Minds. Maybe this is to a degree that we've not seen. Like, they've definitely turned it up a notch. But this is the Twisted Minds playstyle.
But when you play like that, you leave a gap. You fundamentally have to leave a gap, which is usually the bomb site. And you would expect a team, ultimately, that's challenging for playoffs, challenging to be in events or wanting to be at that level, to identify that and make that adaptation. And Fnatic didn't, other than the final round, where they did, and they planted. They got the post plant, and even then, Twisted Minds weren't even bothered about the objective or winning. They were just fighting them.
But what's funny is that now they're going to go in attack Twisted Minds, and they can play the same playstyle. So they're not going to run out of the building. Their goal is trying to get in the building, but they can do it with the same speed and aggression. Just bring shields, just bring glass, bring Ying, bring all of the stuff that helps you have huge executes on site, and they will go crazy.
One of the things with Twisted Minds playstyle when they attack onto this map is usually what will happen is you have a core of 3, and then a 1 and a 1. That 1 is usually, or it was usually Dov outside the break room door. Then the other one was Hasham, usually lurking in below somewhere. And then the other 3 will be working for the main objective. I think if Fnatic are kind of smart about it, they can double up on break room. They can get a bit Twisted Minds against them. They can double up on Hasham underneath. And I think it's very important that they do that, because then they can start picking it apart.
All right, second half, Twisted Minds. Huge lead right now, Fluke and Demo. Let's see if Fnatic can make this comeback happen.
Well, they've got to do something magic. Luckily, they have a wizard. Oh, I've lost my ability to do numbers, but I can still do silly little jokes, Demo. They're going to see if they can try and drive themselves back into a game. We've had many of 5-1 halves, but Demo, what's that statistic that we talked about last time? Damn. That none of them have been able to come back. Yes, you're right, Demo. Thank you for saying it.
I was thinking, sir, because that's not a stat. That's just stating an obvious thing.
Yeah, you know, it's an obvious statistic. None of them.
Yeah. I was looking for the database there, thinking I don't have a stat for that. Oh, look, I think whenever Jack is depressed, you know, Fnatic aren't playing. You know, it's almost as though he's like soul bonded with this org.
Yeah.
Whatever they feel, he feels. And he was very sad. So that means they must be very sad. Anywho. I mean, this screams off the Archives rush. You've got the Glass, you've got the Ying. Yep. And you can see exactly where that diffuser is as well, over towards that side of the map. Actually, no, it's not. It's actually towards security. So maybe they're going to use the Ying as a bait and then slip P9 in towards Armory. That could be what they're going to go for. Nade as well to clear the way of any potential barbed wire or maybe a trap. Nade goes in. I mean, this is a very slow approach. It's all about timing here for Twisted Minds.
Attackers have
Rid of the
recovered
Goyo,
the diffuser.
smoke, and walk up now. Dead shot and Deepek. They're the 2 players we have to look at to try and stem this attack.
Well, the attack might have been slowed a portion. We can hear the smokes popping out either side. Deadshot is being tracked, but it's Deepek that gets caught by the Blackbeard first. C4 over the top doesn't quite net the result on towards them. Look at Hashom though, still trying to hunt underneath. Deadshot's tucked on the corner. Can they escape? Oh, almost not, but it's 2 quick kills. Come back to their favor. Main that 3. Make that a cold kit. The full send onto CC hasn't quite worked. And now Fnatic can just build that network around that dropped diffuser. No shield. Vlad has a little bit of utility to work with, and Hashom still does as well. But the fact that Citizen and Wizard have been able to escape with their lives means that that gun balance isn't in their favor, and this, the opening defense, likely to go Fnatic's way.
Yeah, nice and easy for Fnatic. Attempted take. A lot of things were going on at once, has not worked out for Twisted Minds. Fnatic able to hold their ground and hold their kills, so that Jenga tower like to talk about, it's still standing strong. As long as they can play that trade game, should be fine. Vlad on the Ying, hunting for a kill, but patience from Fnatic's working really well. They know they have the trades. However, Citizen, it's a little bit aggressive there, but in the end, it doesn't matter as Fnatic have enough on the board to see it out. So at least that's 2 in a row, but there is still quite the hill that they have to get over.
It's 1. As he said, technically 2 in a row. A lot of place for them to go here. But at this point, it's all still obviously a, you know, early sort of swing on towards it, right? Twisted Minds, I'm sure they're still kind of quietly confident about the whole affair. They've only got to try and land 2 of their attacks on a border of all maps, a map that they absolutely thrive in. I guess maybe there's that element of what has been studied, what has been learned. Maybe that sort of direct drive that they did there and towards CCTV and towards server was something where Fnatic, I mean, they had a lot of utility around it, right? They had quite aggressive keepers. They had the sort of split swing position right on the door. They had the crosshair. They had at least 3 players, if not 4, including the first one that died, paying attention towards that approach. And yet, for what you said about the lineup of Twisted Minds screaming that sort of plant here on the opposite side, they went in towards servers and they sort of tried to hit it head on. Maybe hubris might be being punished.
Deploying razor wire.
Twist it straight away. Not going to be rocking with the same volatile lineup. No Ying, no Glaz, not even the shield anymore as well from them. So it's a little bit more, I think, focus on gathering information and then also being able to get rid of players who can be in some tricky positions with the util dump that they have. They've got the Grim, they've got the Capitao too. Here comes the information with the Brava, and if they can hack anything. But I mean, there's not much apart from really the Banshees that you can get value from. So it's not the greatest to pick here from Tricks, but I guess you're still getting some value and potentially could abuse the fact that you're hacking those Banshees and can look for a little bit of a slip in and go for a bit of a crouch walk. But see if Twisted Minds want to play that way. Here comes util dump that I talked about. C4 goes out and oh my word. Oh my. The lad's in
the site. What again? The user's technique. Wants to get a kill for his trouble first, but P9's actually been able to get the player from this perspective. They've got a second that swings round. He misses the opportunity to get the trade out. Now, he's replaced the man. He wants to get one more. A gift? Is it an Azami? Oh, no. Almost had to take, and instead he's going to try and slip his way back towards the fight itself and force the player. Maybe can still get for the plant. There is one in the bathroom. And Trix is watching the rotate. Has the cross. Plant is being attempted here. You can see Wizard over the top. Oh, he's got the catch, but not quite.
Really well played.
Perfect from Jalad. Just dove in. That single wall reinforced again. Fantastic. They held on towards the bathroom, but the difference here is there were players ready to watch it and catch it. Now, they didn't get the plant demo. They didn't secure it. Instead, they moved away from the chance at the C4, retook bathroom because it's all locked up. It's all theirs. Great shot from Deadshot. He's got 3 more to try and find, and at this point, one on the kit, one on the cross, and I'm assuming the last is above. I don't really know what happened there, but neither does he as it happens in the dark. A stab. And that 2 rounds has ended as we find Twisted Minds 6-2.
Fantastic from Chalad. He has been, I mean, incredible the whole game, but that is something special. I honestly thought he fluffed it. Obviously, he finds his way into the bomb site. You think, okay, what can we do? He then thinks, I'm going to slip up in through East, catch the players who could be inside of office, inside a catwalk, misses the first opportunity, goes back to the site, realizing he kind of counts and said, okay, 3 of them are above. It's going to be, what, 1 guy inside bathroom. I'm going to target him.
Attackers have located
he baits the plant. Here's the C4 rip. Doesn't just, I'm going to bait the C4 and go back for the plant. No. Goes and kills the guys he C4s as you're stuck in that animation of throwing the C4 and detonating it. He's right in front of you and he's killed you. And that was so important because at that point, Fnatic, they're going to be scrambling. They're going to be thinking, we've just lost our only site player. They're in the site. He has the diffuser. They can plant. I think it was the Goya, wasn't it? Tried to retake in towards bathroom. Jalad doesn't just go back for the plant. He kills the second. He goes for that player in bathroom. And at that point, it's full bomb site control from Jalad. And it's so easy for Twisted Minds to win the round at that point. What a game he's having. Fantastic. 14-2.
I think we might be about to have our monster and maybe even our moment for the next show. And unfortunately, what he's been up against Here has been
shock drone.
a team that is having the roughest week in the office possible. Fnatic have to be perfect for 4 rounds in a row just to guarantee themselves a single point from the 3 games played this week. After such a great start. Unfortunately, Super Week has separated some. Nobody has suffered potentially more than they have. Boss G, not quite able to make a connection. But otherwise, just a bit of a sprint and a slip by. It's Mad Skills that finds Citizen, though.
Oh, Boss G able to find P9. 4v4. 2 minutes remaining. He stares. Be in control of Tricks right now. And I'm sure Office will probably be coming soon after that. Just Minds are still just eyeing up different crossfires they can establish, and wouldn't be surprised if this man right here, Hashom, goes for a bit of a wander and sees if he can make that solo play. Still, the kind of contest is coming in towards that top floor now, and Fnatic players are getting a little bit spooked and they're going to start dropping down, but Smith, he's not scared. He's going to keep fighting, finds Jalad, and that's a great player to take off the board.
Now the 4 versus 3, and as you said, Jalad, the powerhouse of the team, has been dropped. There's 2 quick kills. Wizard with the confidence, and Deepak with the C4 leaves just Tricks alone. Backline shield player is being surrounded. The Pulse will have the read on him. You can see the players hitting the hatch as well. I mean, at this point, they're just trying to get the kill on him sooner rather than later. There it is. He does get 2 for his trouble. That is it. That's 1, but they need to make 4. They need to connect 4 in a row at this point. And that is that gauntlet they have to try and get through. But it starts with 1.
Yeah, just a bit limp overall from Twisted Minds. Tried to get that foothold in towards that top floor, but obviously Smiths with that Boss G able to have a pretty good impact on that round. Yeah, just never really got going, I think, for Twisted Minds. But they have that buffer zone. Plenty more rounds still to play to try and secure all 3 points and get them back on track. Again, don't forget, it's the matchup where both sides have not had a good Super Week. Get even or get even worse, and sadly, I think for Fnatic, they may have doubled down whenever they shouldn't have, and it'd be a pretty difficult weekend for them, knowing that Super Week just went downhill. So they need to try and get themselves back in here and get these 3 rounds in a row. At least give themselves a point, and then maybe, who knows, push on and go for the win, get 2 points, better than none. Still, I would say control for Twisted Minds. Just feels like a matter of time, you know, to get 1. I don't think Fnatic have been great at really stringing rounds back to back in this stage.
Back on the Boss G.
Attackers are heading out to
There's always the conversation when a sort of operator like that comes out, when it hasn't really been played throughout the game, of how much is it a comfort op. Comfort ops are often discussed at length, right? But when you haven't really been able to connect with the kill game, when you haven't really been able to connect with anything, how much of it is that, and how much of it is good on a map like this?
Throwing frag grenade.
Changing mag!
At this point, it's that early kill. Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
I want to see if they can try and just get one of those bodies once again. It's been, you know, a sort of back and forth fight, but generically, they've been ahead of it.
I think they're gonna run it back, maybe with that same approach that they went for in the first round. They wanted to try and get the glass shifted on towards the CC window. Miss. And he's going hunting with that shotgun, but being tagged up. Ashon playing just a sniper roll over in that tower, holding down that window. Also very strong at breaking those Cuba barriers with that DMR, of course. And here comes this exact same take, using the smokes, using the Blackbeard. Wizard, though, get things moving for Fnatic, and opening pick goes in their favor.
Dead shot, a sliver of health. As everything seems to be surrounding him, he's doing his best to hold on. The Glaz catches just a tail end, a Wizard. He's worried about being peaked. They're still buying some time here with the keepers. Deadshot, I mean, he's got to try and fight his way out. The Blackbeard's knocking on the front door, and there's the Glaz on the back. Oh, he can't quite get the next. They flood their way in. There's two. The support was there. I said it before. Fnatic, they make sure they lean into this approach, right? They make sure that they're ready to cut off Twisted Minds, and it's so necessary because now they have this man advantage. They have what could have been a balanced game, and they can still operate with it.
Ashon just lying in wait, hoping that somebody from Fnatic will trip the ball in front of him. That barbed wire just slows him down, doesn't let him go for that take, and Mad Skills almost has to try and do a bit of bait, and Smoke goes out at the wrong time, but still finds the headshot. Deadshot goes down. My oh my, now it's a 2v2, 30 seconds remaining. Smith and Citizen, 2 new additions this stage, have to try and hold out.
20 seconds. Citizen, as experienced as his hand is, has the deep watch, and he just gets the end of the connection and pre-fires to the second, but misses the cross. They hold on. One more.
Oh.
Yeah.
They're doing it. They're doing it. There is slight thing, though, to keep in mind here for Fnatic. That's 2 bomb sites in a row. They have to now go to Bathroom Tellers, where they were not successful. And whenever you're kind of in the 5-1 situation, the tertiary bomb site always comes back to bite you. You know, if your third choice bomb site is your weakest and you struggle on the defense, that's the problems it's going to have. And I think for Twisted Minds being the only attack that they have success on, being that Bathroom and Tellers, they'll be very confident going into this. They know exactly what bomb site it's going to be. We see the time might be called. Again, it could be used to try and get the team back on track. I mean, at this point, does Mad Skills just kind of... Should he not be maybe talking? Should he not? Or is it the assistant doing it?
Maybe it's the assistant.
It's the assistant telling the coach what to do.
Maybe it's tough. We don't really know. I can't remember if they gave a reasoning. Obviously, it's a roster that changes a lot, but...
Yeah.
P9 getting that. This is the moment, really. Obviously, they were able to pull off one. And we didn't get the full taste of it. But the fact that they then pushed in Fnatic, they made sure that they could put the pressure back in.
As long as Fnatic just don't let somebody walk in the site, should be fine.
Should be fine. I mean, if they get this, they've done the rotate of 3 sites, right? Bathroom Tellers.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
1 round away then at that point as well. Pressure and Twisted Minds. This is a very important round, as we know. Could be the decider, could be the make or break.
Let's see if they can try and just get something from this week. If they don't, it would be one of 2 teams. Obviously, Heretics weren't able to get anything either. What?
Starting shock drone.
What was that? T-grenade a default camera? Am I crazy? Am I hallucinating?
He's getting to you again. It's that sunstroke. Told you.
I think that he's getting to me.
The mirage is starting to form.
Listen, there's a reason we're not on cameras. It's because we're dying. Anyway, 6-4.
Changing backs.
It's been a sort of balanced growth here from the side of Fnatic. Remember that for the longest time in that opening half, every single round they were only able to get 2 kills apiece.
Reloading.
Across all of it, and outside of the 1 round they won, obviously.
A little bit slow here, I think, for Twisted Minds. Not a lot has happened. For Fnatic, you'd almost get quite bored. Like, you're probably thinking, guys, they're not doing anything. We just sit and just keep holding what we're holding. As everyone is currently outside of the map, that's half the round gone. This is where time now becomes a factor. Twisted Minds have to play against, considering that there is a Goyo on board.
I'm reloading.
John is way in, using that Solid Snake, being able to spot out for himself. Anyone's in that room, and he gets the all clear. Just not much has really happened. I mean, is Twisted Minds just hoping that Hasham's gonna make a play or something? I don't know. Deadshot though. Looks for a run out and gets punished because of that.
Nothing to report at my location.
It's a weird take. Now they're going in towards server room now with the Maverick. Maybe gonna try and drill some holes in towards that bathroom wall. I mean, you don't see this all too often.
No, you do not. But there's still these chance at these 1 versus 1 engagements, right? Wizard able to win this, and suddenly things are level. Oh, he just misses out. Rex takes a blow, and oh, it's the support from behind. They get the drop on towards it. Citizen does find P9. Important kill to take, and they have support. Now, as they slip their way back, look at the timer demo, 15 seconds. Dropping the hatch, dropping right into Deepak, who's inside the bathroom. They just didn't know he was there. And they can pick up one more, and at this point, having to recollect the kit. Deepak's still there. 6-5.
Twisted Minds just didn't really do anything. Just kind of sat outside the map for half the round. Picked up some kills, sure, but didn't really do anything with a man advantage. He just kind of went off one by one. And it's gave Fnatic an opportunity now to push it into OT. We did not expect this, considering how that first half went. And Fnatic maybe are going to try and break the mold from what we've talked about, where a lot of sides recently have been going 5-1 up. And then it's just turmoil for the opponents. They just cannot do the same. They can't pull it back. And maybe Fnatic are going to try and break that streak. And look where they go. Into the vent and workshop bomb site. And Twisted Minds certainly felt as though the past 3 rounds they've just been out of ideas. They don't really know where they want to go. I mean, they're bringing operators like the Maverick, where already I think Maverick is a questionable operator on map like Border. Because, to be frank, you don't really need it. I mean, Hard Breach isn't that much of a necessity. I mean, Ace is fine because it's ranged. You can maybe open up a couple of walls, but it's not like the end all and be all if you don't have it. But certainly a Maverick. You know, you bring the Maverick to drill a hole from workshop into vent, and that was it. That's all. He just made a little hole and there's nobody in that room. It was, you know, it's question marks that I have. What's the thought process?
Do you think that's something that's not helped by the fact that they changed their roster in this? The fact that they don't have a sort of keen set of eyes on the back every time?
Cam deployed.
I mean, I get the whole argument with the, you know, we're playing obviously with subs, that it's difficult at this point. You're playing with a coach who should be pretty wired in, you know, with how you want to attack things. It's different if you're pulling somebody who has never played with a team, then you'd be a little bit more worried. But I mean, Mad Skills should be capable enough to know what the team wants to do and what they don't want to do.
Trying to find their way through at this point. Obviously a bit of damage done towards the mirror window. Will that give them the true drive? They want to get the verticality. We find ourselves once again in a battleground, all for CCTV. Can they try and force out this player, the one who's caused them so many headaches so many times? Not immediate. Not a push behind the utility, if anything. Twisted Minds feel a bit more cautious. They know the shield's going to try and enter from this window. Instead, they set themselves up. More Grismots, more pressure, more grenades, more utility removal, but...
Oh, they zero cammed away the Elamine, I think. I heard it got destroyed. That's pretty clever.
There's nothing on the back of it, Demo. There's not been that cost yet. There's not been that pressure. Finally, will the grenade come out? The air jab does a lot of damage to Deadshot, but he still stands and survives. There's the trade out. Citizen has it. All important, all integral, as they have been towards the roster every single time. There's always this bit of Fnatic motion. Smith gets on towards Hasham as well. The Boss G operating. As I said before, if it makes you confident, confidence pays. They can't quite get the next. Deadshot. He has the coverage of 5 versus 2. Twisted Minds from the lead they once had, Demo, and for the times we have had 5-1 halves, finally, a team has been able to claw their way to an overtime.
I did not see that one coming. My word. I mean, Fnatic Deadshot again. The guy refuses to die. But you have to say, Fnatic rally around that position so well. You may think Deadshot is in the worst position, but in a way he's not, because he has so much protection from other sides. Like, he is like the, you know, he's on the fish hook. He's sitting there dangling in the lake, but he's got a lot of people ready to pull him out whenever you need to. It's like the scene where you've cast a person into sea with the sharks into the shark cage, but you know he's always going to be fine. You just pull him back up. And I don't understand as well. That's what, the 3rd time Twisted Minds have tried the exact same attack onto the player inside a CC, and it's failed again. Did he tell them? Did he?
I believe he bleeping told him, Demo.
Oh,
it's just the continued element of it all, right? It's that sort of stretch and stress of Fnatic fans, Fnatic growth in towards this. They cannot seem to just have it casually for long. They can have their best play. You put it earlier. When Fresh is a fan, stress will follow. Continuing here on towards their defense. Is this going to work in their favor? I think so. On a defender-sided border.
It's a weird one. I always think this is the attacker side of that, but this has certainly broke the mold. But again, for Twisted Minds, they just kept trying the same thing and were hoping it was going to be different. It just never came to fruition. Now they will be going for something different. It won't be that same take over towards CC. It's the more traditional side where you try and push in towards East. They've only got really the shield as their main way of clearing out this position. They don't have a Capitao, for example, which also would have been nice to have for that East player, but they do have a Hashon walking up East there who may be able to catch Smith, who has just been, I mean, religiously playing Vigil, by the way, and putting in a pretty good shift with it.
As I said, go to the boss G, have some confidence as Hashon clears the first body. Wizard, he's found on the far side, and now they can try and get themselves in with that shield, with that Blackbeard. They're looking to try and just cut their way across here. Still, the Blackbeard is drifting on by a Smith that's hunting, hurting, and trying to pull a body. Deepak for support, what I've complimented Fnatic on so many times. It's actually interesting finally to get this take from the other side, but what will be the end of it? You can see the rotates coming out underneath. They obviously don't have the Deimos to go digging, but they do have some of this pressure and the control, the coverage of the malleability of this hold. Protect the mirror window, protect the wall, and protect the player inside the fountain.
Okay, up against the shield. He is now essentially stuck in this spot. One nade is what remains here from Trix, but he's currently being tapped up by that shotgun, and oh no, Fnatic have been able to respond with a flurry of kills, and it's only down to Trix. Oh, the shake of the head. That big old exhale, he knows this round's done and dusted, and Fnatic somehow in the lead. It's the first time Fnatic will be leading this entire game. It took them until round number 13 to do so.
It took a while.
Oh my. Twisted Minds. This capitulation on border has to be studied.
When it mattered most. When it mattered most. Fnatic found that secret source. And they found their way through towards a bit of hope. And, well, it's not done yet, right? But the fact that they were able to pull points, I mean, after the first 5 rounds, I don't think anyone expected it with how it went. And yet, how they've been able to turn it back on The activation. Love to see the comparison of first half, second half. Fnatic. The problem is, now we go back to an attack. And this was obviously where both teams have massively struggled today.
Oh, the vibes are certainly up for the Fnatic camp. Oh, Fnatic back on the attack. Didn't think we'd see this again.
The location of a bomb.
But here we are.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. A surprise, sure.
A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one.
Ah!
Oh dear.
We're slowly becoming a singular brain cell.
Yeah, honestly, Tim and Dez, watch your back. That's all we're saying. You're not the only single cell organism here.
God, I don't know if I like that comparison.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Still, here, 7-6, Fnatic. The walk they have walked down has not been easy. It's not been, I think, the fairest way of making it a smooth road, but they're here now. They've got a shield, they've got themselves a sense, and the Ossa, Jesse J. Chick, somewhere is fuming about this. Can they just get this one last round? Can they get 2 precious points? Can they get that dream once again ignited, relit for a chance at playoffs? Ooh, scrappy fight outside the window, but nothing comes of it.
Primed and ready. Fnatic looking for the entranceway in towards Archives. The only thing you have to say is, where are they going to be planting? Because Citizen's the player with the diffuser. He's on Sledge. He's over towards the sandwich window, whereas traditionally you would expect the Ossa to have it, and then he can just walk into Archives and plant behind the shield. So unless Citizen's thinking, maybe is it a sandwich take? Is he going to come in through sandwich? He could. Smith, there he is with a blitz. Able to take Brazil now, and well, really Tricks. I think there's a lot of preface on him to try and stay alive, and then the jump out. Oh, has it failed? It looks like it has. Jalad has let a kill go begging. Deadshot able to find another one. But still for Fnatic, they don't really have a foothold inside the bomb site.
3 versus 3. Fnatic, as you said, they don't have the foothold and they've lost the shield and the shield. So instead, it's got to be a gun game as that final drive through, something that seemed such a worry. And with Jalad, 16-7, even amongst the stretch of this game. See if they can try and formulate here. Eyes on Armory. Cross angle from Trix could be the big break across this. Oh no, there's a trade out in the meantime. A 2 versus 2, Wizard and Citizen against Hasham and Jalad. I've got the man who can see through this, but it's not a clean route. Jalad catches Citizen. And at this point, Wizard gets 1. Oh, he knows roughly where the second is, 30 seconds, and he slipped on 5 for 2! I said he was a Magic fan. I said they needed a miracle. And apparently all 5 of them fought for it. Fnatic. They have absolutely clawed this game back 1 brick at a time. And what they have built in the shadow. Oh, rough, ready, but something for theirs to be, Demo.
Twisted Minds were able to take 5 rounds in a row, all the way back from round 1 to round 5. And Fnatic have said, watch this, and they have just swept 6 in the final 6 rounds to win it in OT. I mean, Fnatic, they put on a show for us. They've somehow pulled off an amazing comeback.
The magic of Super Week. And the magic of going directly towards our desk.
What a win from Fnatic. A comeback for the ages. Twisted Minds had all the control until they didn't. 5 rounds in a row. We go to overtime and Wizard with the clutch to send us home. What a finish. Did not see that one coming at all.
No, I didn't see that one coming. What was going on with that?
The biggest problem when your only win condition is relentless, dumb aggression. is that when you lose that confidence, after 1 or 2 rounds, you start to lose everything else. Because the only thing that was putting rounds on the table was jumping out and getting aggressive and winning your gunfights. If there is nothing at the heart of that, if there is no intel to base it, if there is no cohesion, if there is no double up on people, if you just win the rounds because you're winning your gunfights, when you stop winning your gunfights, you start losing rounds. Logic. And that was just what happened with Twisted Minds. There was only one win condition. It was going crazy. So as long as you shut that down, nothing can happen.
How many times did we see Hisham die on the main stairs, by the way?
How many times I'm going to see this guy lurk up the main stairs like this thinking, no, come on, guys. This time, I can do it. And it's just nothing happens.
And Fnatic, to their credit, made a brilliant adjustment. They did find a way to stop that. We kind of faulted them for saying, how did you not prepare for this? We knew this was coming. And then at some point, they flipped a switch and they made it work.
I think so. And I think we'll get to speak to them soon, of course. But I think they'll probably say the same, that actually they got the defenses right. They got the game plan right on the defenses. They filled themselves full of confidence and remembered that actually they're a good team. In the meme that I put, they took the left path because they were really in that judgment time of, can they get a comeback? Can they get points on the board? Even though it was looking like they maybe could be in a world where they missed out on playoffs. But yeah, I think they'll kick themselves for the fact it wasn't a full 3 points based on their attacks. Because we saw, even in the end, it was a clutch, but they got that attack back under control in overtime, and they got it to a 2v2 scenario, which they were getting nowhere near in the first half.
And so for Fnatic, we're on 9. That's now 11 points. It's just before GK. And that's a really bad news for Twisted Minds. They get 1 point. They have only 2 more play days, so max they get 6 points.
Yeah.
That's gonna be really rough. Like it's likely at this point that they're gonna miss playoffs after being the best EML team internationally.
Staggering. Yeah. Really, really not what we expected coming in. But we've got the man who clutched that final round for Fnatic standing by, Wizard. Wow. Congratulations on a heck of a finish there. What changed? I mean, you have to talk us through the beginning of that map. All of a sudden, you guys take 5 rounds in a row. They're swinging everything. They're coming at you. What did you change? What did you say, or what was said in the team comms that switched everything around and gave you the momentum back?
I mean, I think it's partly due to the side swap, like going on to defense. But I think the good thing we did was just keep the mental high. Like, we were still laughing, having fun, not being all depressed.
I think that's one big thing that we can notice of a change for you guys is I feel like this stage for Fnatic is different from the ones that we've seen through the years. Obviously, you only had one before that with them, but I feel like the success that you've achieved so far outweighs everything that Fnatic has done so far. You might be finally in the position to get the playoffs. Do you think it's because the group overall has A, more maturity, B, just overall better, they're more relaxed, they're having fun in the game?
I think it's a mix of a lot of things. Like, I think like the maturity is one thing, but also like there's a bit less chaotic than the other rosters, if that makes sense. Like within like the comms, like we got more experienced player like Ben and Citizen, and like Smith is more calm, you know.
Wiz, talk to me about Smith actually, because you guys picked up a Shield player. I'm going to show you some highlights of him, because you actually picked up a Shield player, but he went absolutely crazy today on Vigil Boss G.
Yeah.
So, like, talk to me about what he brings, because obviously, you know, like, we thought maybe he would play just the support roles, but he was going well today. So, was he just feeling it on that operator, or was it, you know, deliberate that he would be playing the Boss G every round?
Honestly, I think one round in a scrim, he picked the Boss G and got like a 3K, so we just said, like, fuck it. Go again.
Nice strategy, I guess it works out.
All right, well, Wizard, thank you so much for your time. Congrats on a heck of a comeback. You really brought the action here. We said this was the match of the day, and it was. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Have a good night, man. Well, what a finish here from the Fnatic guys. I mean, the comeback here really sets themselves up for success in the playoff chase.
Yeah, I think they can still take a look at those attacks and maybe just like figure out, like, you knew they were going to play aggressive, you know they're going to jump outside, you know there are easy solutions to try and circumvent that. We're missing our reactions here.
I think from what we can kind of gather with Fnatic, now there's a fair few teams that have been kind of up and down. You know, you look at the form table over here, a great example of a team that's been up and down has been Falcons. They've won a couple, lost a couple. Fnatic have been more win 3, lose 2. It's been very momentum driven, and I think we saw that in the first half today. Something changed, something switched, and they got themselves through it, and they got themselves on the up through the defenses and ended up winning. That puts them on 11 points. Now, the barometer for who qualified for playoffs in Stage 2 last year was 11 points. If you got 11, you was in. If you got 10, you was out. And the fact that Fnatic's next game is up against Team Secret as well, maybe allows them to even progress past that point. So I think Fnatic have done a good job so far, but they do need to control that momentum that goes on with them because they have been, losing 2.5 in a row.
And so just looking at those standings, you see that VP, G2, they are locked 100%. They will be in top 4 and they will make playoffs upper bracket. So that leaves everything to play for the rest of the teams. And obviously that puts a lot of pressure on Shifters.
Oh, yeah.
Because right now, with the fact that Twisted Minds have lost, the two of them are really close to each other. And now we have Rebels, we have Fnatic, and we have GK, all three of them in a spot where they take playoffs. Huge shift. Just after that last one play day of Super Week.
I love it. You're doing my job for me. Our next matchup is, in fact, Shifters and VP. Another matchup where VP look to stay undefeated, but as you said, the pressure right now is all on Shifters.
Yeah, VP have nothing to lose in that game. Let's be honest. They're already qualified.
They're locked. Yeah.
They're locked in.
They're going for what? Just 100% clean, flawless record right now, which would be a massive achievement, but it's just about the reps.
They could. They've been dominant, completely undefeated so far. And to learn a little bit more about the components of this undefeated team, we had a few minutes to sit down with Nako ahead of the stage. Take a look.
It is my dream. I always dreamed of when I was in university, maybe one day if I can be pro and stop doing this, just doing what I love. I already proved many times I think that I can keep climbing mountains. And then even inside the pro scene, you have to climb again because I climbed from being in the lower chair in pro team to now VP. I think we are one of the best team in Europe right now. So I just want to keep climbing, and maybe one day I will be the best team in the world. Starting with Noetic, as I said, was I was just enjoying competitive, whether it's just ranked or playing some small tournament. It just made sense all the way with guys because even when I was starting first team with him on Noetic, when I was watching this guy, I was like, oh, he's nasty. This guy is just so good, mechanically. And yeah, as the time goes, I just wanted to stay with him. A little bit after he left for another team in Tier 3, we went back together in Tier 2. And maybe I think it was for the best because when he left, he started playing good and some people saw it as well, not just only me. So he got picked up in a Tier 2 team, Team Valor back in the day. And they were missing a player, so I was the first player he thought about. So maybe it was for the best as well for me, because after going back with him, teaming with Team Valor, that's when we started winning in Tier 2 and going up in Tier 1 and just playing together. Southbridge was just an amazing event. It was the last Tier 2 event of the year, and we kinda struggled throughout the two first tournaments. We were not full-time, we were not pro, so of course we were not full-time. And we kinda missed on the two first because some of our players were on vacation, so we had to play with sub. It was mentally it was very hard. So after that, being able to win Southbridge against a professional team, which is Team Secret, it was an amazing feeling. It was just amazing, and it was the first step to being in pro. And yeah, that's just after that, that's when ENCE contacted us to be playing for them in Tier 1, so that was just a big tournament for us.
Wow! Incredible stuff there, and finally, in these regionals, the Southbridge champion is indeed a T2 team.
I would say it was a difficult year, also by many things, result, because it's first year as a pro, so you don't really know what to expect. We managed to, on the last chance qualifier, to be in the final, and we were expecting oh, maybe we can go to major first year. It was amazing. It's my dream, going to S tier event, and then you get destroyed by G2 two times in a row, and you just back to reality. So this was the first hard thing mentally, and after the year that was not that good. Getting dropped was also hard because I stopped university, everything to go pro, and then I learned that they will not continue, so no more contract, no more salary. So thanks, I had my family with me, I could live here, and it was a big up and down, to be honest. I never was IGL in the beginning, but I always had this idea, and when I was calling and it was working, I had that feeling that it's an amazing feeling when you call something and just working, everything fits to the plan. We didn't do a great year, I'm gonna be honest, with Genji, but I think at the end it was starting to like fit more than when we were just full shot calling, no leader. During games in general, I have already like I would say a clear mind of what people will do. All pro teams know each other, of course, you scream them and you watch their match, you see how they play, they have this play style, this team have this play style. You basically know almost everything that will happen. But after, yeah, in mid-round there is always some small detail that will change, it cannot be full predicted. Yeah, in my mind, I'm just like trying to visualize their setup in my head, and I'm always thinking like of kind of crossfire my team can get to get some frags, some key rooms. It can be like compared to chess, to be honest. I mean, yeah, Siege is such a strategic game, so you want to get that room, there is one guy here, you move your pieces, your teammates, okay, one guy needs to go there, one guy needs to go there, you get that room, you get that piece, and you win the match. After the end of Genji, it's just like, it was just like natural to look for a team where I can be that guy, be the leader, because yeah, I was just taking experience and I was being like more and more confident in that role. So it was just natural going into VP and taking that role. With VP, I was the last piece, to be honest. I was the last missing piece. They reached to Skies first, and they did some trials. Like Skies was telling them what we miss is an IGL, so it was just like kinda natural to. He was insta thinking of me, and like everyone agreed, so it was just clicking perfectly together. Like instantly when we started scrimming together, it was already showing good results in scrims, so we were kinda confident going into kickoff. Scrims and official matches are two completely different worlds. Then playing G2, we won G2, and I think it's when we started like being like confident in the team and knowing that we can do good things together, and that it started clicking very fast for us. And after like going into playoff, beating Falcon, going to like the final of EML, like we knew there is something to do with this team, so yeah, we just keep practicing and practicing to be better. I think this stage is pretty like stacked in terms of level, because I think there is maybe a clear like top 4, a clear top 6, but like there is not that much difference between all of this team. My expectation about this stage, I mean, I want to be first, but I don't really care about like the group standing. What I want is winning the playoff. This start of the year, I'm proving that I belong here. Maybe even me or some people were doubting last year.
Slips his way through and sees a single body, and now he's against the shield, close combat, and it's all his to take!
What I want us to prove, I think it's gonna be like not in domestic region. I want to prove in international events. Like for example, if we go to AWC, first I want to get that playoff, like that stage, going into stage first. That's what I want to prove, and then I want to prove people that we can also win one of these tournaments. Like if we win any tournament this year, I think it's good. It will be like already a good achievement with this team and prove a lot of people wrong about what they are thinking about us.
Well, Neko and VP, just like he's saying there, have been proving themselves so far this stage and remain completely undefeated. Other than the fact that G2 have already played today, VP have been at the top of the standings the entire time. They have Shifters today, another opponent who is going to try to take some points off of VP, but as we've discovered, that is very difficult to do, especially with the pressure that is no doubt on the shoulders of Shifters here. They have 7 points to their name. They need some more.
Opportunity. Twisted Minds have lost a point here, so that means that in retrospect, 7 points for Shifters, 7 points for Twisted Minds. If Shifters today win in regulation, they jump to 10 points. Yeah. Not only do they overpass Rebels, but they're also very close to Fnatic and GK, which means that in the end, they still have 6 points to play for the last 2 play days, and they in fact keep the playoffs dream alive. And that's a huge thing, because if you look at the results from Shifters before, if you look at their qualifications, all non-qualification throughout the year, it is extremely hard for a team like this, for such a big name, to be missing events here, Jack.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, we've got a partner organization, we've got a team that dreams of these events, a team that missed out on EWC, a team that did ultimately qualify to the Munich Major, but then also missed the Invitational as well. And now they're on the precipice, outside the playoffs picture, looking like there is potential that they can miss out on the playoffs. And of course, if they do that, they would then miss out on EWC as well.
It'd be brutal to miss out on that chance to compete on the world stage. Secret are the only team actually in an elimination scenario today. If Shifters are able to pick up the win, as you said, we would see Secret officially eliminated from playoff contention, but they will be at EWC regardless. Shifters and VP, let's talk about the map here, because we're going in to maybe familiar territory for both teams. As far as I understand it, guys, both teams really like this map.
Love it. Both teams absolutely love it. It's their #1 map preference for both of these teams. And I absolutely cannot wait when two teams go into a map that is their #1 preference, Leo.
No, absolutely. And I think it's the moment for Virtus.pro. When we saw them play on Consulate, that was 3 months ago. They haven't played it since because no one has allowed them to bring Consulate again. That's the moment when we realized the potential of Virtus.pro. When they beat G2 on the map, when they looked amazing on the map. And for Shifters, they should have beat G2 instead. On it, they lost it in overtime against G2. Benja went crazy, but Shifters, they were amazing in that game. So we're about to see them at high stakes for Shifters, go on their favorite map, but also against the best EML team on the map.
But let's talk about it as well, because VP, best team in EML, no one's going to debate that right now, showed some weaknesses against Secret yesterday. They weren't perfect. In fact, there was a moment there where it looked like they could have given up a point. Could this be the perfect opportunity for Shifters to jump on that?
I think so, and I don't think so. I think they're going to be mentally resilient in terms of VP. I think they will be ready to go in terms of the game. Yes, Secret should have probably won. You know, there was a round or two that went different, but they got over the line. And I think Nako actually alluded to it in the interview. He said, I'm not too worried about where we finish in the group stage. I want to get there in the playoffs, and then I want to prove myself at an international event. They'll know they're guaranteed top 4. They know they're one best-of-3 win away from EWC.
On the other side, Shifters, we had a talk with Frank yesterday in that interview, and what did he say? He said the mental, the confidence aspect is a big problem. It's a team that has the potential to take down some of the best teams, and then the play after to just get absolutely battered by a team from the end of the standings. And that's the truth with Shifters, is we never know which kind of Shifters we're going to get. We know they can make it very competitive against the very best teams, but they must trust in themselves. And today, yes, the pressure is on them, but like you said, VP, they have nothing to win here.
Yeah. I find it, I come from a point of frustration at times for Shifters. I'm sure you feel it as well, Leo, is that we see them do really, really good things, but it's often against teams that are significantly weaker than them in the standings. And then we see them kind of somewhat struggle against the top teams, other than the G2 game aside where they did show us it. They show us these glimpses of being a top team themselves, and then they also show us that sometimes they're not ready for it. It's quite inconsistent. I really want to see them level up that consistency, prove in scrims, as Freck said yesterday. We do it in scrims, we need to prove it in game day. Well, today's game day, and it's a massive one for them.
And a massive opportunity to prove that they not only belong here, but they belong in the playoffs alongside some of these heavy hitters. For the final time today, over to Fluke and Demo we go.
Thank you very much, Desk, and we will be hurtling in for our final time today. 79% of you think Virtus.pro can take it here on their favorite map. 21% of you think Shifters can take it on their favorite map. Well, unfortunately, like parents, you can only have one favorite child. So let us see who is the one that gets to claim Consulate as the best.
Yeah, high preference for both sides. I'm gonna put a little point out there and see what people agree or disagree, and maybe get a bit of a discussion. Is there an element where both teams going to their favorite map, one team could be in for a rude awakening, where one team thinks, oh yeah, we love this map, we're really good at it, and then you play another side, and then you think, hang on a minute, maybe we're not good at this map.
I guess it's one of the things where confidence can be a double-seated thing, right? As in, regardless of whether you've played, if you've got a map and you're like, this is our good map, or this is a map we're really good on, that's a positive vibe that plays into it. It's almost like the home ground sort of benefit football teams get, where even if you're up against a big team, if you play on your home ground, this is better. We've got the energy, we've got the crowd behind us, we've got all of this stuff. We can get that little bit extra out of our performance just from the psychological idea of we are better here. So it might be the element, yes. it's the comparison who they play against him out there last. And it might be the element of just being like, we're still better here. It was just an off day, you know? And
well, they're both at home, so this is like the San Siro.
It's a Wembley game. Nobody's at home, but really, Wembley's the heart of football. That was sounding like an ad read for Wembley Stadium. I'm not sponsored by a football ground. I promise.
Let's get cracking. Don't push.
It's not just the
other football
other
grounds
stuff
are
happens
available.
at it too. I mean, other stuff happens.
Yeah, that's true.
Isn't Harry Styles currently occupying that?
Oh my gosh, I've got to go.
I think he is.
Harry Styles is right there, right now. See you later. I've never listened, but I'm sure it's a good show. Anyway, the show we have ahead of us. No Clash, no Chanka. Yep, fair enough. Let me watch Shifters can sort of build on their defense here. The Chanka is so problematic for some of those long-range holds, and that's what you get. It's a decent sort of consistency, at least at the top side and the bottom. We won't be starting on either as we go in towards Piano as our first. It's actually the immediate read through, and that's an early take of a pair of them. Make that
Beautiful.
3 demo.
Not C4. Have been more perfectly tried and hang on a minute. What's the diffuser doing over there? It's floating. Wizard's still in the game. I think he's doing more magic.
Okay.
Oh,
I guess
dear.
If that was a thing that couldn't be fixed, you'd have to rehost. Oops.
Well, that would have been quite the controversial one, considering how the openings went. If that was the case, so thankfully it's not gonna be like that. And this is just a round for VP that they would love to redo again, but they're not going to get that opportunity. Rorik at least gets a couple of exits as Robbie and Blaz both attempted to try and get the picks, but it hasn't happened for them. A minute left. I mean, for Rorik, so much work to do, and you can see for Shifters, rightly so. Go back to the site, sit in your hands, and I think this is going to be a peter out, isn't it? Don't think Rorik, even though he's played really well this stage, don't think he has this in him.
No, I mean, look, it was perfect play there. As soon as the Candela started to roll through, the player slightly further away dipped for the fight first. And strong start, solid start. Built a wall, didn't let them cross it. Great. Maybe that's the confidence talked about, right? That's the confidence of it's them playing on their sort of home map. It's them playing on that sort of position of confident play. Shifters. They've had a big day and a bad day throughout the Super Week. The 7-1 victory against Heretics, obviously, the other day, and then before that, a 7-2 drubbing from GK. Instead here, seeing if they can try and get themselves off to a bit of a sharp, spicy start.
Yeah, start. I mean, don't forget as well, Consulate will tend to favor the defense, we know that. So for Shifters, they will be on that favored side. It's whenever you get over to the attacks, then you start to see struggles begin. I will say, though, for VP, recent form, their attacking half on Consulate's actually better than their defense. So that is an interesting one.
Oh.
5 seconds to go.
Sorry, do you want me to be more interested?
No, you just kind of went, ooh, and that's it. Like,
ooh. It's like a when they hold up the signs, it's like applause, gasp.
Oh. you like every like team it's like the like the light shows, all the light shows, doesn't it? The interview shows. Yeah.
Can we pipe in the canned laughter, please? But it's an excellent point, yeah. The split of the preference on half is often something that comes up as quite a sort of big discussion. Obviously, it's an uncommon thing for the attack rate to be the driving force, but I guess it's also paramount to the games that they've played, because one of those is against Heretics, right? And one of those is a 7-2, so I'm assuming if I look deeper in towards that, it was probably just like a 5-1 attack half, or something that adds a bit of a split. But either way, it still shows something, because it's an awkward map to attack. Dan gets onto Freck. And he's ready for somebody else to put some pressure from Secret. Nobody's home. It's Instead, it's Blaz underneath. The Solace wants to see if they can try and pull some of the boards up from beneath the feet of admin, but otherwise it's Skies that gets Nafe in the meantime. And that is no more Azami, no more Warden. Blaz doing his best to try and get a player that's already hopped up on a table and is droning and safe for now.
Go. EP finally into the building. You can see the damage that they can do. They've got their foothold inside of admin. This is where they wanted to enter in the last time, but didn't get that opportunity. Have been able to pick up 2 kills as well, and this is where I think Shifters are playing a little bit desperate, aren't they? Trying to find some kills back, but it goes from bad to worse. For Blaz and Robbie, it's going to be a very long minute and 15 seconds as VP have all the time in the world to make this push happen. No denial on the board too. All Shifters can hope for is that VP mess up in some way, shape or form. Oh, Blaz maybe have an opportunity to get a kill back, but no. Still goes begging, and now it draws his attention towards that default plant position, able to find Rorik, and sure the onslaught. VP should come in, but Blaz is still staying alive.
Now it is the 3 versus 1. Robbie, all that's left, he's trying to just pip the first fight on the door, but Skies is at lockdown with a hell of a gun. One apiece.
Yeah, good from VP. I think whenever you gift them that opening engagement, and then you also give them a second one with no response, at that point for VP, they'll just take their time. They know exactly what the win con is. He assessed, okay, what operators are remaining. Well, we've just been able to kill off the smoke, which I think that also doesn't help. Like I mentioned, they were obviously trying to go aggressive there. In Relasma, I was trying to see if he could maybe get a kill back, make it a little bit more difficult for VP, but he goes down. The only denial that they have is off the board, and VP can just start working that plant. That's their main priority, and yeah, able to make that happen. So 1-1. That's the top floor not working out. So instead for Shifters, they're going to go straight down into the basement now. See what VP want to go for. I mean, obviously for VP, it's all about the shields, isn't it? And look for Shifters. I mean, this is the dilemma that everyone's going to have. Unless you're going to commit on banning all 3 shields, even then sometimes people forget there's a 4th, there's a fuse. But if you are going to commit to all 3 shields, you then leave yourself open to, you know, your Deimos, your Solid Snake, Ying, Grim, just a lot of strong attackers too. I think having those kind of shield teams makes it very difficult to kind of ban, because it is pick your poison. Either way, you're gonna get hurt.
Now with traded rounds back and forth, with the top floor falling away, it becomes the question of, are those expected sites something with more expected results for the side of the attackers? You know, you talk about a preference of attack, right? You talk about how Virtus Pro are good at it. It becomes a thing where almost the one that you attack the most becomes your home ground. It's why you'll often see a primary site actually cycle its way further and further, and this map is no different. Before, it was always console office meeting room that seemed to be the first MO, and now, well, it might be the one that Shifters are more hesitant about. They might get a bit more success here on towards the cafe garage side. They're going to see if they can immediately get a bit of a drive through. Freg's ready to offer some support there. Reloading. Slow and steady, safe and wide about it. They're not really going to give any options, and they're just going to make sure that they, you know, put the pressure on, try and drive them back with those phantom angles, and if they can force them back without having to do it. But, well, actually, they'll get it done anyway. Frag caught by Dan up on the skylight. The Skopos gone.
Shifters losing that opening pick doesn't help them in the long run, and we know that VP can get that advantage. However, a very important kill though from Nafe. Able to take down the Monty. The shield is gone. But for VP, you're not going to have the same stable and control that the shield brings into your lineup. However, Dan is good enough for that trade on to Nafe. They're still for VP. They have the mad advantage. They have a decent amount of time. No denial on the side of Shifters once more. And Roamer's upstairs here now trying to be pinched. He knows exactly where he is in behind that piano. But this guy's probably just going to wait until a teammate can come over and help. But VP, they're not concerned about hunting Roamers. They're going to try and angle a plant.
Why not? They have the coverage above. They have this. Last player. Last blue does get one. But it's opposed plant. He's got to fight through Spiral next. They're well aware of where he's at. They're free-firing the angle, but look at the verticality they're pulling themselves back to. Oh, no, you don't have to, because the round is done. 2 rounds in a row for Virtus Pro on their attack. Better and better.
Yeah, good again. VP looking pretty stable, in control. That's 2 attacks. This is what I was talking about. You know, VP, they're an anomaly. A side which are better on the attacks and Consulate compared to the defense. You don't see that all too often. This is really good from VP. I mean, if they can get the even half free, it puts Shifters in a position where they'll have to then go on the attacks and then also try and get 3 rounds if they can. And again, their attack win percentage isn't great. Across 12 rounds, they've only won 5 of those. You can see here from Shifters, I think they realize that, yeah, we need to try and lock these defenses out now. We cannot afford to give VP any more rounds. They will have a chat.
He has to, right? It's been 2 very solid rounds as well, and VP, they're sort of playing their game pretty continually. They're making sure that their T's are crossed, their I's are dotted, and the team in front of them are defeated. Shifters, as was talked about before, the importance of the points that can come from this game are pretty massive. They might have an easy last day at the office against Rebels, but this little back-to-back in the middle, VP into Falcons, we can ask for a tougher sort of pairing, especially for both what we kind of want and expect from this team, right? From the sort of offset, it's a lot of talent on this roster. They weren't quite able to make it sort of formulate earlier on. They had a bit of success in towards the lower bracket run, but then got cut short by Twisted Minds. Where Twisted Minds are able to 2-0 Falcons in the game after, well, Shifters were able to at least take a map, and then obviously you get to the route here on towards this first stage, and Shifters, again, they're eyeing up the possibility of jumping in towards the top 6, and as I said, it might end up being a bit of a shootout between them and Rebels, but with Twisted Minds bringing in success. With that sort of threat looming, they want to make sure that it's not that hope that Fnatic keep dropping. It's not that hope that other teams fail. Take your fate into your own hands.
That's it. Yeah. Said before that, I mean, players in interviews even will literally say it's not nice knowing that it's not in your control. You know, it's not a nice feeling, and I've seen that a few times over the years where sides are just kind of desperately hoping that someone else makes a mistake rather than win their own game, and not a great feeling. Yeah, still, after this play, they stole 2 more and a lot of, you know, even 6 points. And shift a lot off the position, so it's not over just yet. Oh, hey.
Well, yeah, they tried to go quick. I mean, it's the conversation we often have, right? What do you do when your opponents have a timeout? Well, try a rush. Reload. They won't expect it. If it doesn't work, well, then it's a rush that hasn't worked. It's a 4 versus 2. They're able to get some of the players with the utility that they spent. They still have a Monty, so they can try and build behind it, but the close down, it's a risky fight they're taking here. I mean, you can just see the positioning of those final 4 players from Shifters. 3 of them stacked up above, 1 watching the hatch if they drift too close. How that's happened, I don't know, but it's not going to get much further. Yeah, very important kill. If that had leveled into a 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1, 1 above, 1 below. He's going to try and take the fight. He's worried he's being circled on. Pre-fires the Solace! Oh! There was a second. There was a second.
Risky. Very, very risky from Freck. I understand that he's 1 HP and the impact will kill him off, but whenever you swing, all it takes is one of those bullets to be a headshot, and he wouldn't have been able to get the impact off. Still, for Shifters, they're able to stem that rush and not let it have any real impact. But it's the same problem, though, for Shifters. That's the mid-floor successful. It's the site that they won first. They've won it again. They have to go top floor again. They have to go basement again, and they didn't look great on either of those.
I think it's always the idea of they get at least the round when there. I mean, oof.
Let's go.
Some energy they can build behind, but I'm not going to say it's a throwaway round. It's a round that Virtus.pro threw themselves in. They know there was a timeout. They knew that they could do anything at this point, and they went slow and steady. It almost gives shifters more time to sort of dwell on their conversation, right? It gives them more chance to think about what they needed to change, and they didn't want that. They wanted to just get back into the game. Hopefully they forget some facets of the conversation. Now, as you said, will be that sort of test of whether they do as we go back up towards the top floor. In terms of the lineup, more Razor Blooms. They've sort of peeled away from that. They've gone onto the mirror instead of the Solace. I think they're just going to try and watch it a bit flat. Don't get fun with it. Don't give them the option to pick apart players underneath. Instead, force the fight towards you.
Let's see if shifters want to try and change up their approach. I mean, based on the lineup, so that mirror comes in to try and make this single wall a little bit more difficult. D4 will get it, but he wants to stop Flash and put another one down. Thermite, of course, has 3 of these, so can very easily go for it once more. And unless they can rotate another C4, which, I mean, at that point, you're just kind of wasting util a C4 for a Thermite charge, I don't think is a great trade. So at least it's slowed him down a little bit, but still, end result's the same. Wall gets opened up, which is what VP want to have for not only the kind of angle you can get that cuts the bomb site, but another way into the bomb site if needed to.
Time is sort of peeling itself away. They've stretched out some of it with the mirror, but otherwise they can still have the option. Do you know what I love as well, and this is a side thing? The way the gadgets stretch. Nafe's C4 right now is a little thing. I love it. The grenades and everything. They're all a little bit they're a little bit wide.
Yeah, I noticed that.
It makes me laugh every time. The blinds come through, but it's not really a man who cares about it. As he holds onto the mirror window, and this is sort of, I'm not going to say stumped Virtus.pro, but yeah, it's forcing out the utility.
Good damage. And obviously for the shield, you want to try and stay as healthy as you can. Does make that cross, of course. Echo can start feeding this information. That's the main thing about it. Love that from Blaz. They know that Pash is going to play on that single reinforced wall. So you eliminate him. It will free players now to rotate in between the bomb sites, and VP still going to try and make a move and go for this execute.
That's 2 kills on the side of it. They're going for the plant itself. The 3 versus 2, though, is a little bit of a trade-out. Happens on the back end. They're trying to just keep that man advantage. They're going to slip their way past, but a second too late. Now they're out the window, and what do you do at this point? Blaz is going to take a bit of the damage. Hope that they can pick someone else up. They're going to force the shield further and further away. Skies has gone down in the meantime and mopped up from underneath, but there's still a player outside on the rappel. There's still a shield that somehow wins out that engagement. Oh, no. And that, I mean, a 2 versus 1. One inside the building is a Monty. The other one's outside the window. What do you do? Other than try your best for a hell of a clutch clip, they pull themselves back up. They're baiting and goading. They've won the round out here, Virtus.pro. That's at least 3 attacks confirmed.
Yeah, it was looking good, I think, for shifters, where they had Nafe in a really good position inside a bathroom, mirror window. There was no nades on the side of VP. That could have been a big problem. But what do they have? They have a Monty. And what does he do? He just walks by everyone. He doesn't care. Monty straight into the bomb site. Glaz comes in, straight in through that window. Obviously, the biggest counter to that Glaz is going to be the Warden. Nafe's not there. He's trying to hold in towards bathroom. He died to Rorik. And once that Glaz is in the position, he can sweep the bomb site, gets the shield supporting him. And yeah, once that flank goes down, never in doubt that VP would hold on to it. A very solid attack from VP. Shifters. This was the worry. You know, yes, you're being successful in 2 defenses. It was on the same site. You can't go piano anymore. You've went top floor. That hasn't worked out. I don't think they're going to go garage again. That, you know, they ran through. So instead, they're going to go for the split bomb site. I personally am a big fan of this bomb site. I think it's, I want to say fun. It's quite a fun bomb site to defend. Mostly because you don't really play in one of the bomb sites. You don't play inside tellers. Everything kind of is revolved around tellers, I suppose, because that's where a lot of teams will try and look for a plant. So the whole idea is to roam your liver and brains out and just try and see how much chaos you can create. Sometimes we see teams try and go heavy with a lot of information. Sometimes teams try and go for the C4. You look at the lineup in from Shifters, they've went along the kind of trap route, haven't they? And I think that's probably out of fear for the Monty, which, again, this was the problem. Shifters, they banned away the Blackbeard, but he's always going to have that Monty to go on to. He's going to have that third shield because you went for that Deimos ban. So you're going to have to now try and address that situation. You've doubled down on the counters, the shields, so it doesn't leave you that space of going for the information, going for the C4s.
And the drone intel up towards top yellow. Again, Virtus Pro, they're massively stressed in terms of their time management. They're more than happy to compartmentalize the approach, as this map really likes to. They haven't been gifted the body on the top floor as of yet. Snake is just going to feed the intel towards the Monty. He knows where he's being watched from, but he's also a Monty. You can see Rorik's on the window as well, but Lasmo actually gets the kill from underneath. Now that forces absolutely everything against the wall of Monty. There's going to be a wide swing that comes out. Pash is able to find Freck. Now, you don't want to lose the body because there's pressure coming from top spiral. They're just going to try and sprint their way away. Bit of a loose catch there of a Thorn Gadget as the calls come out, but they've otherwise escaped. Robbie make sure things stay even by getting out of there.
Yeah, at least they've been able to find one player. I think it would have been different here for VP if they weren't able to find Freck. Still a 4v4, I think you can work with this. Like I mentioned before, you don't really have to worry too much about C4s because they've had to go with the Elet, they've had to go with the Thorn. A lot of pressure on the one to Nath. You know, as the Solace, if VP are kind of eyeing up going for a Teller's plant, he's going to be pivotal, being able to spot out exactly where that diffuser is. I'll waste one of the impacts though. Just have to be careful because you'd like to have maybe one of them, but actually I think he maybe has the shotgun, so should be fine in that regard though. He's going to reinforce that wall up, and oh, just a little off-angle position. Robbie finds two from it, just sat waiting, I guess, for his visa inside the office. A free piece for Robbie. And that's a very important round there for Shifters. They squared up 3 rounds apiece.
Well, that's it. Squared up, and also a site that wasn't always theirs. But we'll have a quick chat with the desk about it.
Thanks, guys. This is kind of what you expect from two teams who both love this map, but I gotta say, Shifters doing a great job keeping this competitive against a team at the top of the table.
Yes, with quite a big caveat that Consulate you'd probably expect to fall to half. I think they did a good job, especially getting themselves to the 3-3. That very final round, I think, could be pivotal if they're going to find a result.
The change of bomb site, I think, was smart. Like going to Tellers was smart.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to pick up on, is they couldn't win the top floor bomb site, they couldn't win the basement bomb site, but any bomb site that involved the ground floor, Leo, they won.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show, like, with a team like VP, a team that is so good in attack on Consulate, if you give them a normal map to play on, a normal bomb site, sorry, to play on, one where they've rehearsed a lot of their attacks, they will be able to do a good job at attacking it. And I think we've seen that with the multiple takes they had on the top floor, especially. I think the use of the Monty to get the space that they needed. Another yellow execute and CEO execute that works well for these guys. And I'm like, there are gas grenades, there are things to can prevent that, and the Shifters, they're not using it yet. So like, still very on and off, I feel like.
Another 100% pick rate, half on the attack for Nequo on the shield, played the Blackbeard, and then the Monty, and I think it was actually curious that the ban was Deimos. It was Deimos Blitz and then into the Blackbeard after 3 rounds, because actually we did highlight at the start of the day just how good this guy is on the shields. And I think for Virtus Pro, you know, it is their favorite map. They did, it feels weird that they only got a 3-3 attacking Consulate, because that is probably one of the most, if not the most defender-sided map. So I think, you know, they're going into that half, they'll be more than pleased with it. They'll feel like they could have maybe got a 4-2. I think both teams will be a little bit aggrieved they didn't get the advantage going into the half.
I think they wanted to remove the Deimos because it's the one operator that VP has been known to abuse, to have vertical play on Consulate, whether it is when they're in basement to clear the basement ground, whether it is whenever they're up top, there's usually the Deimos playing in piano. So they wanted to try and prevent that. The problem is then
you allow the Monty.
You allow the Monty. And even then, like, they chose to ban Blitz and then Blackbeard. In my opinion, just ban Monty first, because Blitz and Blackbeard, you can get rid of them. More easily, you can impact them, you can C4 them. And so I think, questionable choice there. However, it's a 3-3 split, like you say, Jonah. I think it's a pretty good thing for them. I would agree with the statement that I think that it's more win for VP to win 3 attack rounds than it is the win for Shifters to win 3 defense rounds.
Yeah. Big fan of them taking away the blitz here as well. In terms of Virtus Pro, get rid of the blitz, because if you think about shield operators, yes, Neko is great with the Monty, using it for plants.
He's also great with Clash and that gun.
He's also great with Clash, yeah. That's true, yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
You're taking it back.
I said blitz, didn't I? I meant to say Clash.
Yeah. That's so good.
Don't worry,
I do get it.
Take it away from me. I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to enjoy it.
It's fine.
We don't even have to. I mean, the game's getting started, so we're going to head back into the game. 3-3 at the swap. VP move to defense.
Thank you very much. They filter their way back on towards defense here. And the blitz and a snake ban and a Fashion and Kaid were not exactly in unfamiliar territory, but let's see if the top floor can have some success for the other side's attack, or if it really is just a Virtus Pro playing ground.
In the first round, tell all. Shifters is where they really need to dig deep and find a lot of success.
5 seconds to
For
go.
VP, they'll be happy to go, of course, on that defense. I said, yes, even though their attack percentage is higher than their defense in this map, still really good at the defense. So both preferring
increasing connections.
This kind of map, of course, in terms of first preference for both sides. But certainly for VP, whenever you kind of look at the stats that back it up, just like both sides, whereas obviously for Shifters, they prefer the defense over the attacks. But see how it goes. Shifters naturally going to be bringing that shield. Safe on the Blackbeard. Of course, they went for the Clash ban too, so ain't too much that I think the shields have to be worried about outside of the kind of usual suspects being the L and the Thorn, as we know.
Shifters find themselves immediately contending with some of the hold here on towards admin. They can try and slip their way back on Coffin. The other window hasn't got the pressure yet, and it's just a shield, seeing if they can pre-fire. They know they can play this with a bit of distance, and they have the C4s ripped and ready to go over the top. With this all reinforced and electrified, it makes it a very awkward approach, but the Blackbeard is in. The Blackbeard is not out. Nath survives on but a sliver and gets a bite of Rorix. They filter away. It's actually Robbie that gets the tail end, the Deimos from underneath. The wraparound has worked quite well as the snake of Shifters coiled and squeezed. And now that opening kill and that control in the opening 130. How much more is going to be contended with? That probably isn't where they expected that to go, but, well, this is the thing about the Tachanka. You can play this position pretty well. They're actually going to see if they can be aggressive. Neko wants the fight on the Deimos, and, oh, he gets the bite. Deimos, he needs to survive. He needs to watch the verticality, but they're both very well aware of each other.
Yeah, he's trying to get the bandit charge off, but now he's a little bit scared. He doesn't want to go against that, knowing that players are on the vertical after him. Obviously for Nath, yes, he's alive. However, you look at the lineup. There's a Tachanka and a smoke. He's not going to be much help in terms of sticking a diffuser. He takes one whiff of the smoke, or just a tick of the flames, he's going to go down. So, if, yeah, the wise thing to do, play him on a window, I suppose, and use the nade too to try and get rid of the bandit charge, and that is successful, so at least good thinking. I wonder if they're going to rotate Nave or maybe just leave him on the window, because, like I said, he's not going to be much help. He's going to go aggressive here with the shotgun. He's on the right side. Does he know, though? Must know now. I mean, that's a dangerous swing, but Pasha's going to go for it. He has the launcher in his hand, and Fred. No way! And Pasha finds another. The shield, like a pitching, came through the window. A triple for Pasha. A 2v2 now, and 10 seconds or so remaining.
They had all the intel in the world, but Pasha has all the world at his feet. Trapped in a box, 4 for 4, but why not make it 5? He's going to drift on past the Deimos. He can't quite get it, but it does not matter.
Oh, they didn't get the ace, but it doesn't matter. He basically got it. What on earth was that? I mean, obviously, it's a situation, you know, okay, where is he on the wall? 50-50. Breck pulls out the launcher and you think, okay, he's got his one. You do not expect him to do everything else that he's just done. The shot onto Nath as well. I mean, Nath does, you know, the correct thing, stay in the window. I think he picked up a kill, then he went in, he tried to help his team. He just got destroyed as he went for that ADS. And VP have also called a timeout.
I mean, you wonder what was seen to call the timeout. You wonder what was sort of seized on the moment. Obviously, this is theirs for the rest of the run. There was something after that round, even though it was a round win that was... We need to talk about it. It could also be, obviously, a psychological one because their opponents will know how close they were, if not but for the heroics of a man who often wears the mantle of superhero. It almost resets you back to half-time, right? Shifters have to stew in the fact that they lost that round in that manner. Here, just the swinging at the same... That take... I mean... Pitch perfect for Pasha. Look at Robbie's health as well. So close to the ace.
Oh my god.
Certainly a game for VP.
10 seconds to go.
It's a round which I don't think they had any right of winning. I mean, it was
5 seconds.
Was it a 3v5 at a point?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
Was it?
I think
Something
it
like
was,
that.
but very briefly.
Yeah. So obviously for VP to pull that out of nowhere, maybe that's why they called the timeout. And now we head into the basement. I think it's also interesting to note that obviously Shifters tried defending that bomb site twice and they were not successful. First defense, VP are there, they win it.
Only just, though.
Only just, but a win's a win.
Let's see if they can try and, I guess, push on.
Reloading.
Virtus Pro, it has been traded back and forth, but without the Hibana. Wow, that limits the approach here. No hard breach.
Yep.
You're now going to have, obviously, those castles become a lot sturdier as well. You're just going to have to sort of try and smash your way through, but at this point, they've got the Hibana. Why not pull back? Who else could you want as an early take like that?
Yeah, it just depends if the hatch is open inside of Expo, isn't it? If that is shut, then it's going to be really difficult for Shifters to get a foothold, but it is open for the roamers to try and utilize. Again, they've got this kind of labyrinth of the castle barricades. See how it plays out, but at the moment Shifters aren't really interested of going for the traditional take in towards the mid floor to go for the verts. Instead, Nafe is going to try and fight these players inside a server and is successful with one. Pasha, who was the hero for VP in the last round, he's not going to play a part this time. Minute 15 remaining, and Shifters still have to try and make their way down in towards that bottom floor. Don't forget, they're only in the mid floor.
Well, there's at least some of the hatches they can open up to put some of the pressure on. Obviously, the drop is going to be very driven towards this back end. Now they have this player in Spiral. How surrounded are they about to be? There's a grenade that will force the pre-fire. Perfection. What a beautiful take onto one, but Skies somehow wins out the response and steps back in aggressively. He's about to be tracked, and he might suffer 2 dropped hatches at the same time. No, doesn't need to. Robbie sits and waits, but again, another 30 seconds has slipped past. With only 30 left to play for the 3 versus 2 C4s. They can sort of keep them a bit at range at bay, but it's a couple of tight doors they've got to fight into now, right? That's the problem. There's still some worry about verticality, but everything is otherwise flat. There's the throw, and oh, it catches one and hits the smoke, but there's the 2 versus 1. Another timer, though. Nako holds close. The Deimos swings wide, hits pre-fires. They've got the kit. Oh, they've got the man down. The 1 versus 1. They're off the plant. He wins it. That's 2 for time in a row.
Oh, VP again. Just hanging in there. It's like the cat on the washing line. He's there. He's doing it. Oh, came off the plant. Always stick, folks at home. Always stick, because you never know what could have happened. Shifters, just the time eating away at them. It just took them, I think, too long to get themselves into server, didn't it? You know, it was 2 minutes wasted by the time they were in any semblance of looking to kind of pressure those staircases. So yeah, certainly time management not ideal here for Shifters now. For VP, still finding a way. I mean, even I think yesterday in the VP match, it was ugly Siege from VP, but they just found a way against Team Secret. You know, we sat there and we cast that game. We said, look, Secret have been hard done by not to walk away with something out of that game. Or we maybe getting in the similar territory here that, you know, maybe Shifters should be getting something. I don't know.
And attack pause. A round and a break and a round and a break. Shifters. They now found themselves with an unfortunate separation. Obviously, they opened this game up with a round win, and then Virtus Pro took it back for getting 2 in a row. This is the second time they've managed it, but it's an unfortunate pattern on the side of defense when if they do the same thing, they can win console, win cafe once again, they win the map, and it doesn't matter how narrow the margins are, they get the success tick.
He's making sure the hair's on point. Is he happy with it? You happy with that knife? I think he's happy. Well, it's just kind of taking the, I think, the wind out of the game. It feels like we were on a really good kind of roll there. I've just slowed things down. Freck's just loading this game back up. But right now for Shifters, good news is, at least that's the 2 kind of primary sites out the way with. For VP, they have to go to their tertiary bomb site. But Consulate does sit as one of those maps where every bomb site is viable, all 4 you can go to. So there's not necessarily a weak one out of the bunch, just less favored, I guess. So we'll see where VP want to choose as the 3rd bomb site. Do they maybe go for a split? Like we see it for Shifters, and it worked well. Just a funny old game that the defenses have worked well for Shifters, where the kind of ones you don't expect to be as favored. You know, they lost all the kind of traditional ones, the top floors, the basements. Obviously, Leo had mentioned how VP are really good in them because they're the most common, so you have a lot more practice on them, I guess. So, yeah, I think that's where the kind of off choice worked well for Shifters, but for VP, the primary ones, the traditional ones, have worked well.
Hopefully back in but a moment. As you said, the sort of play on those site choices, what else is still an option? I think the frustration for the side of Shifters obviously is that one in the 1 versus 2 clutch, a 4K the round before. It's really just a recipe for a rough time. How do you mentally build back from that, especially with this tech pause? We'll hopefully be back in but a moment. On our final game of the day, why not have a breath? There is this element, obviously, with, you know, the sort of week that Shifters have had with the positional chance of points to be pulled. As I said, it's really been quick games, one in their favor, one not. And here, this one against potentially the toughest opponent inside the league right now, one of the 2 undefeated teams as of this moment. Going the distance, they're dragging it out. They need to get this next round. They need to make sure.
Agreed.
They have something.
Yeah, very important for Shifters not to lose the match point. Then at that point for VP, we got that 3-round buffer, and Shifters have to play perfect for 3 rounds in a row if they want to make OT. So a very important round that they need to make happen.
Planting toxins.
It's going to be the piano. After VP are going to go. Look at the lineup for VP. You see a Solus. You expect that top floor hold to come in. Plenty of impacts upstairs. Plenty of players starting to reinforce, and I'm sure make plenty of shotgun holes. They got plenty of them. So planting inside the site will be a problem for Shifters. So that means they're going to have to go upstairs and challenge these roamers. And the interesting thing with the lineup here from Shifters is they've completely forgone any of the shields. Nafer's running that for the past 2 rounds, but I wouldn't say the success was meteoric. Instead, they're going to change off of it. No way, don't tell me you're going to jump out. Oh. Okay, I was worried there for a minute, but that's okay. I think maybe he was hoping that he would be a little bit further down in the window, maybe on a drone, as he's droning out the skylight, and then could have maybe snagged a kill, but not the case. So a wasted C4 there from Pasha.
Starting shot drop!
It's been cautious so far. Just sort of getting the test of everything. You can see Virtus Pro, they're not entirely throwing themselves in towards that fight on admin as they did before, but the approach isn't really coming the same way. Instead, it's a bit of a part and parcel destruction on towards the main breach wall, eyes on towards yellow, and go for an alternate take, potentially. They're giving themselves options. Maybe that was a bit of the worry and the cost last time round, and as Gordon gets found by an upside-down rappel on the window, just maybe blanketed by the destruction. They couldn't quite hear the motion of the rappel. That is a good first pick.
And you would expect now that Nafe is going to get a lot of value with those Candelas without the Warden. There's no counter on side for VP. So Nafe, he's ready to go with all that util. Make pretty big waves upstairs. Shifters, slowly now, will start their approach. Blaz finds Rorik and VP on the back foot, but we have seen this before where VP haven't been in a great spot and have still been able to pull out the round win. Let's see if Shifters this time can hold on to this lead.
Well, Dan's peeling himself back around. He's chancing something, but as Sky's going to get himself an option. He's going to go for the rotate back down towards the site so he doesn't entirely get caught out. No, he's going one better, one deeper. What a reposition, what a rotate. Somehow he has survived. It is still a 5 versus 3, but Demo, that timer.
Yeah. Thought VP are pretty light on the site, though. I mean, Nako's still hoping he can snag a kill over towards Spiral. So it does leave Skies. Obviously, Dan, a lot of pressure is going to be beaten down on him, so Nako could play spoiler here.
Skies does get 1. Skies gets 2. Suddenly it's a 3 versus 3 with 10 seconds left, and Nako gets Freck, and Skies gets 3, and Skies gets 4. I mean, how brilliant does one man need to be?
Again. It's happened again. BP losing essentially the first minute, giving Shifters a man advantage, a lot of control, and then Shifters just don't know what to do with it once they have it. I mean, Skies, sadly, mate, we didn't get to see a lot of the kills, but I'm sure they were great because he's really good at the game. Obviously, our preference was kind of look at Nako upstairs over towards Spiral. He was still good for 1. Wow.
I mean.
Insane. You seem stunned. Lost for words.
It's 3 rounds in a row that's happened. You have to feel for them, right? Like the 4K clutch into towards the sort of time of
1v2,
the 1 vs 2 into that 4K
10 seconds left.
from a singular position and 3 different, maybe even 4 different distinct angles, including the house drop. It's just,
I mean,
rough, buddy.
The big 3 this stage, and as it was in the kickoff, VP, G2, and Falcons. There is, in each of their games today, there has been moments where they should lose the round, but then they have their individuals, their top players in the world, pull them out of it. And that is what separates those 3 teams from everyone else, is whenever they're in a position where they should be losing, they still have the players who are just insane at the game to drag them over the line and win those rounds.
Yeah.
All 3 of them have showed that today.
It's rough, buddy. Okay. 6-3, Shifters. It's not entirely done for them yet. Obviously, they still have a chance to try and peel this away. Now they have a less Monty to work with. Bit of the damage sort of gets put across the side of it. But otherwise, they swing in the same way they ran the Blackbeard before. Now, remembering, obviously, that they've had a good punt on towards this site. It was the heroics, the magic of battles that changed things. And just try and get something else. They peel themselves further and further back. I sort of said it before. It seems like since they had that timeout, Virtus Pro, they're being a little bit more hesitant about taking those earlier gunfights, a little bit more cautious about swinging in after that first round. Makes sense, but it's all still wins technically here. Robbie, get the Deimos in underneath. They caused some damage before. They ended up in a little bit of a scrappy fight with the Tachanka that is obviously no longer on the board. Instead, it seems to be a little bit more of a mobility and awareness, and instead, Nafe picking their way up. As I said it before, the approach Shifters have had, there's a lot of similarities in how you often approach this map, regardless of the site. As I said it before, instead of going onto admin, they went towards yellow. Now there's the focus on spiral. They're changing themselves up each and every time, and Rorik still gets one.
Ow.
Oh, he's still found the Zafira of Freck.
Just improving my odds.
The roaming mirror, the classic, and
it's not a classic. Don't say it's a classic because it's not. Oh no, Nate.
The Blackbeard as well.
Oh, he gets caught up by the smoke. He has to swing. He's either swing and try and get a kill, or he's just gonna suffocate VP because they're ready to lock it out. However, Skies though does a little jig on the table and gives himself up. The Shifters now in the lead.
A 3 versus 1. Surely they can't do it again. They cannot. Shifters. Oh, they push around over the edge. It looks a bit wobbly in the middle, but they get there. Okay. Slight exhale, not a full one.
I mean, Sky swinging, did he need to do that whenever he's
probably not.
Behind the shield? Just, you know, just stating the obvious. The VP want to drag this on. Another round, Shifters. At least that's 1 attack. You need 2 more of those. And that is, of course, that top floor. That means basement's going to be opened again to VP if they want to go for that. How he's been able to get the timing and that and get the kill. Oh, because he repelled down. Okay, crazy.
Now they had the option, obviously, for the first time in this half to double down on a bomb site. They haven't gone for it. Instead, keep the rotate round.
Yep.
Hello, Macy J, Fast and King George and Royal Penguin. Just popping up there. See if they can get themselves the basement. This was the one.
5 seconds left before.
To be fair, of the opening 3, the fact that it was the 1 versus 2 with the limited time left, they had some really good pickups as well on the sweep, but I think they were just a bit too slow. If they had an extra 15 seconds, there's a very decent chance they could have been able to get that one cemented. So if they can find the extra 15 seconds a little bit earlier, then maybe Nako can't get another big clutch as he did before and as he almost did then. But it'll be a time will tell on this early engagement. Obviously, we've had rehosts throughout the game so far, but it's sort of worth commenting on the players that have been putting the distance in. On the side of Shifters, 4 of them are positive. The only one who isn't, unfortunately, Freck. Only 2 players on the side of Virtus Pro are positive. Skies and Dan.
Look out. In 5.
Shifters right now are looking for a very direct take. See the Thermite come in. Nafe attempting to open up that main breach. Will be slowed down though as got the top. However, the top misses the opportunity. The wall is going to be opened up to VP. Minute 45 gone. not a lot's happened apart from that wall being opened up, so VP can still just sit and wait. Still got roamers upstairs, and you can see the duo here of Frack and also Robbie on the roam hunt. Operators are looking to get into the action, and well, Frack, the opening pick, means that VP once more, as we've seen plenty of times, at a disadvantage.
Oh dear. Oh, vertical damage done. Pasha, the power player, has been able to get himself one more. As Mute gets the track on towards somebody else. They're going to see if he can find a second. Robbie goes. The Deimos gone. And now, how can they build? How can they try and hunt down players that are all over the map, Demo?
Oh, this is difficult. Frack. Oh, Frack. Oh, got timing. Siege timing at its finest. Holding the angle. Looks away to think, oh, make sure the default cam's shot. And then he gets killed himself. To 2v4. And all VP have to do is really just play the time. They've still got C4s. They've got smokes that they can utilize. Pasha up close and personal with a shotgun. Nafe is none the wiser. A quad for him. Make the man an ace. Pasha, he didn't get his ace in the first defense, but he gets it now. What a performance from VP. Pasha does it again.
4 kills in the end. However many he's racked up before and however many clutches he has to that tally. A massive, massive day at the office and a rough one for Shifters to take away. But, well, with the pace we've had today, that is all for you and I at the end of this Super Week. So, let's take one final visit over towards our studio.
Of course the Super Week ends with an ace. Pasha lighting up the scoreboard, giving us all 5 kills for VP to end the Super Week, to say goodnight to Shifters here on Playday 7. What a performance. Close game in the first half, and then the second half, VP just turned it up and absolutely did not look back.
And I think so. How did they do it? When did they do it? It was in the late rounds. It starts out with that huge 4K, nearly ace from Pasha. Then he goes crazy again. And Shifters, for the most part, actually controlled the rounds perfectly well until it got to that last minute 30, where it was happening every single time. And then Pasha, I mean, just look at it.
It's annoying because Shifters, they get the man advantage, they get the zone control they need, they're in a 5v3, but then you look at the time, you look at the 40 seconds left. I think at 30 seconds left, I told you in that 3v5.
You did?
I told you they're gonna lose this.
You are a smart man.
No decision came from Shifters, no clear plan, no clear follow-up, everyone's disjointed. Guys, when it's 30 seconds on the round, you've got a +2 man advantage. Just regroup, you'll trade each other. There's things as simple as that. When you play against such a good team like VP. As a reminder, going into Playday 4, that team had a 25% clutch success.
Yeah.
Right? 1 round out of 4 that were in a clutch situation, they were winning it. They were the best clutching team in the tournament. They were already that in stage 1. They were already that at kickoff. You can't do that against.
And that's only the 1vx's. How many of those was like 2v whatevers?
It's
that
mad.
scenario in their defenses. And yeah, it was a good attack half, and it was a solid platform, free, and then going into the defense. Yeah, they probably actually let Shifters control a bit too much of when Shifters were on the attack, but then when they regrouped, they made the plays, they got aggressive together, bam, bam, bam.
But you guys had a great instinct about this. You said the second half is coming, VP on the defense. This is not going to be easy for Shifters whatsoever, and we were absolutely right. It just completely changed.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, you've got the best attack team in the league that get a free on attack half. Then you've got the best defense team in the league that go on to be dominant in their defenses. And like Leo says, they're also the best clutch team in the league. So even when the defenses don't go well, they're still managing to win those out as well. I keep saying it, and it feels like everybody is in the right position on the side of VP, and they've got a serious amount of cohesion as well. We'll go into this, and yes, this round wasn't going particularly well for VP, and Pasha pulls out. And this is kind of instinctual play to know that he's in a triple crossfire and fight his way out of it, and then he closes it down as well. Doesn't actually finish off the final kill for the ace, but it's effectively an ace. I'm going to give it to him.
And that was a 4-1v1. You know, the character rappel comes in earlier. Same thing here, like 1 challenge from the vert, 1 player drops, that's 2-1v1, that guy drops later, that's another 1v1. Like, how many more do you want to give to Virtus Pro? They're going to win these ones. And honestly, insane round from Skies, insane. And the reaction from the team, just worth it. And it's the same story over again and again. It's players taking gunfights they don't need to take, and it's just always the same story. And whether it's Pasha, whether
are these guys? The level on this team is insane. The individuals are insane. If you offer them free picks like this, they will take it.
It's hard not to see this team go in serious places based on how they're playing.
And now I'm just thinking of the standings. I'm just thinking of the situation here because VP, they did not win to win this. And so with that instead, they're top 1 right now. They're not locked in yet. There's still 6 points to play. But Shifters, what does that mean for them? 7 points, they're still stuck. Hopefully for them, Rebels is only on 8. They can maybe grasp that 6th spot. The fact that Twisted Minds lost their game means that in the end, Shifters, they still have a chance. But everything will be to play for in the last 2 play days.
And it's big now because we're seeing the pack start to split between everyone on the bubble. Now you've got Geekgay, Fnatic with double-digit points here, really applying the pressure and the focus on that one remaining spot at the bottom. Yes, Fnatic can still be leapfrogged. There are 2 playdays left, not 1, but that Rebels spot. There are 3 teams, Rebels, Shifters, and Twisted Minds, that are laser focused on being that 6th and final team. And from what we've seen today, Jack, it is anyone's game.
Yeah, it really, really is anyone's game. I think lots of our teams inside of EU, inside of EML, have shown us really, really good glimpses, but also really, really bad glimpses. And, you know, all the way, probably Fnatic downwards, if I'm being honest. Those teams, Shifters, Twisted Minds, those types of teams, it kind of felt unfathomable at the start of the stage that we wouldn't see them in playoffs come the end of the stage. And it would represent a massive failure if that was to be the reality, but that's what it's shaping up to be so far.
Well, we'll bring in Nako real quick before we wrap things up for the night after this win for VP. Nako, congratulations on the win. Another great performance from you guys. Undefeated on the stage. I mean, you guys just can't be stopped right now. I'm trying to think, like, is there any weakness? Obviously, you're not going to want to go too deep into the strats here, but, like, is there anything you guys aren't doing well right now that you're still working on?
Hello guys first, and yeah, I mean of course no one is perfect, so we still have some small things to work on. Like every team, I don't think there's a single perfect team, so everyone needs to work. But yeah, the result right now we are showing good results, so of course I'm happy with it. And as for when it will stop, I don't know. I hope it will never.
Good answer.
Yeah. Nako, talk to me about the defenses, because there was a few rounds in there where Shifters looked like they actually got control of the round and they were setting up to execute, and then you guys were just winning out in the 2vx's or the 3vx's. What was going through the team in terms of the communications and the plans in those rounds?
To be honest, like. Yeah, as you said, there is some round when I would say they have the advantage and maybe we should lose. And there is, I think, about CO round when we played so bad, but with Gunfight we still managed to win, so thanks God. And yeah, no, I mean, nothing particular in com. I remember, like, everyone, we just try to... Yeah, there is no, like, crazy plan, just they are winning the round right now. It's an FPS, win your gunfight, GG guys, that's it.
And that's pretty easy when you've got, you know, the Skies and the Pashas of this world just, you know, popping off.
Yeah, I have like crazy teammates. Like anyone can pop off. One day it's the Rorik, one day it's Skies, one day it's Pasha, one day it's Dan. Maybe one day it will be me. Who knows? On Shield.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Nako. So sorry to interrupt, but you are the best Shield player in the
league.
In the league, we actually pulled some stats if you go back and watch pre-show. Where we've got them. Our team are on it. If you on the left-hand side, this is the average for the league in terms of EPS, and then these are your stats on the right-hand side before the day. So yeah, I would say you're popping off on the Shields as well.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think I can say I'm pretty decent on the Shield, but I'm still not like carrying much. But I mean, who cares? I'm just winning, and that's what's important. Like, I don't care about getting kills if my mates do it and I win at the end.
I mean,
that's what's important.
Statistically, you're the best, so you can take that with you. At least for now, you're the best Shield player.
Yeah, thanks. I will remind it. If someone say anything to me when I'm on Shield, I will be like, guys, I'm the best Shield player.
Best Shield players of EML Stage 1. You screenshot it, you put it in the poster behind you, just below the Salt Lake City poster. That's gonna be between that and EWC. You're gonna be good. That white pool is not gonna be white very long. So just speaking about EWC itself, obviously we've mentioned that you guys are the flawless team right now. You're unstoppable. Do you feel like you have what it takes to go beyond the result that you had in Salt Lake City?
I mean, yeah, I would say yes, and we are working for it. Like, it's good to perform, I would say, in in your regional league. But what's important at the end is people remember you when you win events. So Yeah, we are working for it, and I think we can do great on international events.
Well, Neko, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you next week, my friend.
I hope we see you next week. I see you next week. See you guys.
See ya. Well,
I'd be shocked.
Humble as always. I'd be shocked if we don't see them next week. A great performance from VP. There's no question about that. Truly a great way to finish this Super Week here. I mean, what a day. VP closed it out in regulation. We saw just the one overtime game that got a little crazy there in the middle, but Geek started things off with a big win over Rebels, securing their playoff position. Falcons, good points for them. G2, another win. Nothing too unexpected here. We expected our game of the day to be wild, and it was. That was the one that went all the way.
Yeah, it's a happy surprise to see Fnatic kick off the engine again. I think in a crazy comeback story.
Yeah,
like the first side was so insane, and honestly, the amount of jump outs that we've seen was, I think, unlike many, unlike I've seen before. Let's just call it that way. The comeback from Fnatic is great to see, just because of the stake that it gives for the last two playdays. Twisted Minds, they can still do it. Shifters, they can still do it. But Fnatic, Falcons, Rebels in that seat, and even Falcons, to be honest, like, they're not that far ahead. You know what I mean? They're only on 13 points, so it's all to play for on the last two playdays for playoffs, and that's what's making the league interesting.
When we looked at the leaderboard just before that interview, G2 and VP have to still play each other inside of the next week, and I'm just thinking about that game, and I'm just like, I cannot wait for that one to come through. But yeah, I think the race to the playoffs is very, very interesting as well.
Yeah, let's look ahead to next week. Jack, a beautiful segue. G2 and VP, that's coming up in Play Day 8 next week, bringing in a match that maybe could see VP drop their first game ever this stage. Who knows? Geek Twisted Minds. With Twisted Minds
Shifters.
on the chopping block. That will be a good one. Shifters will have a final opportunity to get some points on the board. All of these games are good.
Nah, we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a really good time.
We're gonna be going into every game like these stakes for this game are massive for every single game. Obviously, there'll be no stakes for the G2 VP, but that in theory is going to be the best siege of the stage as well.
Exactly, it's going to be impossible to pick between those games. Every game is the must-see game of that day. Truly, truly. Well, thank you guys for having me.
I hope you liked EML. How was it?
It's chaotic.
Chaotic.
And I feel like I brought a little bit of that NA Tech Pause energy over here to EML, so I do apologize to everybody at home for that, for sure.
Just very quickly, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Oh, no.
Who would win, Outlast or Heretics?
Oh, it's Outlast, and it's not even close. I've already thought about this. I'm not on the spot at all. Outlast look bad, but not like Heretics. Come on.
Okay, all right. Well, I've watched Outlast play, and I've watched them struggle to put more than 3 rounds on the board for a very long time. So.
And I watched the last 2 days of Heretics.
Yeah, team kills and dying to thorn traps. Yeah, wow.
It is tough.
It's hard to make a case for.
It would be cool. It would be cool to see the match, honestly. I'd love to see the match.
All right.
And with the worst thing possible, that would be even better.
I don't know if we did like a combined relegation at the end of the stage or something, that'd be the only context we ever see that game. Well, thank you all for having me as well, for welcoming me in with open arms. Anne will be back next week. She'll also be taking over the NAL desk next week, so that's something to look forward to there. But to all of you watching, thank you so much at home. For Fresh and Alfama and our entire studio crew, thanks so much for watching. I'm Jonas Willinger. Have a great night.